Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Reborn as Godlike Aizen. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In Muken, the silence was as absolute as Aizen's boredom. He mused aloud about his remaining sentence, treating it as a mere trifle. Suddenly, he found himself pulled into his inner world, face to face with the Hogyoku. Aizen's tone was devoid of gratitude as he questioned the entity's return. The Hogyoku, with a hint of disdain, suggested it was a form of pity. Aizen's gaze sharpened as he dismissed the notion, yet the Hogyoku continued, offering him freedom in exchange for a farewell gift, a chance to enter another world. Intrigued, Aizen felt a spark of anticipation at the thought of new lives to entertain him. As the Hogyoku began to glow, Aizen was sent spiraling into an unfamiliar realm. In the Naruto world, Aizen awoke to a surreal sight. A colossal fox, its 9 tails thrashing in fury, was engaged in battle, while a spectral Shinigami stood ready to strike. A woman's voice trembled in the air, filled with resolve as she imparted her final wishes to her newborn son, enduring unimaginable pain with each word. Her husband, despite the desperation in his eyes, remained calm as he spoke of their son, Naruto. As the sealing began, Aizen realized with sudden clarity that the Hogyoku had reincarnated him. Kushina's gaze fell on Hiruzen, who stood just outside the barrier. She implored him to care for her son, her last wish hanging in the air. Hiruzen nodded solemnly, promising to fulfill her request. With that, Kushina's strength faded, her barrier dissolving as her final breath slipped away. The Kyuubi's energy subsided, and the Shinigami sealed it within Aizen's new form, while Minato and Kushina's lifeless bodies crumbled to the ground. Hiruzen approached, lifting the newborn into his arms, and met the eyes of the surrounding shinobi, declaring that no one would speak of the events that transpired that night. In the council room, Hiruzen struggled to contain his emotions. Grief for the lives lost and relief for the safety of the child they had left behind intertwined within him as he resumed his duties as Hokage. Observing the unease among the elders and clan heads, he silenced the room with a gesture and pointed to Shikaku Nara. Shikaku reported the losses, noting that while most Jounin survived, the Genin and Chunin numbers had taken a critical hit. The academy was destroyed, but they would rebuild. Hiruzen commanded a full report by the next day and turned to Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan. He noted the lack of Uchiha manpower during the attack, to which Fugaku explained that the majority had focused on evacuating civilians before engaging in battle. He assured Hiruzen that the report would reveal the names of Uchiha who had perished. Danzo interrupted, suggesting that the Sharingan's power could have changed the tide. Fugaku clarified that only the Manjikyu Sharingan could control the Kyuubi, and no Uchiha currently possessed that power. Hiruzen moved on, confirming the fourth's absence, his grief palpable. Danzo inquired about the Kyuubi, reminding everyone of the tailed beast's immortality. Hiruzen sighed inwardly, revealing Aizen's face to the clan heads. Despite his newborn appearance, Aizen's eyes held a chilling gaze that unsettled even the most hardened shinobi. Shikaku felt as if he were under scrutiny from something ancient and dangerous. Danzo, unmasked in his ambition, offered to take Aizen under his wing, but Aizen's glare silenced him, showcasing an intellect and disdain that left even the tactician speechless. Hiruzen refused Danzo's request and, wary of power imbalances, decided that Naruto would be raised in the village's orphanage. Aizen mused about the broken promise to his mother, concealing his thoughts as he bided his time, anticipating the moment when the villagers would learn what it meant to defy a god. That night, as Aizen drifted into sleep, he awoke in his inner world, greeted by Kyoka Suigetsu. However, he was not alone. The Kyuubi, seething with rage, glared at him from within a cage, demanding to be freed. Aizen chuckled, his voice resonating with authority that made the Kyuubi hesitate. He dismissed the beast's threats, asserting his superiority. As Aizen's spiritual pressure intensified, it bore down on the Kyuubi, forcing the creature to its knees. The Kyuubi, feeling an unfamiliar fear, realized it was trapped under Aizen's overwhelming presence. Aizen declared that the QB would serve him obediently, solidifying their bond. 13 years later, Aizen found himself chained to a chair, his body covered in intricate sealing formulas. Every aspect of him was suppressed by powerful fuinjutsu. The dim light in the cell cast shadows that highlighted the regal indifference in his gaze. As he reflected on his past, it became clear that Aizen had once been courteous, extending a peculiar kindness to those around him, more as an afterthought than a genuine gesture. In his first year at the academy, when the villagers discovered Aizen's status as a Jinchuriki, everything changed. They labeled him a monster, avoiding him and treating him with open hostility. Aizen chose to embrace their view. Anyone who dared glance at him with disdain or voice their contempt faced consequences. With just a look, Aizen ensnared them in his illusions. Within these illusions, he mentally dismantled them, peeling back their sanity layer by layer. As his name spread in whispers, the villagers grew increasingly fearful, prompting Hiruzen to confront him directly. Hiruzen intervened, attempting to curb Aizen's behavior and demanding he cease these tormenting games. Aizen responded by trapping Hiruzen himself in an illusion, a cruel masterpiece where Hiruzen helplessly watched as Aizen repeatedly harmed everyone he loved. It was only when Hiruzen, reduced to a pleading shell, screamed for release that Aizen ended it. Horrified, Hiruzen asked how Aizen could take pleasure in such torment. Aizen's chilling smile revealed his thoughts as he remarked that they should consider themselves lucky, suggesting that those like Hiruzen should be grateful for the honor of looking upon a god. Realizing he couldn't make Aizen stop, Hiruzen decided to imprison him. Surprisingly, Aizen offered no resistance. During his confinement, Aizen received a basic education, though Irika, his instructor, was strictly prohibited from teaching him jutsu, providing only an understanding of their mechanics. Aizen had other visitors. Hiruzen came to observe, the Ikarakus occasionally visited to support him, Shikaku and Shikamaru often challenged him to shogi, and Inoichi served as his therapist, though it was questionable how much Aizen revealed of himself. Present day. Restricted Facility, Intelligence Division. This facility housed the most dangerous individuals. Kakashi, Shino, and Hinata had just arrived, each wondering about their purpose in such a bleak location. Shino voiced his curiosity, asking why they were there. Kakashi's answer was blunt. They were there to retrieve their teammate. Shino and Hinata exchanged shocked looks. Having a criminal as a teammate was the last thing they expected. When they reached Aizen's cell, both Shino and Hinata failed to recognize the boy they once knew. Though they had shared a brief 3 months at the academy, this figure exuded an aura of something otherworldly. Without looking up, Aizen acknowledged Hinata, his words conveyed through his spiritual pressure. Hinata flinched, but the familiarity in his voice stirred a memory. Long ago, he had saved her from bullies, leaving her with the words that the strong bully the weak and the weak serve the strong. He had urged her to become strong enough to conquer others. She hadn't forgotten him. Shino's eyes widened at hearing the name. Naruto. He hadn't seen the boy since he disappeared 6 years prior. Aizen finally glanced their way, amusement flickering in his eyes. He asked what they owed this visit, his voice dripping with disdain. Kakashi stepped forward, unfazed, stating that he had orders from the Hokage for Aizen's release. From that moment on, he was to serve as a shinobi of the leaf. Aizen chuckled, his tone mocking. He questioned why he would ever lower himself to serve the Hokage. Hinata and Shino could hardly believe his audacity in referring to the Hokage with such contempt. Kakashi, however, had been briefed on Aizen's delusions of godhood, his unrivaled illusionary prowess, and his genius. Kakashi countered that it was a fair deal. Aizen would regain his freedom in exchange for his service to the leaf. The amusement in Aizen's expression darkened as he warned Kakashi not to be presumptuous. He lowered his voice, carrying a cold bite, asserting that if he wanted to leave, he could have done so long ago. With a flicker of power, the seal on his left eye broke. His gaze alone filled the room with an overwhelming presence, and Kakashi, Shino, and Hinata felt an unnatural chill in their bones. The air thickened with his presence, their knees buckling under an unseen weight. Satisfied with their reactions, Aizen closed his eye, sighing theatrically, and decided to play along. Kakashi concealed his relief as he moved closer to release Aizen's bindings. However, before he could act, Aizen dismantled several seals himself, leaving most of the chakra suppression seals, paralysis seals, and the one over his right eye. Even with most of his power restrained, the spiritual pressure emanating from him made their skin crawl. Aizen remarked that it was pathetic, a mere fraction of his power. With that, he stepped out of the cell, glancing back impatiently, asking if they were going or if they preferred to stay groveling. The three snapped out of their thoughts, their lingering fear morphing into a wary respect as they followed Aizen into the open world once more. As Team 7 walked through the village, all eyes were fixed on Aizen. His unique attire, a dark, fitted cloak that fell to his ankles, paired with an eye patch over his right eye, made him anything but inconspicuous. Civilians and shinobi alike cast wary, uncertain glances. Aizen's mere presence stirred something primal in them: fear, curiosity, and an unsettling respect. They didn't recognize the boy. His cool, razor-sharp gaze swept over the onlookers with disdain. The child they once feared was now a mystery cloaked in an aura of quiet menace, a stranger who held himself as though he walked above them all. Aizen's lips curled into a slight smirk, barely concealing his contempt for their weak minds and fragile lives. Few dared to hold his gaze. At Training Ground 7, Kakashi took out 2 small silver bells, dangling them provocatively before the three. He explained that these bells would decide their futures. Only 2 of them could pass, and the one left without a bell would return to the academy. In Naruto's case, he would be sent back to his cell. A flicker of surprise crossed Shino and Hinata's faces, but Aizen's smirk only deepened, his interest piqued by Kakashi's challenge. Kakashi set a clock on a nearby stump, its second hand ticking ominously, amplifying the tension in the air. Kakashi added one last thing: they should come at him with the intent to kill. Aizen's smile widened, as if savoring a private joke. Kakashi caught a brief glimmer in Aizen's lone eye, and a chill swept down his spine. It wasn't the first time he had faced dangerous opponents, but this was different. Aizen's aura felt intense, as though it held lifetimes of power and menace compressed into a single being. Kakashi cautioned Aizen that he had one restriction: no illusions. Aizen's expression remained unchanged, but he inclined his head slightly, accepting the limitation without protest. He seemed almost amused by it. With that, Kakashi signaled the start of the test, and the 3 genin dispersed like shadows across the training ground. Shino, ever thoughtful, moved quietly into the cover of the trees. His mind raced, analyzing every possible angle of the test. He was determined to uncover the meaning behind this trial. The true purpose of the exercise couldn't be as straightforward as capturing the bells. There had to be a catch. Hinata activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes pulsing as she scanned for her teammates. She quickly found Shino, his gaze intense. The two exchanged silent nods, and Shino explained his thoughts on the test's hidden purpose, laying out Kakashi's likely intentions. He conveyed that this wasn't about passing or failing, it was about teamwork. Hinata's eyes widened, her gaze flickering toward Aizen's general direction. She understood that they needed to work together. They began to search for Aizen, and after a short while, they found him leaning casually against the trunk of a tree, appearing more like an indifferent observer than an active participant. His left eye was closed, his face tilted skyward, as though the entire affair bored him. It was impossible to tell whether he was aware of their presence or simply unconcerned with it. Without even opening his eye, Aizen's voice broke the silence, laced with subtle mockery. He asked if they had figured it out yet. Shino nodded, unfazed by Aizen's sharp gaze, and explained that they believed the true purpose of the test was to assess their cooperation as a team. Aizen's eye finally opened, glinting with a flicker of interest. He acknowledged their insight and suggested they start discussing their plan of attack. Shino and Hinata settled in as Aizen straightened, his demeanor shifting slightly, signaling that he was ready to engage. They began to lay out their strengths and capabilities, speaking in low tones. Shino started, glancing between Hinata and Aizen. He shared that his specialty was insect-based techniques, capable of draining an enemy's chakra, locating targets, jamming sensory abilities, and forming barriers or clones for diversion. He mentioned that while his taijutsu was adequate, he preferred long-range tactics. Hinata nodded with quiet determination as Shino continued, explaining that she could set traps and create distractions, ideal for situations where teamwork was critical. Her strength lay in tactics. When it was Aizen's turn, he regarded them with an almost patronizing expression, as though humoring children. He mentioned that aside from his illusions, he was versatile. Shino pressed for more details, asking how they could use Aizen's strengths effectively in a coordinated attack. Aizen uncrossed his arms and stated that he was very proficient in taijutsu and kenjutsu, with unmatched speed and the ability to use Kido spells to bind, attack, and defend. He also claimed immense physical strength, his words daring them to challenge his claims. Hinata and Shino exchanged glances. Their initial unease about Aizen was starting to morph into something more complex. His aura was unlike anyone they had ever encountered, his words carrying an assurance that bordered on arrogance. Yet, his proficiency hinted at a strength that was undeniably real. After agreeing on a rough plan, they moved out together. They found Kakashi waiting in the clearing, his nose buried in his infamous orange book. He barely glanced up as they approached, as though completely unconcerned by their presence. Shino, Hinata, and Aizen fanned out, preparing to engage him on multiple fronts. Without looking away from his book, Kakashi reminded them that only 2 of them would be taking bells, and whoever didn't would go back to the academy. Aizen's lips curved into a slight smile, questioning if that was supposed to intimidate him. Kakashi snapped his book shut, his expression hardening into a steely gaze, and signaled the start of the test. Immediately, Shino's insects surged forward, swarming Kakashi from all directions. Kakashi dodged effortlessly, his Sharingan tracing each movement. As he sidestepped, he became aware of Hinata approaching from his blind spot, her Byakugan active as she prepared a series of gentle fist strikes aimed at his chakra points. Kakashi leaped backward, narrowly avoiding Hinata's palms. He shifted his weight to one side just as Shino's insects formed a thick, spiraling cage around him, attempting to restrict his movements. With a flash of steel, Kakashi brandished his tanto, slicing through the cloud of insects and dispersing them. He acknowledged their interesting teamwork, his tone almost admiring, but his attention shifted quickly as he sensed Aizen's approach. With a flash of Shuinpa, Aizen appeared before him, his sword already drawn. Kakashi moved his own tanto into a defensive stance, barely managing to parry as Aizen's blade bore down on him with unrelenting force. Their swords clashed with a piercing ring that echoed through the clearing, sending sparks flying from the sheer pressure of Aizen's attack. Aizen's speed was astounding, each movement was precise and calculated. He struck with deadly accuracy, his blade a blur of silver arcs. Kakashi countered as best he could, his Sharingan tracing the rapid shifts in Aizen's stance, but the sheer speed of Aizen's strikes was almost overwhelming. Aizen's mastery of kenjutsu was unlike anything Kakashi had ever encountered, each swing carrying a lethal intent that made him realize he could not afford to underestimate Aizen. In a brief pause between strikes, Kakashi's eye narrowed as he caught sight of Aizen's smirk. There was no doubt in his mind now, Aizen was toying with him. Kakashi tightened his grip on his tanto, switching his strategy. Their swords clashed again, but this time, Kakashi moved in close. Aizen met his assault head-on, his movements flowing seamlessly between offense and defense. Their strikes grew faster, each parry and counter becoming a blur of steel and intent. Kakashi's Sharingan began to track Aizen's subtle shifts in stance, his grip tightening as he anticipated the next blow. But just as Kakashi thought he had an opening, Aizen's free hand shot out, delivering a precise palm strike to Kakashi's chest. The force sent him skidding backward, his feet digging into the ground to regain balance. Kakashi admitted that it wasn't bad, a hint of a grin breaking his composure. He knew Aizen was restricted from using his illusions, but the ferocity of his physical skills alone was impressive. Aizen responded with a cool, almost dismissive smile, suggesting that perhaps Kakashi should take him more seriously. Meanwhile, Shino had maneuvered into position with Hinata, watching the exchange with critical eyes. Kakashi's attention was momentarily fixed on Aizen, giving Shino and Hinata an opportunity. They moved in unison, with Shino launching another wave of insects while Hinata rushed in, her palms glowing with chakra. Kakashi noticed the incoming attack and quickly shifted his stance to deflect Hinata's gentle fist strikes while his Tanto kept Aizen at bay. The three closed in around him, forcing him to divide his attention. For the first time, Kakashi looked genuinely pressured. He leaped back, putting distance between himself and his three attackers. Shino's insects reformed, circling Kakashi in a dense swarm, while Aizen and Hinata prepared to flank him from opposite sides. Kakashi quickly assessed his options. If he continued focusing on each one individually, he would soon find himself overwhelmed. He needed to break their formation and fast. Reaching into his pouch, Kakashi threw a volley of shuriken, aiming to disrupt their positioning. Shino's insects swarmed forward, intercepting the projectiles, while Aizen walked through the shower of shuriken. Hinata, undeterred, utilized her Byakugan, keeping her sights trained on Kakashi's movements. The next moments were a blur. Aizen moved in with renewed intensity, closing the distance and launching into another series of sword strikes. Kakashi blocked the initial blows, but as he tried to counter, Aizen's speed doubled, his strikes becoming nearly impossible to follow. In a final move, Aizen twisted his wrist, redirecting his blade in a sudden arc toward Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi sidestepped, barely evading the strike, but Aizen was relentless. He spun, bringing his blade around in a wide sweep that forced Kakashi to parry. The impact sent a shock up Kakashi's arm, and his Sharingan darted to Aizen's face, where he found a smirk of undeniable satisfaction. Kakashi acknowledged the challenge, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Aizen was still holding back. With a flick of his wrist, Aizen returned Kyoka Suigetsu to his soul. He stepped back and signaled for Hinata and Shino to move in. As Kakashi prepared for their next move, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. They were adapting quickly, and their coordination was sharper than he anticipated. If he wasn't careful, this test might end with a surprising outcome. 6 years ago, the air was thick with tension as Aizen, bound in heavy iron chains and sealing tags, was escorted into the Intelligence Division's restricted prison. The metallic clink of chains echoed against the cold stone walls, and the faint shimmer of seals pulsed around him. His movements were limited, but his gaze carried a glint of something indomitable, a quiet power simmering beneath the surface. He was assigned a warden, a seasoned shinobi. After days of staring into Aizen's cold, unyielding eyes, the warden fell prey to the subtle illusions laced in Aizen's Reiatsu. Paranoia crept into every corner of his psyche until he finally broke. The Hokage's response was swift. 3 Anbyu were stationed to watch over Aizen. Among the 3 Anbyu, one regarded Aizen with undisguised hatred. His eyes narrowed with a personal grudge born from losing someone close during the Nine-Tails rampage years ago. He questioned why the Hokage didn't just eliminate Aizen, his anger barely contained. Aizen's gaze shifted lazily toward the Anbu who had spoken. He remarked on the audacity of the man, his voice silky yet mocking. The anger in the man's eyes burned hotter. Before he could retort, he found himself trapped within Aizen's illusion, reliving the nightmare of the Nine-Tails tearing his loved one apart. His cries echoed through the prison, filled with despair, until another ANBU member stepped forward, Tanto drawn and pointed at Aizen. The ANBU growled, threatening to take action if Aizen was not released. Aizen smirked, tilting his head in mock compliance. He coolly advised the ANBU to reconsider, reminding him of the Hokage's potential fury if Konoha's war deterrent was harmed. The words dripped with derision, each one a calculated jab. Reluctantly, the Anbu sheathed his Tanto, lifting his comrade from the ground and vanishing in a flurry of leaves. Aizen calmly snapped the chains, brushing off the now ineffective seals. The last Anbu sank to his knees, the weight of Aizen's presence pressing down on him. Aizen murmured a message for the Hokage, suggesting an increase in the power of the seals. Disturbed by the incident, Hiruzen summoned Jiraiya back to the village. A look of sorrow darkened Jiraiya's features as he was briefed on Aizen's descent into darkness. When he finally approached Aizen's cell, he found the boy seated cross-legged, meditating. Aizen commented on Jiraiya's likely purpose for being there, not even glancing up, as if Jiraiya's arrival was an expected nuisance. Jiraiya remained silent, grappling with the emotions roiling within him. It took him a moment to find his voice, expressing disappointment in what Aizen had become. Aizen opened his eyes, glancing at Jiraiya with the faintest hint of amusement. He remarked on the privilege of his parents, suggesting that giving birth to a god was an honor few would ever know. Jiraiya's mouth pressed into a thin line, unwilling to dignify Aizen's words with a response. He completed the resealing process, each seal laid down with unspoken sorrow. A week later, Aizen lay chained in his cell, his vision and mouth sealed alongside his chakra. In the shadows, a figure slipped into the room, a man with a swirling mask obscuring his face. The masked man stilled as Aizen's presence rippled through the air. Aizen welcomed him, his voice echoing softly despite his mouth being covered. Toby chuckled, intrigued by this silent communication. He noted Aizen's surprises and suggested that the villagers despised him and the Hokage kept him locked away. Toby offered Aizen a place in his organization, the Akatsuki, promising a true purpose among the powerful. Aizen's eyes glinted with interest, questioning why he would accept the invitation of a masked fool. Unfazed, Toby leaned in closer, presenting it as a way to show everyone who truly deserved power. Aizen's voice dropped to a low, mocking murmur, comparing Toby to an ant inviting a god to play among insects. Toby's hand twitched, but he managed a chuckle as he turned to leave, suggesting that Aizen might change his mind in time. Aizen watched him go, the faintest ghost of a smirk tugging at his lips. Days later, Danzo strode into Aizen's cell, his footsteps even and confident. He surveyed Aizen, his gaze calculating. Aizen's voice floated through the silence, laced with contempt. Danzo's brows knitted in surprise as he realized Aizen had not forgotten their past. Aizen warned Danzo to leave or face dire consequences. Danzo chuckled at the boy's condescending tone and activated the Sharingan in his right eye, attempting to place Aizen under his control. Aizen responded with a low, dark chuckle, revealing that the Nine Tails had informed him of Danzo's intentions. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Aizen's voice dripped with malice, warning Danzo to leave if he did not wish to be crushed. As Danzo trembled under the pressure, he used a substitution technique, vanishing and leaving another prisoner in his place. Aizen released his hold, contemplating whether Danzo had learned his lesson. Later, the Hokage entered Aizen's cell, noticing the prisoner lying at Aizen's feet, a crater indented beneath him. Hiruzen sighed as he dragged the man back to his cell. When the prisoner awoke, he had no memory of the events, deepening Hiruzen's concern. He returned to Aizen, releasing the seal on his mouth to question him, but Aizen feigned innocence. Despite his doubts, Hiruzen tightened security once more. In an effort to understand Aizen, Hiruzen assigned Inoichi as his therapist. However, their sessions quickly devolved into Aizen's declarations of superiority over everyone else. Shikaku attended one of these sessions, bringing a shogi board along. As they played, Shikaku asked Aizen if he remembered the events of his birth. To his surprise, Aizen confirmed it all: the council meeting, Danzo's attempt to claim him, and Fugaku's plea for adoption. Shikaku hid his amusement as Aizen announced his moves, winning the game with calculated ease. He mused about bringing his son next time, prompting a raised eyebrow from Inoichi, who silently questioned his friend's nonchalance. Back in the present, Kakashi stood in a relaxed stance, yet his visible eye glimmered with renewed focus. He was testing his team, not just physically but mentally, gauging how they would handle an enemy capable of adapting to their every move. After a quiet moment, he sighed, almost disappointed, acknowledging their skill but hinting it would not be enough. In a flash, Kakashi formed a series of hand seals, too quick for most to follow. An earthen barrier erupted between him and the team, obstructing their view. Shino signaled to Hinata, who activated her Byakugan, easily seeing through the wall. She noticed Kakashi's chakra flickering as he moved behind the structure, preparing his next move. Aizen remained calm, his gaze sharp, suggesting they apply some pressure. With a slight motion of his fingers, Aizen raised his arm, pointing at the mud wall. A blast of blue fire erupted from his palm, crashing into the wall with explosive force, shattering Kakashi's defense and sending debris flying. Aizen's Ryatsu lingered in the air, an oppressive force that Kakashi could not ignore. But Kakashi was already on the move, leaping from behind the crumbling wall and landing a safe distance away. He raised his hands once more, unleashing a powerful fireball toward the team. The flames distorted the air, casting flickering shadows around the clearing. Aizen's Ryatsu surged as he prepared another technique, uncertain of its effectiveness but proceeding nonetheless. A spinning stream of water surged around him, colliding with the incoming fireball. Steam exploded from the impact, creating a thick fog that obscured their surroundings. Shino nodded to himself, pleased with the timing as his insects moved into the mist in silent waves. Kakashi's Sharingan could detect chakra, but the dense fog made it difficult to pinpoint specific sources. The insects formed an almost invisible net, intending to surround and disorient Kakashi. The plan seemed to work. Kakashi shifted uncomfortably as he sensed the encroaching chakra of Shino's insects. Yet his eyes remained sharp, tracking any flicker of movement. Before he could react further, Aizen's voice cut through the haze, summoning a glowing rope of energy that bound Kakashi's movements. Though he struggled against the binding, Aizen's technique held firm. Kakashi acknowledged their improving teamwork, even as he felt the tightening restraint around his body. With a surge of chakra, he cracked the binding and leaped free, landing a few feet away, ready for the next move. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind, dispersing the mist and scattering Shino's insects. Aizen held his ground, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured, almost tauntingly, challenging Kakashi to give his best. Realizing Aizen's confidence stemmed from a deep belief in his abilities, Kakashi prepared for his next move. He swiftly formed another sequence of seals, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning that took the shape of a snarling hound, lunging toward Aizen with electrifying speed. Aizen's expression remained unchanged as he raised his palm, calmly countering with a crackling beam of energy. The two attacks collided with a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves through the air and pushing back the team. Kakashi's eye narrowed as he scanned the smoke for any sign of Aizen, but the overwhelming Ryatsu made it difficult to gauge his exact location. Then, without warning, Aizen emerged from the dissipating smoke, amusement glinting in his eyes as he studied Kakashi's surprised expression. Kakashi shifted his weight defensively, ready for whatever Aizen had planned next. But this test isn't over. Aizen tilted his head, almost mockingly, and Kakashi could sense the challenge in his demeanor. Kakashi's breath was shallow as he focused on his team, assessing them with narrowed eyes. Training Ground 7 bore the signs of their battle, the earth scorched and littered with broken foliage. Aizen stood confidently, his sharp gaze unwavering. Shino's insects hummed faintly around them, while Hinata's Byakugan remained vigilant. Kakashi wiped a trace of blood from his lip and acknowledged the need to push his students further. He was determined to see if they could keep up. Aizen's lip curled into a faint smirk, his eyes glinting with amusement, suggesting that it was Kakashi who should be concerned about keeping pace. Kakashi's brow twitched at the remark, but he quickly refocused. This was the final round, and he could sense they were preparing something significant. Aizen commanded Shino calmly, and Shino nodded, summoning a massive swarm of insects. The cloud began swirling around them, forming a dark veil that obscured Aizen and his team from view. Impressed, Kakashi murmured to himself but remained undeterred. With swift precision, he made several hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball toward the veil of insects. Aizen's voice cut through the darkness, calm and assured, as he countered with a powerful gust that redirected Kakashi's fireball harmlessly into the sky, casting flickering shadows over the battlefield. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, intrigued by Aizen's Kido. However, he had no time to dwell on it. Hinata seized the distraction and surged forward. She appeared in front of him in an instant, her Byakugan blazing as she executed her strikes. Her fingertips met Kakashi's chakra points with relentless speed and accuracy, each touch weakening his chakra flow. Despite her normally reserved demeanor, her determination was fierce, forcing Kakashi onto the defensive. He grimaced, feeling his chakra strain under the pressure. She was landing every strike with unnerving precision. Kakashi managed to dodge her final attack, leaping back, only to find himself ensnared once again in Aizen's Kido. Aizen's tone sharpened as he cast his spell, pinning Kakashi mid-movement and locking his limbs in place. Kakashi struggled against the restraints, but they held firm, fueled by Aizen's potent spiritual energy. Aizen approached, his calm expression unwavering. He instructed Kakashi to stay still, a hint of disdain in his voice, suggesting that Kakashi had danced enough. Kakashi's pulse raced as he felt Shino's insects closing in, a dark wave creeping closer. In that split second, he knew he had to act or risk capture. With a deft substitution technique, he vanished, leaving a log in his place as Shino's insects enveloped it. Reappearing several feet away, Kakashi crouched low, breathing heavily. The seriousness of the situation was undeniable. They were systematically cutting off his options. Aizen's voice echoed through the clearing, smug and dismissive, proclaiming that running only delayed the inevitable. Without hesitation, Kakashi's hands blurred through another sequence of seals, his eyes fierce as he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Aizen, appearing almost bored, raised his hand and countered with a beam of energy that collided with Kakashi's lightning. The resulting explosion shook the clearing, and Aizen remained unfazed as the shockwave passed. As the smoke began to clear, Kakashi found himself looking directly at Aizen, who had closed the distance between them. Aizen's gaze held a glint of superiority, questioning whether Kakashi had more to offer or if he was simply outmatched. Kakashi clenched his jaw, forcing himself to remain calm. Aizen's power and arrogance were unsettling, but he couldn't show weakness in front of his students. Kakashi's body was exhausted, his chakra dangerously low. Yet, seeing his team standing firm and resolute, prepared to go to any lengths to subdue him, he recognized their strength. After a deep breath, he straightened and offered them a rare, genuine smile, conceding that they had won. The tension broke, and the team allowed themselves a moment of victory. Kakashi addressed each of them, acknowledging Naruto's command over energy techniques, Shino's tactical awareness, and Hinata's surprising accuracy in her strikes. Their faces reflected pride, and Kakashi solemnly reminded them that those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. They had shown that they could trust each other under pressure, and that trust would keep them alive in the field. Aizen's expression remained unreadable, though a faint smirk lingered, his confidence unshaken. Kakashi dismissed his students, telling them they would meet again tomorrow. Shino and Hinata departed, leaving only Aizen and Kakashi, a lingering tension between them. Kakashi's calm demeanor belied the cautious way he observed Aizen, attuned to the boy's unsettling presence. After a quiet moment, Kakashi tilted his head, maintaining his easygoing facade. He inquired about Aizen's living arrangements, asking if he would be confined to his cell when not on missions or if a more suitable accommodation would be provided. Aizen's face showed no sign of disappointment. He simply nodded, as though he had expected the answer. Kakashi assured him he would speak with the Hokage, but for now, he would remain in his cell. With that, Aizen vanished, his swift departure leaving Kakashi unsettled. Once Aizen's presence had completely dissipated, Kakashi allowed himself a slow exhale. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to dispel the tension lingering in his muscles. Aizen's power gnawed at his mind. 6 years of confinement had not stifled Aizen's strength and precision, which seemed beyond natural growth. The sheer force of his movements and mastery of energy techniques were perplexing. Kakashi had encountered powerful chakra auras before, but Aizen's was different. Its intensity was haunting. Kakashi shook his head, feeling a vague sense of dread creeping in again. He needed to talk to the Hokage. The Hokage's office was quiet when Kakashi arrived, a thin wisp of smoke curling from the pipe in Hiruzen's hand. The other Jonin senseis had already come and gone, sharing their reports on their genin's performance in their respective tests. Kakashi was the last to arrive, as usual, but this time his lateness was weighed down with concern. He moved into the room, and the Hokage looked up, his sharp eyes immediately catching the tension beneath Kakashi's casual demeanor. Hiruzen asked how it had gone, his tone calm but curious. He put down his pipe and focused his full attention on Kakashi, sensing this might be more than a routine report. Kakashi took a breath, organizing his thoughts. He reported that Team 7 had passed, allowing himself a slight, approving nod. They had figured out the true purpose of the test faster than he had anticipated. Even more impressive was their seamless teamwork, something he hadn't expected, given that Naruto, Shino, and Hinata had never worked together before. Hiruzen smiled slightly and chuckled softly, finding it promising. Those three might just surprise them all. But the Hokage's gaze darkened as his thoughts shifted to Aizen. He inquired about Naruto's performance. Kakashi hesitated, his expression hardening as he chose his words carefully. He noted that Naruto displayed a level of skill and power he hadn't anticipated: immense strength, remarkable speed, and refined kenjutsu. He mentioned that Naruto was proficient in techniques he had never seen before, recalling the energy-based techniques Aizen had used. His presence was intense, overwhelming even. Hiruzen's brows furrowed as he considered this. He asked if there had been any illusions. Kakashi shook his head, stating he had forbidden Naruto from using any illusions during the test. He hesitated, his own eyes shadowed with worry, admitting that Naruto's kenjutsu alone had pushed him to his limits. Hiruzen absorbed this information, his mind churning as he considered the ramifications. He asked where the boy had obtained a sword. Kakashi's expression tightened as he explained that the sword might be a spiritual weapon, one Naruto could summon at will and dismiss just as easily. A faint grimace crossed Hiruzen's face as he considered this. Kakashi continued, his voice lowering as he spoke, unable to hide the hint of sorrow beneath his words. Before he could free Naruto from his bindings, the boy had broken through the seals. He had kept most of the seals intact, but that wasn't enough to stop him. Hiruzen's expression remained neutral, though the shadow behind his eyes deepened. It was unsettling but not entirely unexpected. 6 years ago, when they had first attempted to restrain Naruto, he had shattered the initial binding seals within days, forcing Hiruzen to call upon Jiraiya's expertise in Fuinjutsu to craft more powerful seals. For Aizen to break them now filled him with creeping unease. Silence stretched between the two men, each caught in the weight of their thoughts. After a few moments, Kakashi cleared his throat, breaking the quiet. He mentioned that Naruto had raised a question about his living arrangements, wanting to know if he would continue to stay in his cell or if something else would be arranged. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, considering that perhaps it was time for a change. Naruto had shown remarkable control, and if he was to be trusted on missions, he would need a space more suitable than a cell. He would consider the options. Kakashi inclined his head, though he couldn't shake the faint knot of apprehension in his gut. Hiruzen watched the slow drift of smoke curling up from his pipe, the calculated weight of his gaze fixed on the distance, as though watching the future unfold in the tendrils of smoke. He softly instructed Kakashi to continue watching over Naruto and to report anything unusual immediately. Kakashi turned, his thoughts heavy as he left the office, feeling the quiet dread linger. For years, he had observed Naruto from the shadows. But now, standing face to face with the boy, that dread had become something altogether more tangible. After the test, Shino approached his father, Shibi, in the secluded garden of the Aburame compound. He began, his voice barely above a murmur, needing to ask something. Shibi glanced up, intrigued by his son's tone, encouraging him to go ahead. Shino hesitated before revealing that Naruto had been imprisoned. The name caught Shibi off guard. His head tilted slightly, eyes narrowing behind dark glasses as he studied Shino's face. He repeated Naruto's name, a flicker of surprise in his voice, and asked why Shino was inquiring about him. Shino adjusted his posture, considering his words carefully. He explained that Naruto had been freed and was now his teammate. For a long moment, Shibi was silent, absorbing this revelation. He sighed, his tone subdued, acknowledging that the Hokage had finally released the boy. Shino's curiosity sharpened as he asked why Naruto had been imprisoned in the first place. Shibi glanced away, his gaze distant as he recalled a piece of Konoha's past. He explained that Naruto's abilities were unlike any seen before. He could reach into the minds of others, weaving illusions that could paralyze even experienced shinobi with fear. He had terrorized the villagers and refused to stop, even after the Hokage requested it. A faint frown appeared on Shino's face as he absorbed the information. He asked if the Hokage had made the choice to imprison Naruto. Shibi nodded, stating it was the only way to protect the village from his influence. Shino paused, glancing down thoughtfully. He questioned why the Hokage would release Naruto, knowing what he was capable of. Shibi folded his arms, his expression unreadable, explaining that Naruto's presence in the village was crucial. Shino's brows knit together as he struggled to understand. Shibi elaborated that Naruto was a war deterrent. His power was so immense that if he were to die or leave the village, the other nations would waste no time in launching an attack on Konoha. As long as Naruto remained there, he acted as a silent threat, a force the other villages dared not provoke. Shino's eyes widened subtly behind his glasses as the weight of his father's words sank in, a sense of awe mingling with unease. He gazed towards the horizon, a newfound respect for his enigmatic teammates settling within him. To think that Naruto's presence alone was enough to keep other nations in check. Shibi placed a steady hand on Shino's shoulder, cautioning him to be careful around Naruto. While he may be Shino's teammate, his loyalty lay only with himself. Meanwhile, Hinata stood alone in the grand hall of the Hyuga compound, her hands clasped in front of her as she waited for her father to acknowledge her presence. When Hayashi finally turned his gaze towards her, his expression was one of indifference. He asked Hinata if she had something to say, his tone curt. Hinata hesitated but gathered her courage to inform him that she had passed Kakashi-sensei's test and was officially a genin now. Hayashi's expression remained cold and unimpressed as he questioned whether she had contributed to her team's success or had merely been fortunate to be carried through. Hinata's gaze faltered for a moment, but she nodded, asserting that they had worked as a team. Hayashi barely acknowledged her response, his eyes starting to drift away. However, when Hinata mentioned her teammates' names, including Naruto, Hayashi halted in his tracks. His entire posture stiffened, and his gaze snapped back to her, sharper than before. A tense silence filled the room, and Hinata fidgeted slightly, wondering what she may have said wrong. Hayashi's voice was low and laced with a harsh edge as he expressed disapproval of Naruto's release from imprisonment. Hinata, confused, asked why Naruto had been imprisoned, but Hayashi's face tightened, indicating that it was not a matter she needed to concern herself with. She lowered her head, unwilling to press further. Without another word, Hayashi turned and exited, his footsteps echoing down the corridor as he strode off, clearly intent on confronting the Hokage about this decision. The morning sun was just beginning to peek through the trees at Training Ground 7 when Hinata and Shino arrived, only to find Aizen already there, seated in perfect stillness with his legs crossed in a meditative stance. His eyes remained closed, and his breath was so steady that he seemed like part of the landscape. They exchanged glances, choosing not to disturb him, and quietly settled in nearby to wait for Kakashi. 3 hours later, Kakashi finally appeared, strolling in with his usual nonchalance. However, Aizen's left eye opened the moment Kakashi entered, and an unmistakable look of disapproval flashed across it. There was no need for words to convey the displeasure. Aizen calmly warned Kakashi to refrain from being late again, his voice cold enough to raise the hair on Kakashi's neck, implying there would be consequences if he did not comply. Kakashi's usual easygoing demeanor faltered for a split second as he felt an invisible pressure settle over him. He forced a laugh, scratching the back of his head as though to brush off the threat, but his unease lingered, knowing that Aizen's words were not spoken lightly. The team made their way to the Hokage's office, with Kakashi leading and Aizen walking at a measured, almost regal pace behind him, while Hinata and Shino followed. Upon entering, Hiruzen looked up, his gaze landing on Aizen. Although the third Hokage's face remained composed, an unmistakable flicker of unease passed over his features. Irika, standing beside him, shifted uncomfortably, unable to shake the unsettling aura that Aizen exuded, even in silence. Hiruzen gathered himself and announced that Team 7 would undertake a D-rank mission, a basic assignment involving local chores. Aizen, however, did not wait to hear the rest of the details. Without a word, he turned his back on the Hokage and strode out of the office, leaving the others in stunned silence. Shino and Hinata looked at Kakashi for direction, but he only sighed, scratching his head. He muttered that he had anticipated this outcome, knowing that Aizen's ego would never allow him to be satisfied with mundane tasks. Kakashi waved for the others to follow, prepared to carry on as best they could without Aizen. The next day, a heavy silence hung over the council chambers as Konoha's advisors gathered to discuss Aizen's recent release. Koharu leaned forward, her face set in a frown as she expressed her disapproval, stating that allowing Aizen to walk freely was a mistake. Hamura nodded in agreement, reminding everyone that the villagers had not forgotten Aizen and still feared him. Hayashi and Choza sat silently, their expressions grim. Finally, Hayashi spoke coldly, questioning how freeing Aizen could benefit the village, warning that if he tried again, it would not just be the villagers who suffered. Shikaku, who had remained quiet until now, sighed and rubbed his temples, acknowledging that they needed Aizen. He explained that with Naruto back in the village, they regained something they had lost. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, sharing Jiraiya's latest report, which indicated that Naruto's absence had emboldened other nations, making them consider war against Konoha. He emphasized that with Naruto's return, they were no longer defenseless. Danzo leaned forward, questioning whether they could be certain Naruto would not turn against them. Hiruzen's gaze hardened slightly as he replied that they could not be sure, but he pointed out that if Naruto had wanted to leave, he would have escaped years ago. Every layer of security they placed around him had been overcome, and he had stayed only because he chose to. This, Hiruzen argued, spoke for itself. A tense silence settled over the council, and Shikaku shifted uncomfortably, understanding that there was no simple solution. Koharu glanced at Hiruzen, warning that they were playing a dangerous game and might pay dearly for their decision. Hiruzen closed his eyes, his expression one of deep resignation as he acknowledged that they were already paying for their past decisions and must simply make the best of the hand they had dealt themselves. Hiruzen made his way to Aizen's cell, his expression troubled. He was met with Aizen's calm, unreadable gaze. Hiruzen escorted him to the abandoned Senju clan compound. Aizen arched an eyebrow, hinting at amusement as he remarked on the standard of the compound. As they walked, Aizen's faint smirk grew more pronounced, joking that had he been given a rundown apartment, he might have been tempted to start a slaughter. The Hokage chuckled nervously, realizing how serious Aizen might have been. In Aizen's absence, Team 7 had been completing D-rank missions one after another. Today, Kakashi arrived at the training ground, where his team awaited him with eager expressions. He announced that they had been assigned a C-rank mission to scout the borders for signs of bandit activity. Team 7 met up with Teams 8 and 10 at Konoha's main gate. The genin buzzed with anticipation, though their attention quickly shifted when Aizen arrived, standing with an air of nonchalance, his lone visible eye surveying the group. Kurenai and Asuma couldn't hide the tension that surged as they glanced at Aizen. Kurenai's gaze lingered a moment longer. Despite her wariness, she felt a strange fascination and appreciation for the dark precision in his eyes that were said to wield illusions more potent than any shinobi. Kiba, unfazed, grinned and nudged his teammates, speculating about Aizen's eye patch and suggesting he was hiding some forbidden dark power. Kurenai and Asuma visibly stiffened, fully aware of the consequences of insulting Aizen. Aizen's smirk widened as he leaned toward Kiba, his voice playful yet unsettling. He hinted at the truth behind his eye patch, leaving the genin dumbfounded. Ino's cheeks flushed as she nudged Shikamaru, asking who Aizen was. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, muttering that Aizen was actually Naruto, though he preferred the name Aizen now. The revelation shocked the genin, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes, pondering Aizen's mysterious disappearance 6 years ago. Kiba, unrelenting, questioned how Aizen had even become a ninja, recalling that he had dropped out of the academy. Aizen curtly explained that he had been homeschooled by an academy teacher and had passed his test to become a genin. His tone suggested the topic was closed, and when Kiba opened his mouth to speak again, Kakashi intervened, prompting the group to move out. As they began their journey, Ino attempted to engage Aizen in casual conversation while other genin peppered him with questions. Yet, Aizen remained silent, allowing his enigmatic smile to speak volumes. After hours of scouting, the teams stumbled upon a structure hidden in the dense forest. Shikamaru squinted, recognizing that it was no bandit hideout but an IWA stronghold. Kakashi's expression darkened as he whispered that they needed to return to the village immediately, realizing they were too close to an IWA operation. Just as they turned to leave, an invisible force prevented their departure, like an unseen barrier blocking every path. Panic seized the genin, and the air grew dense with a sinister aura that sent chills through their bodies, except for Aizen. IWA shinobi emerged from the stronghold to investigate the source of the aura, their eyes turning cold upon spotting the Konoha shinobi. Asuma tightened his stance, stating that they were outnumbered and could not win a head-on fight. Aizen's gaze shifted, noticing something hidden in the distance. His wicked smirk revealed anticipation as he remarked that running would be boring. The IWA squad leader's gaze swept over the Konoha shinobi, pausing on Kakashi, acknowledging him as the copycat ninja and the son of the White Fang of the Leaf. The IWA leader mentioned Kakashi's S-class rating in their bingo books and noted that he was one of the strongest ninja in the Leaf. Another IWA shinobi sneered, referring to Kakashi as Minato's little pet and expressing a desire to kill him. Ignoring the hostility, Kakashi coldly asked what IWA was doing on their border. The IWA leader scoffed, claiming they didn't need to know since Kakashi wouldn't live to report it. The genin shuffled nervously, exchanging glances for reassurance. Shikamaru muttered that he should have stayed home, but Aizen's faint laughter broke through, suggesting he would have missed all the fun. Before anyone could respond, the IWA leader signaled his shinobi to attack. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with chaos as the IWA shinobi were swiftly incapacitated by an unseen force. The genin recoiled, feeling nausea swirl in their stomachs, while Shino and Shikamaru remained steady. Sasuke, however, froze, haunted by traumatic memories of the Uchiha massacre. Aizen's eye narrowed, and with a swift motion he rendered Sasuke unconscious to protect him. As the Jonin scrambled to guard the genin, Aizen's gaze pierced the shadows, calmly commanding whoever was lurking to come out. From the depths of the forest, a figure emerged, and the Jonin paled upon recognizing him Ryaman Sukuna. After his reincarnation, Sukuna had become a tale of brutality, a killing machine with an insatiable bloodlust, classified as an S-rank threat. Sukuna tilted his head, eyeing the assembled shinobi with a manic grin, expressing delight at the crowd and lingering his gaze on Kurenai and the young genin. Kakashi tensed, urging everyone to find a way to break through the barrier while he and Asuma would hold Sukuna off. But before they could act, Aizen stepped forward, radiating a subtle power that forced everyone to step back. Kakashi hesitated, expressing concern for Aizen, but Aizen dismissed him, insisting he would handle the situation. With deadly grace, Aizen approached Sukuna, who chuckled and unleashed a series of invisible slashes in Aizen's direction. However, the technique merely shredded Aizen's clothing, leaving him unscathed beneath. With a flick of his fingers, Aizen conjured a protective barrier around his allies, securing them from the impending chaos. As he advanced, Sukuna's twisted grin grew, sensing that Aizen might actually be worth his time. Shikamaru felt his knees shake, overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation. Kurenai clutched her chest, horror etched across her face as she recognized the inhuman nature of their adversaries. As their auras clashed, the oppressive weight of their powers was felt even by Kakashi, seasoned and battle-hardened. A cold sweat ran down his spine as he contemplated the ominous events unfolding before him. The tension between Aizen and Sukuna was electric, thickening the air like a gathering storm as they stood there, sizing each other up. Aizen, calm and collected, wore his signature faint smirk, as if the situation amused him. Across from him, Sukuna's face twisted into a sadistic smile, excitement flickering in his eyes like a spark catching fire. Suddenly, Sukuna struck Aizen in the face. The blow landed with a force that could have shattered stone, twisting Aizen's head to the side. But Aizen simply turned his gaze back, as calm as ever, tauntingly casual in his demeanor. Sukuna's smirk widened, declaring that he was just getting started. Then they clashed. Sukuna moved like a storm, fists and feet blurring as he unleashed a relentless onslaught. Each punch and kick had enough force to take down lesser fighters in one blow, But Aizen remained unfazed. Aizen's fist shot forward with terrifying speed, connecting squarely with Sukuna's chest, the impact reverberating through the ground beneath them. Sukuna staggered back, breath hissing through gritted teeth, but before he could fully recover, Aizen was already upon him, striking with a series of brutal punches that hammered into his body with a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. Sukuna attempted to counter, aiming a vicious uppercut at Aizen's jaw, but Aizen sidestepped, using the momentum of Sukuna's swing to slip under his arm. With lightning speed, he drove his elbow into Sukuna's ribs, the force making Sukuna's face twist in rage. Aizen gave him no time to retaliate, following up with a rapid barrage of strikes to Sukuna's chest and abdomen, each hit echoing like thunder. Desperation flickered in Sukuna's eyes as he tried to turn the tide, launching a roundhouse kick aimed at Aizen's temple. But Aizen anticipated it, ducking smoothly beneath Sukuna's leg. In the split second Sukuna was off balance, Aizen spun and slammed his palm into Sukuna's chest, sending him skidding back. Sukuna stumbled, gasping, but his anger only fueled him further. He charged at Aizen again, faster and more aggressive, his fists a blur. Yet Aizen remained unbothered, almost serene, blocking Sukuna's punches with a casual flick of his wrist, deflecting each blow as if swatting away a fly. Aizen remarked that Sukuna would need to do better, his voice dripping with mockery. Sukuna's eyes blazed with fury, but it was clear that Aizen wasn't just countering Sukuna's every move, he was toying with him, dominating the fight with a level of ease that was both infuriating and terrifying. Finally, with one last powerful punch, Aizen drove his fist into Sukuna's stomach, bending him double with a shuddering gasp. Sukuna staggered back, clutching his stomach as he struggled to catch his breath, his sadistic smile now replaced by a glimmer of anger and, perhaps for the first time, unease. Inside Aizen's barrier, the onlookers could only watch as the battle between Aizen and Sukuna raged on with breathtaking ferocity. The sheer power and finesse Aizen displayed left his audience in stunned silence, a mix of admiration, shock, and disbelief etched across their faces. Asuma, arms folded as he tried to keep his composure, finally broke the silence, muttering about how it seemed impossible for Aizen to fight like that. He thought about how the kid had been locked up for 6 years and should be rusty and weaker, but he was anything but. Kiba let out a low whistle, his eyes wide in amazement. Ino was transfixed, her usual playful expression melting into one of awe as she watched Aizen. His every move radiated calm power and unshakable confidence, making her cheeks flush with admiration. Shikamaru, on the other hand, couldn't help but let out a sigh, though he couldn't tear his eyes away from the display. Deep down, he understood that Aizen was something else entirely, a different breed of fighter. Just then, a faint groan sounded from the side as Sasuke stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He blinked, trying to orient himself, and quickly sharpened his gaze at the sight before him. Aizen was locked in a fierce clash with Sukuna. For a moment, Sasuke was at a loss, struck by the undeniable realization that Aizen was fighting on a level he could barely comprehend. Back on the battlefield, Sukuna slowly pushed himself to his feet, his breathing heavy but his gaze sharper than ever. Aizen watched him with that infuriatingly calm expression, his smirk barely flickering. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, considering his options. It was clear that raw strength alone wasn't enough, he needed to change his approach. With a growl, Sukuna declared his intent to see how Aizen would handle his next move. Without warning, he lunged forward, his hands aglow with cursed energy. His hands sliced through the air with deadly intent, the cursed slashes invisible but filled with palpable malice. As his fist connected with Aizen, the cursed energy poured into the blow, seeking to carve through his opponent. Aizen barely blinked as the blow landed against him. Sukuna's attack sliced across his shoulder, drawing a thin line of blood that quickly darkened his robes. But even with the cursed technique's immense cutting power, Aizen didn't flinch, only watching Sukuna with a slight flicker of intrigue. Aizen remarked that Sukuna would need more than that if he wished to even scratch him. Undeterred, Sukuna smirked and launched another attack. His movements were relentless as he channeled his cursed energy with each strike, igniting the air around them. Each blow should have been enough to slice through Aizen, But every time his attacks met Aizen's form, they only managed shallow cuts, never going as deep as Sukuna intended. Aizen moved with preternatural grace, weaving in and out of Sukuna's attacks. Even as Sukuna's technique made contact, Aizen manipulated his energy, dulling the technique's edge and exhausting Sukuna's cursed energy. Still, Sukuna pressed on, knowing that every slash took more of his own strength but refusing to yield. Aizen observed that Sukuna was starting to look tired, suggesting that perhaps his choice of strategy wasn't the best. Sukuna, filled with frustration, roared with effort as he brought down both arms in a vicious cross-slice aimed at Aizen's chest. Aizen caught the brunt of the attack, and the cursed energy flared wildly around them. For a moment, Aizen's robes tore in several places as Sukuna's attack dug in, managing to pierce through his powerful defense. Even as his clothes were stained and his body bore minor wounds, Aizen's face remained unchanged, his expression as composed as if he were observing a minor inconvenience. Sukuna took a step back, breathing heavily, his own energy starting to wane. He had poured an extraordinary amount of cursed energy into each cleave strike, but Aizen's sheer endurance and overwhelming Reiatsu seemed to defy reason. Aizen chuckled softly, questioning if that was truly the best Sukuna could do with that technique. Enraged, Sukuna charged at him again, his fists ignited with cursed energy as he unleashed another barrage of cleave-infused punches. Each hit was accompanied by a deadly curse slice, the energy cutting through the ground beneath them as Sukuna aimed to break through Aizen's defenses. Yet Aizen moved with impossible grace, parrying each attack, his Reiatsu swelling in a way that seemed to smother Sukuna's cursed energy. Aizen deflected Sukuna's fist, driving his knee into Sukuna's abdomen. The force sent Sukuna stumbling back, a strained growl escaping him. But Aizen did not relent. With a flash of speed, he was upon Sukuna again, his palm striking Sukuna's chest and sending him crashing into the ground with a bone-jarring impact. Sukuna rose to his feet once more, defiant even as he panted, his arms heavy from exertion. Aizen tilted his head, regarding Sukuna as though he were a struggling insect. He remarked on the cleave technique, finding it amusing but insufficient to stop him. Sukuna's face twisted in fury, his cursed energy flaring around him in a blaze of malice. Aizen stepped forward, his smirk widening, his form glowing with an aura of calm, unbreakable power. The message was clear. Aizen was in complete control, and despite everything Sukuna had thrown at him, he hadn't even begun to unleash his true strength. Sukuna steadied himself, narrowing his gaze at Aizen as he took a few steps back. Deciding on a new approach, he unleashed Blazing Cleave, an attack infused with both flames and slashes. With a cruel smile, he flicked his wrist, launching a barrage of flaming slashes through the air, each crackling with violent energy as it surged toward Aizen. Without a hint of concern, Aizen adjusted his stance, exuding an oppressive wave of Reiatsu that rolled outward like a suffocating fog. His spiritual pressure flared, forming a nearly impenetrable shield that caused Sukuna's flaming slashes to fizzle out upon impact, leaving only trails of smoke. Sukuna's smirk faltered momentarily as his attacks failed, though he quickly masked his frustration. Sukuna sneered, questioning if Aizen believed his precious aura would protect him from everything. He decided to summon Nu, a massive, terrifying Shikigami. With wings spread wide, Nu let out a thunderous cry as it took to the sky, looming overhead like an omen. Sparks danced around its form before it unleashed a torrent of electricity, each bolt as thick as a tree trunk and crackling with a menacing hum as it rained down upon Aizen. The strikes hit Aizen relentlessly, filling the air with deafening booms and blinding flashes of light. However, as the electrical onslaught subsided, Aizen stood unharmed, the potent lightning absorbed by his relentless Reiatsu. Not a hair was out of place, and his calm, unbothered expression remained. A low growl escaped Sukuna's throat, his patience wearing thin as he channeled a different technique. He extended his arms, his hands beginning to glow with a faint, undulating light as water gathered between his palms. Sukuna focused, compressing the water into a hyper-concentrated, high-pressure beam. His gaze sharpened as he aimed carefully, allowing a wicked grin to spread across his face before unleashing it in a fierce torrent. The beam hurtled toward Aizen, the pressure behind it, tearing through the air with a high-pitched whine. Yet, before it could come close, Aizen's Ryatsu surged again, deflecting the water's path as it curved around him harmlessly, splitting into mist upon contact with his spiritual pressure. Sukuna clenched his jaw, visibly furious now. He had been holding back some of his abilities, choosing to toy with Aizen, but each failed attempt only served to fuel his anger. Aizen, sensing Sukuna's growing frustration, let out a faint sigh, almost as if bored. Raising his hand in a slow, deliberate motion, he began to channel his own power, his Ryatsu building to a palpable crescendo. His voice rang out with an eerie calm as he invoked a powerful spell. Instantly, the atmosphere darkened as an enormous, black box materialized around Sukuna. It loomed ominously, its surface glinting with sharp, otherworldly edges, as if constructed from the very fabric of darkness. Sukuna's eyes widened as he felt an intense gravitational force press down on him, crushing him from every angle. Then came the spears. Hundreds of piercing spikes erupted from every side within the box, striking Sukuna with relentless precision. He roared in frustration, his voice echoing within the confines of the dark spell. The darkness seemed to absorb the sound, leaving only the silent strikes of each spear plunging into him. When the spell finally faded, the black box vanished, and Sukuna lay sprawled on the ground, his body marked by the impact. His breath was shallow, his form battered. Above him, Aizen watched with a detached gaze, hardly sparing a glance at Nu, who still hovered above, continuing its futile assault. But before Aizen could turn his attention away, Sukuna's body began to twitch, his muscles knitting themselves back together as he activated his reverse curse technique. The wounds sealed shut, his flesh regrowing as he regained his strength, leaving him whole once more. A cold, amused laugh escaped his lips as he slowly rose, brushing the dust from his shoulders. No longer holding back, Sukuna declared that it was time to get serious. Inside the barrier, Sakura stared in awe, almost disbelieving. Shikamaru leaned back, arms crossed as he observed the ongoing battle, remarking that Aizen considered himself above humanity, believing himself to be a divine being. Beside him, Choji stressate furiously, his gaze darting between his teammates and the battle beyond the barrier, overwhelmed by the power on display. Outside the barrier, Sukuna regrouped, his hands clasped together as he channeled his cursed energy. In a commanding gesture, he summoned forth a new lineup of Shikigami: Round Deer, Max Elephant, the Great Serpent, and the infamous Maharaga. With a final call, Nu swooped down from above, its wings crackling with residual energy, joining the growing ranks around Sukuna. In a bold move, he merged with all 5 Shikigami, their powers seeping into his very being, granting him an ominous, beastly aura. His appearance shifted with this fusion. His form became more monstrous, his skin etched with serpent-like scales, his muscles bulking with the strength of the elephant, and electricity coursing through his body from Nu's energy. The Round Deer's regenerative powers flowed within him, a silent assurance that he could heal from almost any wound. Maharaga's 8-handle wheel and his most deadly attribute, the ability to adapt, were now embedded in Sukuna's essence, providing an edge to counter whatever Aizen threw his way. Aizen regarded Sukuna with a slight smirk, entirely unfazed by the transformation. He taunted Sukuna, asserting that no matter what tricks he pulled, he was still an inferior ant. Sukuna's sneer turned to a snarl, fury bubbling within him as Aizen's cold dismissal stung his pride. Without another word, he rushed forward, his speed rivaling that of a thunderclap. The sword of extermination, tied securely to Sukuna's arm, gleamed ominously as he slashed it toward Aizen with brutal force. Aizen sidestepped the first swipe easily, his eye never leaving Sukuna. Each strike came faster than the last, and Aizen dodged every one. Sukuna's frustration grew with each miss, his attacks wild and desperate. Seeing this, Aizen summoned his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. The blade shimmered in his grasp, the air around it thick with spiritual pressure as he met Sukuna's weapon head-on. The clash of their blades sent a shockwave through the clearing, rattling trees and making the barrier pulse faintly. Sparks flew with every strike, the sound of metal against metal echoing like a symphony of war. Sukuna gritted his teeth, his attacks ferocious and relentless. As he attacked, he summoned water from the power of Max Elephant, a torrent swirling around his blade as he struck, intensifying his assault by channeling news lightning through the water, creating arcs of electrified energy that crackled toward Aizen. Aizen raised his Ryatsu in response, effortlessly deflecting the electric torrents. Each attack was rendered harmless as Aizen glided around the strikes, retaliating with sharp, precise slashes of his own. His movements were as calculated as they were brutal, pushing Sukuna back. Annoyed but undeterred, Sukuna activated Round Deer's regenerative abilities, sealing up the cuts that had accumulated across his body. Sukuna attempted to adapt, Maharaga's influence kicking in, seeking patterns in Aizen's swordplay and the rhythm of his strikes. His attacks grew sharper, his dodges more precise. But Aizen responded in kind, adjusting with a mastery of battle that was almost poetic. He altered his techniques, changing his grip on Kyoka Suigetsu, shifting from broad, sweeping strikes to rapid, calculated jabs, rendering Maharaga's adaptation obsolete with every adjustment. In a final burst of frustration, Sukuna merged Max Elephant's water manipulation with Nu's electricity once more, aiming a concentrated blast at point-blank range. The high-pressure water beam crackled with voltage as it shot forward, but Aizen's Ryatsu swelled again, dissipating the attack before it could even touch him. Aizen's eyes sparkled with amusement as he declared the difference in their power was quite obvious. He raised Kyoka Suigetsu, the blade gleaming in the light, and compared Sukuna to an ant facing the heavens. With a single, effortless slash, Aizen cut through the electricity-laden water stream, severing it as if it were nothing more than mist. He surged forward with renewed aggression, his blade dancing through the air with an elegance that contrasted Sukuna's wild ferocity. Sukuna's formidable attacks could barely keep up as Aizen's strikes slipped through his defenses, leaving deep marks across his chest and arms. The pain seemed to invigorate Sukuna, but Aizen didn't relent. He slashed upward, catching Sukuna's weapon and twisting it, sending him staggering backward. Sukuna's face twisted with rage, but Aizen merely tilted his head, observing him as though he were a mere insect. Breathing heavily, Sukuna attempted to call on Maharaga's adaptation once more, pushing his body to adjust to Aizen's techniques. Yet, each time he thought he had a read on Aizen, the man's fighting style shifted like a river, an unbreakable flow that constantly evaded understanding. Aizen chuckled softly, his voice carrying an air of finality, stating that Sukuna could adapt all he liked, but it wouldn't change his fate. With a final, powerful move, he drove Sukuna back, sending him sliding across the battlefield. Sukuna's body crackled with residual lightning, his wounds beginning to heal again, but the toll was beginning to show. His breathing had grown labored, his stance faltering, and yet, Aizen stood untouched, his gaze cold and merciless. Sukuna gritted his teeth, fury and desperation seething within him. He had thrown nearly everything at this opponent, and yet Aizen remained entirely unfazed, his power seemingly limitless, his aura unyielding. Determined not to be bested, Sukuna's resolve crystallized into an unshakable intent, his body charged with both chakra and cursed energy. He declared it was time for the finale, extending his hands as his energy surged while initiating a devastating technique, a merged domain expansion. Both Malevolent Shrine and Chimera Shadow Garden unfurled together, twisting and weaving their essences into a nightmarish landscape. The air grew dense with dark, oppressive energy as Sukuna's fused domain took form. The result was a twisted realm, the expansive, shadowy garden lined with malevolent shrines, each one etched with curse symbols and surrounded by an aura of raw, destructive power. Shadows pooled across the ground, morphing into onyx toads and monstrous silhouettes, while spectral shikigami flickered in and out of the shadows, their forms echoing Sukuna's wrath. Blackened terrain spread outward in a wave, casting an eerie, foreboding light across the landscape. Aizen watched this spectacle unfold, his gaze unwavering and unbothered. A faint, almost amused smile played across his lips as Sukuna's energy expanded with reckless abandon. Sukuna roared, expressing his fury and grim satisfaction, asserting that Aizen talked big for someone who had yet to face true terror. In Sukuna's domain, he declared Aizen was nothing but prey. Aizen chuckled softly, his form beginning to radiate with a blinding surge of Ryatsu that seemed to dwarf the domain itself. His spiritual pressure spiked, his presence swelling to fill the entirety of Sukuna's territory, an overwhelming, suffocating force that challenged the boundaries of Sukuna's realm. With an air of dismissive confidence, he lifted a single finger, his voice calm and almost gentle, stating that he would comply with Sukuna's wishes. His eyes narrowed, and the air around him thickened as he incanted a powerful spell. With those words, the ground underfoot shuddered violently. Energy ruptured from beneath him, creating massive cracks in the earth that splintered outward, causing Sukuna's domain to tremble. From these fissures, titanic pillars of stone rose, towering upward in a terrifying display of power. Then, with a thunderous surge, the pillars transformed into 5 enormous, light purple dragons of energy, each coiling above Aizen, their eyes glowing with unrestrained fury. The dragons pulsed with power drawn directly from the Ryumyaku, the spirit pulse of the land itself, making the spell a forbidden one, teeming with raw, uncontrollable energy. Sukuna's confidence wavered as he looked up at the monumental dragons, feeling his merged domain suddenly fragile in the face of Aizen's spell. Every instinct screamed for him to move, to act, but he found himself frozen, his body locked in place by the overwhelming fear creeping through him. The dragon's gazes bore down on him, paralyzing him as his life flashed before his eyes in a torrent of memories. With a motion as light as a breath, Aizen commanded the dragons forward. They advanced upon Sukuna's domain, their forms tearing through the combined domain expansion with ruthless efficiency. The shrines shattered, shadows dissipated, and Sukuna's creations were erased as the dragons broke through every layer of defense. The air hummed with the sound of power clashing, and then, with a thunderous crash, the dragons collided with Sukuna, enveloping him in a blinding explosion of light. When the dust finally settled, silence hung heavily over the battlefield. Aizen's surroundings were filled with craters, and there was no sign of Sukuna. The king of curses had been completely erased, his presence reduced to nothing within the immense scar left by Aizen's spell. Aizen regarded the devastation he had wrought, his expression calm and unaffected. With an air of utter indifference, he closed his eye, thinking that ants should know their place. After a moment, he murmured with a faint smirk that he would give Sukuna credit for trying. Inside the barrier, Sasuke watched with clenched fists, his expression darkened by fierce determination. Jealousy twisted within him. He had never witnessed such unimaginable power in one person. Aizen operated on a level beyond anything Sasuke had conceived possible. His mind raced, consumed by one thought. He had to know how Aizen became so powerful. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. The magnitude of Aizen's strength, his unwavering confidence, and his disregard for even the most formidable opponents made him a true menace. Kakashi's wariness intensified, a sense of dread forming in the back of his mind. If Aizen ever turned his sights on Konoha or chose to use his power against them, there would be little that could stop him. He muttered under his breath that Aizen was unstoppable. As Sukuna fell, the powerful barrier he had cast dissipated into nothingness. Moments later, Aizen calmly cancelled the protective barrier he had erected around his allies and walked toward them, his expression unreadable. Without wasting any time, he informed them that his work was finished and that he intended to return to the village. But before he could vanish, Sasuke, still reeling from everything he had witnessed, called out to him, demanding to know how he was so powerful and how he could reach the same strength. With a smirk, Aizen tore off his sleeve, revealing multiple intricate seals inked along his arms. He simply stated that he was power itself and that even with gravity, paralysis, and chakra seals, no shackle could truly hold him. His voice was calm, yet every word underscored an unshakable arrogance. Asuma felt a bead of sweat trail down his brow, unnerved by Aizen's confidence and the power he radiated, even with limitations. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, jealousy gnawing at him. Aizen was far beyond his reach, and to think that he had fought like this with limitations in place felt like an insurmountable gap. Kurenai was transfixed, her mind racing to comprehend the overwhelming display of power she had just witnessed. Aizen was unlike anyone she had ever seen. No shinobi could command power like he did. She couldn't help but wonder if he truly was more than human. With his words lingering in their minds, Aizen disappeared in a flash, leaving them standing in stunned silence. Half an hour later, at the IWA stronghold, an IWA shinobi returned to find the stronghold destroyed and his comrades gone. He stared in shock at the lifeless bodies stark against the ravaged earth. As he surveyed the scene, a sense of dread settled within him. After paying his respects, he departed quickly, his mind racing with speculation. Had Konoha discovered their outpost at the border? Or was another village responsible? He considered the other villages sharing borders with Konoha but dismissed them as unlikely contenders. Whoever was responsible, this was a grim omen. Back in Konoha, the teams went directly to report their findings to Hiruzen. They briefed him on the hidden IWA stronghold at Konoha's border. Hiruzen listened intently, asking if they had managed to take any prisoners. Kakashi regretfully informed him that no one had been captured. Asuma added that they had encountered Sukuna, the infamous king of curses. Hiruzen's eyes widened, clearly shaken that they had survived such a deadly encounter. Kurenai spoke up next, recounting how Aizen had single-handedly taken down Sukuna, noting how one-sided the battle had been. Hiruzen sighed heavily, visibly weary. Aizen was proving to be a constant source of tension. He thanked them for uncovering the IWA operation and assured them that security along the border would be strengthened. Due to the danger they encountered, he elevated the mission from a C rank to an A rank, perhaps even classifying it as S rank. Their compensation would be ready by tomorrow. As the group turned to leave, Asuma remained behind. Hiruzen glanced at his son and raised an eyebrow, asking if there was something else. Asuma hesitated but finally expressed that Naruto was a major threat to Konoha. If he ever turned against them, no one could stop him. Hiruzen's expression darkened, acknowledging the gravity of the situation without needing to say more. Later that night, an intruder slipped into the Senju clan compound. Unfazed, Aizen made his way to the intruder, his stride confident and his expression filled with barely masked condescension. His ryatsu filled the air as he addressed the figure in the darkness, his voice cold and dripping with disdain. He called her a foolish little ant for intruding upon his home. The intruder's head whipped around, her face twisted with annoyance at the insult. A vein throbbed at her temple as she met his gaze, retorting that she was not the one intruding, he was the one invading her home. Aizen's eyes narrowed, quickly realizing that she was a Senju. Intrigued, he asked if she was a Senju. The woman gave a faint, prideful smile and introduced herself as Tsunade Senju. She had returned to the village that held so many painful memories for her, driven by necessity. With a resigned sigh, she decided to sneak back, searching her family's compound for anything of value, perhaps old treasures, heirlooms, or even cash left behind. Her gaze hardened as she looked at Aizen. He introduced himself smoothly, stating he was Naruto Uzumaki, but added that she could call him Aizen. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of the Uzumaki name, a clan that was nearly extinct, with only a few survivors scattered. A hint of a bittersweet smile touched her lips as she asked if he was Kushina's son. Aizen nodded, his gaze steady. She offered her condolences for his parents, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. The Uzumaki were family, distant relatives through her grandmother, and though she hesitated, she felt an undeniable pull to connect with him. Yet, another part of her resisted. The closer they grew, the more she feared the pain of loss if something were to happen to him. Aizen sensed her conflicting emotions and, without warning, reached out to gently tilt her chin to meet his gaze. A faint smirk played on his lips as he declared that he had decided she would be his bride. The finality in his tone left her momentarily speechless, her heart pounding as she processed his audacious proclamation. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she struggled to find her voice, unable to believe what she was hearing. Collecting herself, she asked him directly why he would say something like that when they barely knew each other. Aizen gave her a small, amused smile, explaining he was merely joking. However, he added, with a glint of calculation in his gaze, that with her lineage as a Senju and his godly genetics, their child would be a force to behold. Tsunade's expression hardened, and she shook her head, unwilling to entertain his cold reasoning. She told him that a child should be born from love, not ambition. Aizen's smile faded, his eyes turning distant as he echoed the word love. His tone was flat, yet there was something haunting in his admission. For a moment, an ache stirred in her chest as she saw the lonely truth in his words, an instinct to guide and help him surfacing. But as quickly as it appeared, the feeling was suppressed. The pain of loss still ran deep within her. She wasn't prepared to risk another attachment. She softly expressed her hope that one day he would find someone to show him what love truly means before beginning to turn away, her voice carrying a rare note of warmth. Before she could disappear into the night, Aizen appeared in front of her, his hand lifting to brush a strand of hair from her face. His touch was light, and his voice was smooth as he suggested she stay a while to help melt the ice in his cold. Tsunade's face flared crimson once more, flustered by his audacity. The sincerity in his tone threw her off balance, leaving her uncertain if he was teasing or half serious. Aizen chuckled softly, clearly enjoying her reaction. With a scoff, she snapped back that he shouldn't tease his elders like that. Yet, as she walked away, she found herself unable to shake his words, and Aizen's voice lingered in her mind far longer than she cared to admit. Upon her return, Shizune eyed her curiously, asking where she had gone. Tsunade gave a nonchalant shrug, stating she had just been visiting family, trying to keep her voice steady. However, the reason for her visit to the compound resurfaced in her mind, a reminder of what she had nearly forgotten. She groaned internally, mentally cursing Aizen for being so distracting. The following day, Teams 7, 8, and 10 gathered in the Hokage's office for their reward, minus Aizen. After acknowledging their mission success and the unexpected challenges they encountered, Hiruzen gave them their pay and granted them a well-deserved few days off. Later that day, the Genin, minus Sasuke, gathered at a barbecue restaurant. As they grilled their food, they reflected on their recent mission, the danger they had encountered, and the grim reality of their futures as shinobi. Choji sighed as he reached for another piece of meat, noting how quickly the C-rank mission had turned dangerous. He wondered if they would even live past 20. Kiba, looking grim, echoed the sentiment, recalling how one moment they were on patrol, and the next, they were face to face with the king of curses. He expressed his growing concern about what they had signed up for. The conversation naturally shifted to Aizen, whose performance in the mission was fresh on everyone's minds. Ino remarked that they were lucky to have Naruto with them, or things could have been much worse. Kiba, unable to hide his frustration, scowled and questioned why Aizen had dropped out of the academy and how he had become so strong. Hinata and Shino exchanged glances, and finally, Shikamaru sighed, revealing that Aizen hadn't just dropped out. He had gotten into trouble with the villagers. Kiba leaned forward, curious, urging Shikamaru to share more. Shikamaru hesitated, glancing around the table before quietly explaining Aizen's background, the psychological torment he had inflicted on the villagers, his imprisonment, and how he hadn't trained at all during the 6 years he was held. His words sent a ripple of shock around the table. Ino leaned back, processing the information, while Kiba's fist clenched in frustration at the thought that Aizen had achieved strength without effort. Sakura, deeply unsettled, glanced at Shikamaru and asked if they could even trust Aizen. Shikamaru's voice was solemn as he replied that Aizen had no true loyalty, not to the village or anyone but himself. He noted that if Aizen had wanted to, he could have destroyed Konoha already, but he hadn't. Each of them was left grappling with their own thoughts. For Sakura, Aizen's motives seemed dangerously unpredictable, making her nervous about future missions with him. Ino found herself doubting her initial interest in Aizen, realizing that his allegiance might be to no one but himself. Kiba's resentment flared. He hated that Aizen's strength had come so easily. And for Choji, it raised a profound concern about how safe they really were with someone like Aizen around. Their conversation cast a shadow over their future missions and their view of Aizen. They were more cautious now, knowing he wasn't bound by loyalty, only power. The chapter opened with a flashback to the Stone Village, where an IWA shinobi, battered and bruised, reported to the Tsuchikage, Anoki. The shinobi detailed a grim account. Their stronghold had been completely destroyed, and he was the sole survivor. His comrades were gone, and the entire mission had failed. Anoki listened, his face remaining impassive, but his mind raced with concerns. Konoha would surely notice Iwa's forces so close to their borders and demand an explanation. If Konoha suspected foul play, they might see this as a reason to ignite a conflict. However, Anoki decided to play the fool, denying everything. He would feign ignorance, claiming that the shinobi who invaded Konoha's territory were disguised as IWA operatives. Shikaku and Shikamaru arrived at the Senju compound, taking in the surroundings of Aizen's new home. Shikaku gave an approving nod as they approached. He greeted Aizen with a casual smile, inquiring about his adjustment to the new environment. Aizen glanced around, a slight smirk on his lips as he expressed that it was peaceful, much better than the orphanage and leagues better than a prison cell. Shikaku chuckled, while Shikamaru, standing a bit behind his father, gave a half-hearted yawn, clearly unimpressed and already looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Aizen's eyes drifted to Shikamaru, teasingly asking if he and his fellow genin enjoyed their conversation about him. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, caught off guard by the question, and admitted that they had discussed him after leaving the Hokage's office. Aizen, with a knowing smirk, remarked that it wasn't difficult to deduce they would be talking about the mission and exchanging theories about him. Shikamaru sighed, giving a small shrug, acknowledging that it was troublesome but true. Aizen's expression was unreadable as he turned to Shikaku, suggesting they play a game. They settled over a shogi board, the pieces clinking as they moved with precision. Shikaku observed Aizen, his brows drawn in thought. After a few moves, Aizen broke the silence, his tone deceptively calm as he expressed his intention to deal with Danzo. Shikaku paused mid-move, his brows furrowing as he looked up, surprised by the mention of Danzo. Aizen's gaze turned steely as he explained that Danzo had tried to claim him once more 6 years ago when he came to his cell, and he felt it was time to repay that kindness. Shikaku frowned, expressing his disapproval of Aizen killing one of Konoha's elders but acknowledged that Danzo was more of a curse than a blessing, advising Aizen to do what he must. Off to the side, Shikamaru had no response, only a faint grimace at the turn the conversation had taken, finding Aizen's calm declaration particularly unsettling. In a bar along his travels, Jiraiya caught sight of a familiar figure. Tsunade was hunched over the counter, drink in hand, looking deeply lost in thought. Without hesitation, Jiraiya slid onto the bar stool beside her, greeting her with a smirk and expressing surprise at seeing her there. She glanced up, her expression half surprised and half annoyed, but instead of a quick retort, she sighed and mentioned that she had met Minato and Kushina's son. Jiraiya, curious, asked if he acted like the high and mighty god he claimed to be. Tsunade rolled her eyes, confirming that he did, recounting how he had the nerve to call her an aunt and even proposed that she bear his child. Jiraiya burst out laughing, incredulous at the idea that the mighty god wanted an heir with a mere aunt. Tsunade's expression turned somber as she questioned why he seemed so empty, as if there was nothing in him but coldness and ambition. Jiraiya's laughter faded, his expression sobering as he explained that the kid had it rough, growing up without parents and lacking real connections, which had a profound effect on him. He recounted Aizen's early years, the mental torture he inflicted on villagers, and his years in confinement. Tsunade's face paled as she processed the information, asking if Jiraiya knew that Aizen was out now. Jiraiya gripped her shoulders, looking serious as he confirmed that Aizen was indeed free and currently staying at the Senju compound. Jiraiya's brows knit together in concern, questioning why Sensei would release him. The next day, Jiraiya returned to Konoha, heading straight to the Hokage's office without wasting time. He confronted Hiruzen, demanding to know why he would free Naruto. Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya, a mixture of resignation and weariness in his gaze, reminding him that he already knew the answer. Jiraiya scowled, acknowledging that Naruto served as a deterrent against other nations, but insisted it was risky to let him roam free. Hiruzen sighed, agreeing that it was risky, but explained that even the most powerful seals wouldn't have held Naruto forever. If he wanted to leave, He could have done so at any time, and they were fortunate he stayed as long as he did. The revelation hit Jiraiya hard, realizing that Naruto could have escaped all along. Hiruzen confirmed that Naruto remained because he chose to, not because they had the power to restrain him. In the Hokage's office, Aizen stood alongside his current team, Kurenai, Ino, and Sasuke, when Hana and Anko arrived. Hiruzen glanced around at the assembled group, noting the extra hands on deck. He informed them that the last mission hadn't been as straightforward as expected, so Hana and Anko would join them. Moments later, Tazuna, the client, arrived, his brows shooting up as he took in the group before him. He scoffed, openly critical of the protective detail squad, questioning why 4 women and 2 boys were assigned to protect him. His gaze focused on Aizen, suspicious of his eye patch and unusual attire, prompting him to ask about the one-eyed kid. Aizen, with a wicked grin, deadpan stated that he was a convict. Tazuna's face went pale as he processed the remark, stammering in disbelief. Aizen quickly clarified that he was joking, though his dark smile lingered, making the statement feel far from reassuring. Sasuke, Hana, and Tazuna exchanged uneasy glances, while those aware of Aizen's past remained silent, understanding the unsettling truth behind his words. As the team embarked on their journey, Aizen maintained a calm, watchful presence at the front, walking alongside Hana, whose 3 Nin-ken were on high alert, sniffing the air for anything amiss. The group moved with quiet caution along the worn dirt road, each step taking them further from the familiarity of Konoha and into potential danger. Aizen's gaze was fixed ahead, but he was aware of everything around him, senses sharpened and prepared for any ambush. Anko, with her usual playful demeanor, sidled closer to him and flashed a teasing smile. As they walked along the road, Anko playfully teased Naruto, questioning if he had any room in his heart for warmth. Aizen chuckled softly, meeting her gaze with a piercing look, and replied dryly, prompting a light-hearted snicker from Anko while the others rolled their eyes. Suddenly, Hana and her Nin-ken became alert. The 3 Nin-ken growled softly, sensing something amiss. Hana's sharp instincts picked up on 2 distinct scents coming from a small puddle, an unusual sight given the dry weather. Kurenai and Anko quickly noticed the tension in the air, exchanging a knowing glance and silently agreeing to remain calm as they awaited the enemy's reveal. Moments later, 2 figures erupted from the puddle, chains glinting as they launched a coordinated attack aimed directly at Kurenai. Aizen reacted instantly, pushing her aside with one hand while turning to face the attackers. The chains sliced through the air, but he stood unfazed, the metal failing to harm him. The demon brothers paused, momentarily stunned by his presence. Aizen regarded them with a condescending glare, his voice dripping with disdain as he questioned their abilities. One of the brothers, desperate to make contact, lunged forward with a clawed gauntlet, seemingly aiming for Aizen's face. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as the team froze, shocked by the sight. Ino gasped, covering her mouth, while Sasuke clenched his fists in disbelief. Tazuna looked on, wide-eyed, regretting his choice in bodyguards. Anko's playful smirk vanished, replaced by a tense frown, and Hana's jaw tightened as her Nin-ken bristled. Kurenai's mind raced until Aizen's skull shattered into glass fragments, revealing it was merely an illusion. Realizing they had been under Aizen's spell, Kurenai felt a mix of relief and awe as she glanced at him. The demon brothers, now off balance, struggled to recover. Aizen flexed his muscles, shattering their chains as if they were mere threads. He swiftly delivered powerful blows that sent the brothers crashing to the ground. They writhed in pain, struggling to rise, when Sasuke stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. He brandished a kunai, declaring it was his turn. The brothers exchanged wary glances before regrouping to face him. One lunged with a clawed swipe while the other circled around, aiming to strike from Sasuke's blind spot. Anticipating their moves, Sasuke sidestepped the first attack and flung a shuriken to deter the second. Sparks flew as he blocked one brother's claw with his kunai, retaliating with a hard kick to the first brother's stomach, sending him stumbling back. Before they could regroup, he formed quick hand signs and unleashed a fireball jutsu. The flames surged forward, forcing both brothers to leap back just in time. Sasuke closed the distance, landing a punch on the first brother's jaw and spinning around to deliver a slash with his kunai to the other's side. The brothers glared at Sasuke, realizing it was time to get serious. They closed in on him, launching a relentless series of coordinated attacks. Sasuke fought valiantly, using his taijutsu and shuriken techniques, but their speed began to overwhelm him. One brother struck with his clawed gauntlet while the other maneuvered from behind, each move calculated to exploit any opening. Seeing Sasuke struggle, Kurenai intervened, casting a genjutsu that immobilized the demon brothers. The illusion took hold, freezing their movements and forcing them to confront a chilling vision. Sasuke, however, felt the effects of the poison from their gauntlets settling in, his vision blurring. Ino rushed to his side, concern etched on her face, asking if he was okay. Aizen approached and, without a word, raised his hand. Using a healing technique, he skillfully cleared Sasuke's system of the poison and mended his wounds. Sasuke, though reluctant, muttered a quiet thanks. Kurenai, however, reprimanded him for his reckless decision to engage the demon brothers alone. Sasuke accepted her scolding without argument, still recovering. Meanwhile, Aizen wasted no time restraining the demon brothers further with a binding spell, rendering them completely immobile. Anko stepped up to the restrained brothers with a wicked grin, asking Kurenai to lift the genjutsu. As soon as Kurenai released her hold, the brothers regained awareness, only to see Anko liking the edge of her kunai in a disturbingly playful manner. Her eyes gleamed with a mischievous light as she leaned in close, promising them an unforgettable experience. Realizing their dire situation, the brothers quickly surrendered, pleading for mercy and offering to divulge everything in exchange for their freedom. Anko relished their desperation, informing them that their freedom depended entirely on the quality of the information they provided. Reluctantly, the brothers revealed they had been hired by Gato to assassinate Tazuna and warned that more shinobi would likely be waiting to finish the job if they failed. Kurenai sighed, recognizing the implications of their intel. She declared that the mission had escalated to an A rank. Ino, still processing the sudden shift in stakes, chuckled nervously and wondered if such events would occur every time they took a C-rank mission. Sasuke, though still feeling the effects of his recent ordeal, found himself torn between apprehension and exhilaration at the challenge ahead. Kurenai, however, turned her attention to Tazuna, her expression hardening as she declared that the mission was over and they would return to the village. She chastised him for not requesting a more powerful protective detail, given the threats he faced. Looking sheepish, Tazuna hesitated before explaining how the Land of Waves was suffering under Gato's oppressive rule, with people starving and barely surviving under his tyranny. Ino and Hana exchanged uneasy glances, empathy for Tazuna's plight evident on their faces. Aizen remained indifferent, his expression devoid of any sympathy. Tazuna admitted he would have requested a higher-level mission if he had the funds. He confessed, sounding defeated, that a C rank was all he could afford. Kurenai acknowledged the grim situation but insisted they simply weren't equipped to handle this mission. Anko urged Kurenai to reconsider, expressing her enthusiasm for the challenge. Aizen, irritated by Kurenai's words, felt insulted by her implication. Sensing that his life might still hang in the balance, Tazuna made a final, desperate appeal. He reassured them that if he were to die, his young grandson would only cry for a few days, and while his daughter might end up despising the Leaf Village ninja forever, it wouldn't be their fault. He finished with a hollow laugh. Aizen, entirely unmoved, questioned if Tazuna's words were meant to change their minds. Tazuna laughed nervously, unsure if his guilt-tripping was working. Hana stepped forward, siding with Tazuna, and suggested they should help him. Anko, always one for excitement, wrapped an arm around Hana, eagerly awaiting Kurenai's decision. After a moment's pause, Kurenai relented, agreeing to continue the mission despite the risks. The team released the demon brothers, who vanished quickly, relieved to be spared. Standing before them, Zabuza sized up the team with a disinterested gaze, clearly unimpressed by the assortment of genin and chunin before him. He dismissed them all as inconsequential, demanding they hand over Tazuna if they wanted to avoid dire consequences. Anko scoffed, stepping forward with a smirk, confidently challenging him not to underestimate them. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, betraying a flicker of interest. The battle was about to begin, and Team 7 braced themselves, ready to face the legendary demon of the mist. In Hiruzen's office, Jiraiya leaned forward, his normally jovial face set in a deep, rare frown. He began, his voice uncharacteristically serious, that he had been receiving reports of something disturbing in the past few weeks, creatures he couldn't even begin to explain. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he urged Jiraiya to continue. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he searched for the right words. He described the monsters, noting they had skull-like masks covering their faces and a hole right through their chests. Hiruzen's brows knitted together as he processed the information, inquiring if they showed any signs of intelligence or acted solely on instinct. Jiraiya replied that they were not mindless. They seemed hungry and hunted with purpose, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they appeared. Hiruzen's face hardened as he realized the implications. If these creatures were this resilient, it could lead to disaster if they targeted larger settlements or shinobi forces. His expression softened, concern replacing his usual calm demeanor. He thanked Jiraiya for bringing the matter to his attention, stating that Konoha wouldn't stand idly by. He would have a team look into this as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded, emphasizing the need to be prepared, as the next encounter might be closer to home. As Jiraiya turned to leave, Hiruzen watched him go, a heavy silence settling over the room. Whatever these monsters were, Hiruzen knew they would require all his wits and resources to keep Konoha safe. The air felt thick and tense as mist began to roll in. Zabuza stood on a branch, his cold eyes scanning the group in front of him, assessing each one with disdain and indifference. With a low chuckle, he spoke, carrying an icy menace, suggesting that if they handed over the bridge builder quietly, he might spare them. Enko smirked, stepping forward, her fingers trailing along her kunai, a mix of defiance and thrill in her eyes. She indicated they wouldn't roll over that easily and that they were more than he bargained for. Kurenai positioned herself just behind Enko, her expression focused and ready to counter any tricks Zabuza might employ. Hana crouched low beside her, adapting to her four legs technique, while her Ninken stood at her sides, growling as they sized up the deadly swordsman. Zabuza's smirk widened as he dismissed them as a pack of pups, 3 brats, and challenged them to keep up. With a burst of speed, he disappeared into the mist, his presence vanishing completely, heightening the tension. Kurenai urged her team to stay alert, knowing he was a master of silent killing. Enko's grin didn't waver as she focused, attuned to the faintest sounds. Suddenly, Zabuza's hulking form appeared right behind Hana, his sword slicing down in a deadly arc. Hana twisted just in time, evading the attack with feral grace, and retaliated with a slash toward Zabuza's arm, forcing him to retreat a step. Zabuza scoffed, acknowledging her technique but indicating she would need more to keep up with him. Enko didn't waste a second, summoning a thick, coiling snake that launched itself at Zabuza. He was faster, sidestepping the attack and slicing the snake cleanly in half. Enko leapt back, flinging a series of kunai in rapid succession, each laced with explosive tags. The small explosions created bursts of light in the mist, allowing Hana to reposition herself while her Ninken circled Zabuza, snapping and lunging to keep him off balance. The momentary distraction was all Kurenai needed. She weaved her hands through seals, locking eyes with Zabuza in the split second he glanced her way. She cast her technique, immobilizing him with thick roots curling around his arms and legs, pinning him against an illusory tree that seemed to grow out of the mist. Kurenai appeared in front of him, poised for an attack. But Zabuza merely laughed, his voice echoing through the fog, suggesting that she thought her trick could hold him. With a surge of chakra, he shattered the illusion and swung his sword at her, forcing her to leap backward to avoid the massive blade. Hana called out for Kurenai to stay back as she and her Ninken charged forward in a coordinated assault. With her claws outstretched, Hana lunged at Zabuza from the front while her Ninken flanked him on all sides. She performed a technique that transformed her Ninken into exact replicas of herself. Now, for nearly identical Hana figures attacked Zabuza from multiple angles, their speed and agility making it hard for him to target any one of them. But Zabuza's experience shone through. With deft, powerful swings of his Kubikurabocho, he managed to deflect most of their attacks, though not without suffering a few scratches from Hana's claws. Blood trickled down his arm, but his expression remained unreadable. He acknowledged their teamwork, admitting they were impressive, but he believed they were still no match for him. As Hana and her Ninken regrouped for another round of attacks, Anko seized the moment to perform another set of hand seals. Flames erupted from her lips, a fierce torrent of fire racing toward Zabuza. He narrowed his eyes and quickly responded, slamming his hand to the ground to create a towering wall of water that surged up, extinguishing the flames in a hissing cloud of steam that thickened the mist around them. Anko cursed under her breath, scanning for Zabuza's form within the fog. The instant the steam cleared, she saw him approaching and barely had time to dodge as he attempted another strike. Kurenai took advantage of Zabuza's focus on Anko and quickly cast another genjutsu, layering the fog with hallucinatory images of Anko, Hana, and herself, all moving in a confusing dance of illusions. Zabuza's expression remained impassive, but it was clear he was beginning to register the deception. Realizing this, he quickly shifted tactics and summoned water clones of himself that materialized in the mist, each indistinguishable from the real Zabuza. The clones advanced, wielding identical copies of the Kubikurabocho, launching at each of the kunoichi simultaneously. Anko found herself dodging a clone's heavy blade, each swing getting closer, while Hana and her Ninken were pushed back, forced to dodge and weave to avoid getting caught. Kurenai held her ground, her keen eyes searching for the real Zabuza among the clones. Then she felt it, a small fluctuation in the mist, a hint of his true presence. She threw a kunai in his direction, aiming not to hit, but to draw his attention. The real Zabuza turned, locking eyes with her for just an instant, and Kurenai seized the moment. Her fingers flew through a series of seals, and Zabuza suddenly found himself falling into another illusion, this time more potent, designed to trap him within a nightmare of his deepest fears. She implanted a vision of his failure, his helplessness against Yagura. But Zabuza's will was iron. He broke out of the illusion, muttering in frustration as respect finally lit his gaze while he assessed his opponents. He acknowledged their persistence but declared that it would end there. Hana, still in her feral state, growled, her Ninken regrouping around her, determined to stand their ground. With a shared glance, Anko, Kurenai, and Hana prepared for their final stand, each of them pushing themselves to their limit to take down the demon of the mist. Zabuza, now taking them seriously, adjusted his stance, his grip on Kubikurabocho firm as he prepared for their next clash. From a distance, Ino, Sasuke, Aizen, and Tazuna watched the battle unfold, their faces tense with apprehension. Ino murmured that their sensei and the others were barely holding their own against Zabuza, expressing a mixture of awe and anxiety. Aizen, his face impassive, merely observed. As the clash between Kurenai, Anko, Hana, and Zabuza settled into a tense deadlock, a sudden surge of spiritual power rippled through the mist-covered forest. With a calm but commanding presence, Aizen's arrival shattered the haze, clearing the mist in an instant. The oppressive atmosphere gave way to his unwavering confidence as he strode forward, his gaze fixed solely on Zabuza. He instructed Kurenai, Anko, and Hana to fall back, his tone leaving no room for argument, declaring that he would handle the situation. Hana, unfamiliar with the extent of Aizen's power, gave him a skeptical look and warned him that facing Zabuza alone was unwise. Zabuza chuckled darkly, aligning with her sentiment and suggesting that Aizen must have a death wish. Aizen's gaze didn't shift, he barely acknowledged Zabuza's presence before speaking again, commanding silence with an air of superiority that was almost suffocating. Zabuza's irritation flared at the insult. In a flash, Aizen appeared directly in front of him, closing the distance faster than anyone could track. Without hesitation, Aizen launched a series of attacks. Zabuza barely managed to defend himself, blocking the rapid strikes with his massive blade. Each blow vibrated through the steel, sending shockwaves up Zabuza's arms as he struggled to keep up with Aizen's sheer speed and power. With one final strike, Aizen forced Zabuza back, staggering him. Aizen summoned his Zanpakuto, the gleam of the blade reflecting a deadly intent. The two warriors locked eyes, and in the next instant, they were upon each other, engaged in a fierce sword fight. Despite Zabuza's strength and skill, he found himself driven back, his defenses crumbling under Aizen's relentless assault. It wasn't long before Aizen's superiority became apparent. With each clash, he dominated Zabuza, wearing down both his stamina and spirit. Then, in a feat that defied belief, Aizen halted Kubikure Bocho mid-swing, using only a single finger. Zabuza's eyes widened, stunned, as did those of the Konoha shinobi watching from afar. The impossible sight left everyone speechless, Zabuza most of all. He muttered in disbelief, barely concealing the fear creeping into his gaze. Quickly, he leapt back, putting some distance between himself and Aizen, but the rattled look in his eyes betrayed his shaken confidence. Aizen, however, wore a faint smirk. Determined to regain control, Zabuza flashed through a series of hand signs. Upon completion, he summoned a massive water dragon that roared to life, surging toward Aizen with tremendous force. Aizen's response was quick. His hands wove through the same signs with even greater speed, creating his own water dragon, one that dwarfed Zabuza's in both size and ferocity. The colossal beast tore through Zabuza's dragon, overpowering it effortlessly, and continued barreling toward him. Reacting quickly, Zabuza conjured a powerful water barrier, throwing every ounce of his skill into fortifying it against Aizen's onslaught. Through the crashing waters, Aizen's voice echoed clearly, asserting that any trick Zabuza could muster, he could surpass. Zabuza gritted his teeth as the reality of Aizen's words sank in, his earlier confidence now riddled with doubt and fear. The air grew thick and oppressive as Aizen released his Ryoryoku, the sheer weight of his spiritual energy pressing down on everyone present. Zabuza could barely withstand it, his breaths shallow and labored as the crushing pressure settled over him. Aizen's gaze was steely as he coldly reminded Zabuza to know his place. Without an incantation, he raised his finger and conjured a massive black box, dark energy swirling around Zabuza and trapping him within. The sinister energy twisted and darkened, forming spikes that threatened to pierce Zabuza from every angle. Through clenched teeth, Zabuza muttered one last word, calling Aizen a monster. The black box dissipated, leaving only a shattered log behind. Zabuza had managed to use the substitution jutsu at the last moment. However, Aizen sensed his presence lurking nearby, hidden among the trees. A small smirk tugged at Aizen's lips, but he made no effort to pursue. Before he could decide his next move, Aizen sensed several new spiritual signatures approaching from all directions. His smirk widened as monstrous entities emerged from the shadows, their eerie masks and hollow chests stark against the forest backdrop. They surrounded the Konoha shinobi and Tazuna, filling the air with an ominous aura. Aizen surveyed the new arrivals with mild interest, his tone laced with amusement as he remarked on their unexpected presence. One of the creatures, a towering hollow with a deep voice, inquired about Aizen's purpose. The Konoha ninja and Tazuna froze at the mention of the word Shinigami. The term resonated with an unsettling weight, sending chills down their spines as they stared at Aizen in shock, the truth of his identity becoming disturbingly clear. Aizen's smirk deepened, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he prepared for what was to come. Aizen observed the shock and confusion on the faces of the Konoha shinobi and Tazuna. Ino pieced the puzzle together, realizing Aizen's strength stemmed from being a death god. Aizen's visible eye glinted with amusement as he explained that his interpretation of Shinigami was more nuanced. He clarified that Shinigami were spirits tasked with governing the flow of souls between the human world and the soul society, maintaining balance. As Aizen continued, the hollows began bickering among themselves, discussing how they would divide Aizen's soul. Their grotesque voices filled the air with greed and malice. Aizen's expression darkened, disdain flickering in his visible eye. He raised a hand near his left eye, and the air grew cold as a surge of red energy flared around him, bathing the battlefield in a malevolent glow. He commanded Kurama to devour, and in an instant, a massive fox's head materialized from his aura. Kurama lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut on the unfortunate hollows in Aizen's line of sight, leaving nothing but fading traces of their existence. The sight of Kurama's actions filled the Konoha shinobi and Tazuna with terror. The remaining hollows panicked, scrambling to escape, but invisible forces restrained them. Ethereal bindings shimmered into existence, locking them in place, while multiple golden pillars of light pierced Aizen's body, creating a chain-like formation that bound him completely. Aizen's movements ceased entirely, his once oppressive energy suppressed to near stillness. For the first time, annoyance and intrigue flickered across his expression. He acknowledged the impressive display, though his tone carried a hint of irritation as he questioned who dared to confront him. A figure stepped into view, radiating authority. Aizen's smirk widened as he recognized her, expressing mock joy at seeing Unohana again, relieved that she had not ended up in hell. After her death at the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi, Retsu Unohana awoke in a world far removed from the spiritual realms she once knew, devoid of Shinigami, hollows, and the cycles of the spiritual world. Born into a small, peaceful village near the borders of the hidden waterfall village, she was named Retsu Uzumaki. Her parents, skilled healers, raised her in a community untouched by the chaos of the ninja world. Even as a child, Retsu displayed unusual calmness and maturity. Her knowledge of medicinal herbs was unparalleled for her age, and her interest in combat was extraordinary for a girl raised in a village of pacifists. By the age of 10, her talent with a blade became evident, a skill that felt almost innate. Her life took a dramatic turn at 12 when the hidden waterfall village discovered her. During a chance encounter, a group of waterfall shinobi witnessed her take down a group of bandits with nothing but a makeshift weapon and precision that defied her age. Impressed by her abilities, they brought her into their ranks, and she began formal training as a kunoichi. Retsu quickly rose through the ranks of the Hidden Waterfall's shinobi forces. Her calm demeanor and extraordinary talent in kenjutsu and medical techniques earned her recognition as one of the village's most promising young warriors. By 14, she had become a seasoned chunin, and by 16, she was one of the youngest jonin in the waterfall's history. Her time as a shinobi was marked by success and conflict. Despite her mastery of medical ninjutsu, she found herself drawn to combat. Her missions often ended with her opponents defeated, her skill with a blade unmatched. During this time, the memories of her past life as Unohana Yachiru fully awakened. When her memories returned, so did her ruthlessness. She remembered the thrill of battle and the satisfaction of defeating an opponent, yet this time, something was different. The lessons of her past life tempered her bloodlust, giving her a duality of personality, a healer and a killer, a savior and an executioner. Her mastery of her past life's techniques blended seamlessly with her new abilities as a shinobi. Though the Hidden Waterfall village never fully understood the scope of her power, they revered her as one of their greatest assets. However, her dual nature began to create tension. Some feared her, while others admired her. At the age of 40, Unohana retired from active duty, weary of the political machinations of the ninja world and the endless cycle of violence. Settling on the outskirts of the Hidden Waterfall village, she dedicated herself to teaching medical ninjutsu and mentoring younger shinobi. Her reputation as both a healer and a warrior continued to grow, though she remained an enigmatic figure to most. Unohana lived quietly for decades, her presence in the Hidden Waterfall village becoming almost mythical. By the age of 70, she had become a respected elder, though her true strength and past remained a secret to most of the world. She watched as the world around her changed, silently observing and waiting, knowing that her skills might one day be needed again. Unohana, her calm demeanor unshaken, stepped closer. Her voice was even, but her words were sharp as she addressed Aizen, urging him to drop the false pretense. Aizen's mind raced at the thought that there might be other reincarnations from the Bleach world. He chuckled softly, feigning injury at her words. Unohana's gaze turned to the restrained hollows, expressing her disapproval of Aizen's treatment of them. She insisted that they were to be purified, not destroyed. Aizen's amusement faded, replaced by cold disdain as he dismissed the idea of purifying what he considered insignificant. Without a word, Unohana moved with blinding speed, her zanpakuto gleaming as she dispatched the remaining hollows with precise, graceful strikes. Their forms dissolved as they were purified, leaving no trace behind. With the hollows gone, Unohana shifted her focus back to Aizen, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across her face, contrasting sharply with her composed demeanor. She remarked that if he was present, it meant they must have found a way to execute him. Tension escalated on the battlefield. Ino's mind raced, struggling to process the chaos around her, the monsters, Aizen being a Shinigami, the revelation of his past life, and now this terrifying woman. Sensing the danger, Kurenai stepped forward, asking Unohana to spare Aizen. She understood the threat he posed but also recognized his value to Konoha as their strongest deterrent against war. If he died, Konoha would be thrown into chaos. A heavy silence followed. Then, Unohana released her Ryatsu, a suffocating wave of spiritual energy that brought everyone to their knees. Ino, Sasuke, Hana, her Ninken, Enko, Kurenai, and Tazuna struggled to breathe under the oppressive force. Aizen, still restrained, chuckled softly, telling Kurenai to save her breath. He claimed Unohana was a ruthless warrior who found joy in battle. His words sent a shiver through the group, but Unohana remained unfazed. Aizen suggested that she release him for a fair contest, appealing to her love of combat, but Unohana dismissed him with a glance. Without further words, she vanished in a blur, appearing before Aizen in an instant. Her blade struck with rapid precision, and though the scene was intense, it was not graphic. The Konoha shinobi and Tazuna could only watch in horror as Aizen's form collapsed, lifeless. The battlefield fell silent, the weight of Unohana's actions sinking in. She turned to the Konoha group, her eyes softening slightly. Her voice carried the same calm authority as before, though now it seemed almost compassionate. She wished the village the best, lingering her gaze on Kurenai. She expressed regret but stated that Aizen's death was necessary. Kurenai frowned at her words, understanding their implication, and nodded solemnly. Unohana's eyes flicked briefly to Aizen's body. Her grip on her sword loosened as she began to walk away, her presence shrinking as the group collectively exhaled, tension dissipating. But then the air shifted. Unohana froze mid-step, her instincts flaring to life. Slowly, she turned back toward Aizen's lifeless form, her expression darkening as violet energy surrounded his dismembered body. Piece by piece, Aizen's severed limbs began to glow, the eerie light drawing them together like magnets. In seconds, his body reformed, standing tall as though nothing had happened. His violet Ryatsu pulsed before receding into calm stillness. The group was stunned. Ino gasped, her hands trembling. Kurenai instinctively stepped in front of Tazuna, her crimson eyes wide with disbelief. Enko's jaw tightened, her hand reflexively reaching for a kunai, while Hana crouched, her Ninken growling low as they bristled at the unnatural display. Tazuna, pale and trembling, muttered about the kind of monster they were dealing with. Aizen smirked, mockingly addressing Unohana, claiming he was still immortal. Unohana's eyes widened briefly in genuine shock before hardening into murderous resolve. Her grip tightened on her Zanpakuto, her Ryatsu flaring once more, filling the air with the promise of conflict. The oppressive weight of her Ryatsu bore down on the group like a storm, forcing them to stagger under the pressure. Aizen's smirk vanished as he commanded them to run. The Konoha shinobi understood the urgency, and Enko quickly grabbed Tazuna, urging the others to retreat. They scrambled away, their breaths heavy as they sought safety. Behind them, Unohana's Ryatsu surged, her killing intent crashing against Aizen's form like waves against a cliff. She declared that he could not escape his sins, not in this world or any other. Aizen exhaled slowly, his smirk returning as he shattered the remaining seals on his body, save for the one over his right eye. His Ryatsu erupted, meeting Unohana's oppressive aura head-on. The clash of their spiritual energies sent shockwaves across the battlefield, splintering trees and cracking the ground. The air vibrated under the weight of their power. From a distance, the Konoha group, along with Tazuna, Zabuza, and Haku, paused, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the confrontation. Zabuza muttered about Aizen's strength, while Haku's calm demeanor wavered in the face of such immense power. Enko leaned against a tree, breathless, while Hana crouched, her Nen-ken whining and pressing close to her. Tazuna clutched at his chest, pale and speechless, realizing this was beyond anything he had ever seen. Back at the battlefield, the clash continued. Unohana pushed forward, her Ryatsu lashing out with deadly intent. But to her shock, Aizen's power surged, overwhelming hers with terrifying ease. The sheer force of his energy blasted Unohana back, sending her skidding across the ground until she came to a halt. As she stood, shaken but determined, she suddenly found herself unable to sense his Ryatsu. She tried to reach out, but there was nothing. No trace of his energy remained, and no lingering presence filled the air. Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. It seemed impossible. Even when suppressed, she should have been able to sense something. Aizen stepped forward, his expression calm yet commanding. He explained that it wasn't merely a suppression of his Ryatsu, it was simply on another level, one she could no longer perceive. Unohana stared at him, disbelief evident on her face. The realization that Aizen's power had transcended even her understanding sent a shiver down her spine. Unohana's composed demeanor faltered for a moment. Sweat trickled down her brow, her instincts screaming at her to move. Aizen stated that, in the spirit of fairness, he wouldn't use Kyoka Suigetsu. Instead, he would grant her the privilege of witnessing Kurama. He summoned the Zanpakuto, its crimson blade gleaming under the pale light, an almost living aura pulsating around it. The hilt, adorned with a fox-head design, seemed to glare at Unohana, as if Kurama itself was challenging her. The moment the blade was drawn, the oppressive weight of Kurama's Ryatsu was unleashed, pressing down on the battlefield like a tidal wave. Unohana's hand instinctively tightened around Minazuki. Another Zanpakuto, she thought, shocked. She admitted that Aizen had piqued her interest but made it clear that she wouldn't let him walk away unscathed. Aizen chuckled softly, commenting on her confidence and wondering how long it would last. He raised Kurama, the crimson aura flaring around him as he called out for it to rampage. The blade erupted into raw, fiery energy, lengthening and transforming into a serrated weapon that resembled a predator's claw. The crimson aura around Aizen intensified, forming a spectral fox with flickering tails and piercing red eyes. Unohana murmured the word, Shirkai, her eyes narrowing as the air around Aizen ignited with destructive potential. Aizen gestured for her to attack, and Unohana wasted no time. She surged forward, her movements a blur as she closed the distance between them. Her blade met Aizen's with a resounding clang, the sheer force of their clash splitting the ground beneath them. Aizen countered with a quick slash, but Unohana twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the strike. She retaliated with a sweeping horizontal slash aimed at his legs. Aizen blocked effortlessly, Kurama's serrated edge catching Minazuki's blade and locking it in place. He remarked on her impressive skills, pushing her back with a single swing and stating that she would need more than brute force. Unohana smirked, challenging his assessment. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a rapid series of strikes, each one faster and more unpredictable than the last. Aizen deflected them with ease, his movements almost languid as Kurama's cloak shielded him from her relentless assault. Aizen swung Kurama, releasing a barrage of crescent-shaped Ryatsu slashes. Unohana's eyes widened as the attacks closed in on her. She leapt into the air, spinning gracefully to avoid the deadly crescents. One grazed her arm, leaving a stinging cut that sent a jolt of pain through her body. Before she could recover, Aizen appeared behind her, his speed unmatched. He raised Kurama, the blade glowing with raw power, and brought it down with devastating force. The impact sent Unohana crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. From the rubble, she emerged, her smile more feral than before. Blood trickled down her face, but her eyes burned with determination. She whispered the word, Bankai, cutting her hand alongside the edge of her blade. Her weapon dissolved into a torrent of blood that engulfed the battlefield, staining the ground and air crimson. Aizen watched as the blood twisted and coalesced around her, forming a grotesque yet beautiful aura of destruction. He expressed genuine curiosity about her abilities. Unohana dashed forward again, the blood swirling around her like living tendrils. Each strike of her blade was accompanied by a whip of blood, forcing Aizen to stay on the defensive. Aizen smirked, stepping back to evade a particularly vicious strike. He acknowledged her remarkable skills but stated that he would show her the difference between their powers. The spectral fox around Aizen roared, firing a torrent of flames. Unohana's blood and Aizen's flames collided midair, creating a chaotic storm of destruction that tore through the battlefield. Suddenly, Aizen raised Kurama, the blade pulsating with immense power. He declared that it was time to end the game. Unohana's instincts screamed at her to act, but it was too late. Aizen unleashed a concentrated orb of energy from the tip of his blade, hurtling it toward her. With no time to evade, Unohana raised her blood to shield herself. The explosion that followed was cataclysmic, a blinding flash of crimson and black that obliterated everything in its path. When the smoke cleared, Unohana stood amidst the destruction, blood dripping from her body. Aizen, untouched, approached her slowly. He remarked on the show she had given him, his voice filled with mock admiration, and stated that it was over. Unohana smirked, confident that the fight was far from finished. To be continued. Chapter 15. Unleashed Instincts. Unohana steadied herself, her chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. The battlefield was a ruinous expanse, a testament to their clash. Blood dripped from her blade, pooling beneath her feet before rising unnaturally to swirl around her in serpentine trails. Aizen studied her, his posture relaxed but his crimson blade humming with restrained power. He acknowledged her resilience, admitting that she had exceeded his expectations. Unohana smirked, wiping the blood from her lips, reminding him that he should know better than to underestimate her. Aizen's eyes glinted with amusement as he agreed. Her smile deepened, and with a sudden burst of speed, Unohana surged forward, creating a shockwave that shook the ground beneath them. Aizen raised Kurama to meet her strike, the clash of their blades igniting sparks of crimson and black Ryatsu. Unohana twisted her wrist, breaking the blade lock, and spun low to slash at his legs. Aizen leaped back effortlessly, but the blood surrounding her surged forward like sentient tendrils, aiming to ensnare him. Aizen remarked on the interesting nature of her attacks, sidestepping one of the tendrils before slashing through another with Kurama. However, his blade sizzled upon contact, the blood eating away at the Ryatsu surrounding it. Unohana coolly pointed out that the blood of Minazuki was no ordinary substance. It corroded and consumed all it touched, even his precious Sanpakudo. Aizen frowned slightly, inspecting Kurama. The blade's aura flickered but quickly reasserted itself. He dismissed her claim, stating it was interesting but futile. Unohana pressed her advantage, attacking relentlessly. Each strike of her blade was precise and lethal, her movements a masterclass in swordsmanship. The blood around her acted as both offense and defense, lashing out at Aizen whenever he attempted to counter. Aizen parried her strikes with measured precision, his every movement deliberate. The spectral fox surrounding him roared, its tails whipping out to intercept the blood tendrils. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic storm of crimson and fiery energy, each collision shaking the ground. Despite his composure, Aizen felt an unsettling presence. Every time he struck Unohana, her wounds healed instantly, closing before his eyes. Her Ryatsu remained steady, undeterred by the intensity of their clash. Aizen acknowledged her growth, noting her tenacity and constant healing. He remarked that she was truly formidable. Unohana's smile turned fierce as she responded, revealing her delight in battle and the danger she posed as the fight continued. Aizen's eyes narrowed, realizing he needed to end this swiftly. He raised Kurama, the blade pulsating with fiery energy, and unleashed a barrage of crescent-shaped Ryatsu slashes. Unohana countered by raising a wall of blood, which absorbed the attacks with a violent hiss. As the smoke cleared, she emerged from the blood, her blade aimed at his throat. Aizen sidestepped, but she pivoted, slashing at his stomach. The blade grazed him, her blood searing his skin and leaving a shallow wound. Aizen frowned, retreating a step and observing the wound as it sizzled but did not spread. He acknowledged her impressive abilities, but declared it was not enough. Aizen commanded the fox to attack Unohana, and the spectral fox lunged forward, attempting to bite her. She leaped back, forming a protective barrier with her blood. Despite the ferocity of their battle, she asked Aizen if he was enjoying himself. He smirked, admitting he was more entertained than expected, but believed it was time to conclude their encounter. Before Unohana could respond, Kurama's Ryatsu surged to an unimaginable level, the air thickening with its power. The crimson aura surrounding Aizen expanded, enveloping the battlefield in a fiery storm. Unohana's instincts screamed that something significant was coming. Aizen declared his Bankai, announcing the name of his technique. The crimson blade dissolved into pure energy, engulfing him in a massive cloak of black and red Ryatsu. From the swirling chaos emerged the towering form of the nine-tailed fox, its eyes glowing with predatory malice. Aizen hovered at its core, a commanding presence amidst the chaos. For the first time, Unohana froze, her smile vanishing as she gazed up at the beast. She acknowledged the magnificence of the sight, expressing that she had never faced a foe as exhilarating as Aizen. He tilted his head, questioning whether she was flattering him or admitting defeat. Unohana raised her blade, asserting that she was merely acknowledging the truth and that if this was to be her final battle, she would make it unforgettable. The blood surrounding her erupted in a crimson vortex, spiraling outward and tearing through the ground. The energy coiled around her, intensifying as she lunged toward Aizen, her laughter ringing like a battle hymn. The fox's tails moved to intercept her, each acting independently. One tail swept low, aiming to crush her, but Unohana's blood surged forward, corroding its tip. She vaulted over the attack, her blade slashing at another tail that lashed out at her midair. Sparks of Ryatsu and corrosive blood flew as their powers collided. Landing gracefully, Unohana faced three more tails striking simultaneously. Twisted her body, narrowly evading one tail while her blood shield deflected the others. Her movements were fluid, almost dance-like, as she navigated the chaos. Aizen observed her with detached interest, acknowledging her as a true monster of the battlefield. Unohana grinned, questioning what that made Aizen, who stood at the pinnacle of the battlefield. As her words hung in the air, Aizen raised his hand, the fox's massive jaws opening wide. A gravitational pull began to form, creating a vortex that threatened to consume Unohana. However, she charged forward, her blood surging defiantly. With a determined cry, she moved her blade forward, slicing through the vortex. The gravitational pull weakened momentarily, allowing her to leap directly at the fox's core. The nine tails whipped around, forming a protective barrier. Unohana's blade clashed against the tails, carving through one before she was forced to retreat. Her laughter grew louder as she landed, blood trailing from a fresh wound on her shoulder. She praised Aizen for surpassing even the legends, expressing that no one had pushed her this far before. This was what she lived for. Aizen smiled faintly, remarking on the rarity of seeing her enjoy herself, but he questioned how long she could endure. Without waiting for a response, the fox's nine tails generated orbs of concentrated Ryatsu. The air hummed with energy as the orbs locked onto Unohana. Aizen announced the name of his technique, and the orbs unleashed beams of destruction, each cutting through the battlefield with force. Unohana darted between them, her blood forming barriers to absorb some of the beams while others tore past her, creating massive craters. One beam grazed her side, the heat searing her flesh, yet she laughed louder, her bloodlust and joy reaching their peak. She urged Aizen to show her everything. Her Ryatsu flared, countering the beams with crimson tendrils that spiraled toward Aizen. The tendrils wrapped around the fox's legs, corroding its spectral form. Unohana seized the opportunity to close the distance, her blade aimed at Aizen himself. The fox's jaws snapped shut, shielding Aizen at the last moment. Unohana's blade clanged against the spectral teeth, sending shockwaves through the air. She grinned fiercely, pushing against the barrier, her strength almost breaching it. But Aizen's calm voice cut through the chaos, commanding her to stop. The fox roared, its tails slamming into the ground and sending a shockwave that forced Unohana back. The energy surrounding the fox condensed, the sheer force of its Ryatsu pressing down on the battlefield. Unohana landed heavily, her body finally showing signs of exhaustion. Blood dripped from multiple wounds, but her healing kept her standing. She gazed at Aizen, her exhilaration fading into quiet satisfaction. She acknowledged his strength, recognizing him as truly unparalleled. Aizen stepped forward, his aura still radiating dominance. He raised a hand, and the fox's form began to dissolve. He complimented her on her performance, noting that she fought better than anyone else could. But he stated that this was where it would end. Anahona met his gaze, unafraid, and urged him to finish it. Aizen stopped mere inches away. Slowly, his hand rose, and to her surprise, he cupped her cheek with a tenderness that felt entirely out of place on the battlefield. His touch was warm against her bloodied skin. He proposed marriage, his tone calm yet sincere. Caught off guard, Unohana blinked. Then, the corners of her lips curled into an amused smile, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. She questioned his seriousness. In response, Aizen gently took her hand and placed it over his chest. Beneath her palm, his heart raced, its rhythmic pounding betraying the otherwise composed facade he maintained. He expressed that she was the only woman who had made his heart beat like this. Anahona's smile widened, but it wasn't one of acceptance. With a swift motion, her blade sang through the air, severing Aizen's hand at the wrist. Blood sprayed briefly before his severed hand fell to the ground with a dull thud. She expressed her flattery but firmly declined his proposal. Aizen's expression didn't falter. His hand regenerated in moments, the flesh knitting together effortlessly as if her rejection and the injury were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. A chuckle escaped his lips, rich and full of amusement. He acknowledged her refusal but declared that he wouldn't give up on making her his. Anahona laughed lightly, shaking her head. She asked him about his true goals in this world. Aizen's chuckling ceased, and for a brief moment his face turned contemplative. He replied that he had no grand goals or lofty ambitions, he was simply going with the flow of this world. Anahona's smile faltered as she studied his face. She didn't fully believe his words, yet she also knew there was nothing she could do to stop him. With a resigned sigh, she sheathed her blade. She expressed her hope that they could fight again someday. Aizen's smirk returned, and he proposed a deal. If she agreed to marry him, he would ensure they could fight as much as she desired. Unohana chuckled, shaking her head, and declined once more. Turning away, she began to walk, her steps unhurried yet purposeful. As she reached the edge of the battlefield, Aizen called after her, curious about whether there were other reincarnations besides them. Anahona paused, glancing back at him over her shoulder. She gave him a simple nod before continuing her path, disappearing into the distance. Aizen stood in silence, basking in the aftermath of their battle. The battlefield was a canvas of destruction. He breathed deeply, taking in the sight as if committing it to memory. After a few moments, Aizen's form flickered and vanished, reappearing among his allies with a flicker of Shuanpa. The suddenness of his arrival startled everyone. Ino gasped, her eyes wide with shock, and questioned whether he had killed her. Aizen's gaze met hers, calm and unyielding, as he assured her that he had spared Unohana. Kurenai narrowed her eyes slightly, a questioning look flashing across her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but Aizen raised a hand to forestall her. He promised that all their questions would be answered once they arrived at the Land of Waves. Tazuna let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured with Aizen on their side, believing that no assassins or mercenaries would stand a chance against them. Aizen glanced at Tazuna briefly before turning his gaze to the horizon. His thoughts were elsewhere, replaying the battle with Unohana in his mind. Though he had won, her refusal lingered like an itch he couldn't scratch. He murmured to himself that soon she would come around. The group continued on their journey towards the Land of Waves. The atmosphere was heavy, the tension from their earlier battles still lingering. Hana's gaze flickered toward Aizen, her curiosity evident but unspoken. Enko, walking slightly ahead, broke the silence with her usual bluntness. She demanded to know who Aizen really was, insisting on no half-truths or cryptic nonsense. Hana gave her a sideways glance but nodded in agreement. Even Kurenai, always composed, looked expectantly at Aizen. Ino and Sasuke remained silent but clearly interested. Aizen's expression remained calm, his stride unbroken. He glanced at the group, then at the canopy above, his tone reflective as he agreed to share his story, warning them that it was not the tale of a hero. The group exchanged glances but said nothing. Even the Nin Ken, sensing the gravity of the moment, stopped their playful movements and sat attentively. Aizen began to recount his past, revealing that he was not always the man they saw before them. He introduced himself as Sosuke Aizen, once feared and revered in another world as a Shinigami, tasked with guiding souls to the afterlife and maintaining balance between the living and the dead. He explained that his existence was dictated by rules, traditions, and a rigid hierarchy that stifled true progress. He rose through the ranks swiftly, not due to privilege but because of his unmatched intelligence and strength, becoming a captain among the 13 strongest in the Godlike to everyone. He was the epitome of loyalty and perfection, admired by peers and subordinates alike. Aizen chuckled softly, his smile tinged with something darker. He revealed that beneath the facade, he harbored a secret vision for a world unshackled by the chains of fate. He described the Soul Society as built on lies and stagnation, with the so-called god they served being nothing more than a puppet. His ambition was to overturn that hierarchy, claim the throne of the Soul King, and reshape reality itself. Hana's eyes narrowed as she listened, her Nin Ken growling softly at the shift in Aizen's tone. Enko crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. Sasuke broke the silence, asking how Aizen planned to achieve his goals. Aizen's smile returned, sharper this time as he explained his intentions. He spoke of the Hogyoku, a mysterious orb capable of erasing the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows, a key to transcending limits. He had uncovered its secrets and used it to experiment on himself and others, creating an army of Arrancar's Hollows that had gained Shinigami abilities. They became his soldiers in the war he waged against the Soul Society. Kurenai interjected cautiously, inquiring about the outcome of this war. Aizen's expression shifted, revealing a mix of pride and regret as he recounted his battles. He had fought captains, lieutenants, and even the strongest among them, Kurosaki Ichigo, an anomaly who defied every expectation. Ultimately, Ichigo defeated him with power that surpassed Aizen's understanding, leading to his imprisonment in the Mukon, a prison for those deemed too dangerous to roam free. Aizen grew thoughtful, hinting at another chapter in his story, one that many would call his redemption. He explained that although he was sealed in the Mukon, his imprisonment was not permanent. The balance of the three realms Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living was threatened by a being greater than any he had faced before. He spoke of Yhwach, the progenitor of the Quincy race, who sought to destroy the balance between life and death and forge a new world in his image. Yhwach's power allowed him to see and alter all possible futures, making him seem invincible. It was then that Aizen was unsealed, returning to the Siriidii not as an enemy but as a weapon. The Soul Society needed his intellect and strength to combat an enemy they could not overcome alone. Aizen agreed, knowing that if Yhwach succeeded, there would be nothing left for him to manipulate. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, asking if Aizen fought Yosh. Aizen's smile returned, sharp as a blade. He described the clash of titans alongside Ichigo, the very man who had once defeated him. It was a struggle of wills and powers beyond mortal comprehension. Despite their combined efforts, the odds were against them. However, they found a way to sever Yhwach's connection to the future, and in the end, it was Ichigo who struck the final blow. The group absorbed his words, the weight of the tale hanging heavily in the air. Hana quietly asked what happened to Aizen afterward. He chuckled, recounting how he was returned to the Mukon to serve the remainder of his sentence. The Soul Society, bound by its rules, could not allow him to walk free, even after he helped save their realms. Yet fate had other plans. When he awoke in this world, he was no longer bound by their chains. Enko snorted, questioning why they should trust him if he was merely a world-ending villain given a second chance. Aizen's smile remained unchanged as he stated that trust was irrelevant. He had no grand designs in this world, he was merely existing and observing. If he acted, it was only because the situation compelled him. Hana's voice was firm as she pointed out the danger of his power, questioning if he truly had no ambition left. Aizen turned to her, his calm yet piercing gaze unwavering. He insisted that he had no need to prove himself, and his actions would speak louder than words. Ino, who had been silent until then, frowned and asked why he was with them if he had no goals. Aizen explained that he found this world intriguing and that perhaps he was seeking redemption or merely curiosity. Later, on the rear porch of Tazuna's house, Aizen stood alone, contemplating as the moonlight reflected on the river. Behind him, hesitant footsteps broke the stillness. He acknowledged Tazuna's arrival with a faint smile, prompting Tazuna to voice his concerns about Gado's plans to destroy the bridge. Aizen encouraged him to continue, and Tazuna hesitated, unable to meet Aizen's piercing gaze. When Aizen finished Tazuna's thought, suggesting he wanted Aizen to deal with Gado, Tazuna nervously backtracked, insisting it was a foolish request. Aizen, however, agreed to take care of Gado, explaining it would teach Tazuna's grandson a lesson about Gado's true nature. Tazuna expressed his relief and gratitude as Aizen walked away, his steps echoing in the night. A playful voice teased him about sneaking out at night. Aizen turned to see Anko emerging from the shadows with a cheeky grin. He dryly remarked that he assumed she wasn't there to reprimand him for breaking curfew. Anko leaned against a tree, asking where he was off to. Aizen replied calmly, acknowledging that she already knew. Her grin widened, and she declared her intention to join him. It had been too quiet, and excitement was needed. Aizen acknowledged this as he turned back toward the path. As they walked through the dimly lit streets of the Land of Waves, Anko broke the silence by questioning Aizen's sense of direction. He assured her they would know they had arrived when they found a hideout guarded by incompetent thugs. Anko chuckled at his straightforwardness, appreciating his direct approach. Aizen encouraged her to enjoy the night, reminding her that it was not every day one spent quality time with a god. Their journey led them to a large, poorly concealed warehouse on the outskirts of the Land of Waves. Tall wooden fences surrounded the structure, with makeshift watchtowers manned by lazy guards. The sounds of drunken laughter and shouts echoed from within. Dim torchlight illuminated the area, revealing groups of armed ruffians lounging or patrolling in disorganized patterns. Aizen surveyed the scene and asked Anko how she wanted to proceed stealthily or with flair. Anko's grin turned fierce as she opted for a flashy approach, eager to send a message. Aizen gestured for her to lead the charge, allowing her to take the first step. Anko sprang forward with the speed and grace of a predator, throwing kunai that struck true, taking down two guards atop the watchtowers. The ruffians scrambled to respond, but Anko was already among them, her strikes precise. She evaded a clumsy sword swing and countered with a kunai strike to the attacker's chest, spinning to kick another thug in the face. Aizen followed at a leisurely pace, his presence radiating a suffocating pressure that caused several men to drop to their knees, gasping for air. One ruffian, either brave or foolish, charged at Aizen with a battle cry. Without a glance, Aizen raised his hand and struck him aside effortlessly, sending the man crashing through a wooden fence. Anko glanced back, grinning widely at Aizen's display of power. He remarked that he considered this a leisurely stroll, stepping over the groaning bodies in his path. Inside the warehouse, chaos reigned. Crates of stolen goods were scattered about, and the stench of alcohol and unwashed bodies filled the air. Gado's men rushed to intercept the intruders, their numbers bolstered by reinforcements from side rooms. Anko leaped onto a stack of crates, tossing down explosive tags that created shockwaves, sending men flying in every direction. She laughed gleefully as she joined the fray, slicing through her opponents with wild precision. Aizen moved through the chaos like a specter, his movements effortless and deadly. One man lunged at him with a spear, but Aizen sidestepped and delivered a devastating palm strike to the thug's chest, incapacitating him. Another swung a massive club at Aizen's head, but he caught it mid-swing, splintering the wood before kicking the man into a wall, leaving him unconscious. Anko twirled through the room, her kunai flashing as she disarmed and disabled her enemies. She paused to admire her handiwork and called out to Aizen, asking him to save some for her. Aizen glanced at her, unimpressed, and noted that she was enjoying herself too much. Anko smirked, insisting that was the point, while launching another explosive tag into a group of panicking thugs. The final door led to Gato's private quarters, where he cowered behind a desk piled high with stolen wealth. His bodyguards, better equipped and slightly more competent than the others, stood ready with weapons drawn. Enko stepped into the room, taunting Gato about his backup. Gato stammered, offering to double whatever Tazuna was paying. Aizen stepped forward, his presence making the guards hesitate. He coldly informed Gato that his life wasn't worth the effort of betrayal. The bodyguards attacked, but Aizen incapacitated them with brutal efficiency, one by one, until only Gato remained. Enko leaned against the desk, twirling a kunai and asking Gato for any last words. He begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Aizen stepped closer, his presence heavy in the air, and declared that Gato had sealed his fate by thinking himself untouchable. With a flick of his wrist, Aizen ended Gato's life without hesitation. Enko stretched, letting out a satisfied sigh and declaring the encounter fun. Aizen gave her a sidelong glance, questioning her definition of fun. She grinned, insisting that it was indeed fun, while Aizen simply stated it was necessary. Aizen stood over Gato's lifeless body, his single eye cold and calculating as blood pooled around the tyrant. He reached down, gripping the severed head by its hair, and turned to Enko, who was casually wiping her kunai on a fallen thug's cloak. He ordered her to take the head to Tazuna's house, holding out the grim trophy. Enko raised an eyebrow, her wicked grin still in place, teasing Aizen about not giving a parting speech. Aizen's gaze remained unwavering as he instructed her to show it to Tazuna, letting him see that his so-called invincible boogeyman was nothing more than a mortal man, pathetic, weak, and insignificant. Enko accepted the head, her curiosity piqued, and asked where Aizen was headed next. He replied that he was going to liberate the Mist Village from its tyrant. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly expressed her desire to join him. Aizen reminded her to deliver the head first. Enko pouted dramatically but vanished into the night in a blur, leaving only a faint echo of laughter behind. When Enko returned, her usual grin was replaced with satisfaction as she announced her success. Aizen acknowledged her accomplishment without looking up from the map he was studying. Enko asked where they were headed next, her excitement palpable. Aizen informed her they were meeting up with Zabuza. The two found Zabuza and Haku waiting by a secluded lake. Zabuza leaned against a tree, his massive sword resting on his shoulder, while Haku stood silently at his side, his expression unreadable. Zabuza growled at their tardiness, prompting Aizen to coolly respond that he was unaware they were on a schedule. Zabuza smirked, clearly enjoying the banter, and remarked on Aizen's commitment to fighting Yagura. A piercing scream shattered the early morning peace, signaling that their next challenge was at hand. Everyone in the house, Tazuna, Kurinai, Hana, her Ninken, Sasuke, Ino, and even a groggy Inari rushed to the porch to see what had caused the commotion. Tsunami stood frozen, trembling as her eyes remained glued to the shocking sight before her, Gato's severed head placed neatly on the porch. She stammered, clutching her chest in disbelief. Tazuna pushed past her, his eyes widening as he took in the sight. Then, realization dawned, and he let out a shaky laugh, declaring that Gato was finally dead. Inari stumbled forward, his face pale, asking how it had happened. Tazuna's expression was a mixture of pride and guilt as he explained that he had asked Aizen to deal with Gato. Inari stared at the head, his lips quivering in disbelief. Tears welled up in his eyes as he dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by relief and a sense of vindication. Tazuna placed a comforting hand on his grandson's shoulder, assuring him that there was still hope and that Aizen was no ordinary shinobi, he was a savior. Kurinai folded her arms, her expression unreadable as she remarked on Aizen's efficiency. Hana crouched down to examine the head more closely, her Ninken sniffing it warily before backing away. Ino crossed her arms, glancing at the head with a mix of disgust and awe, remarking that efficient was an understatement. Sasuke stood in the background, his expression unreadable as he observed the scene, wondering where Aizen was, wanting to thank him properly. Hana added that they should also be looking for Enko, scanning the area as if expecting them to appear from the shadows. Tsunami shook her head, panic creeping into her voice as she admitted she hadn't seen them since the previous night. Tazuna exhaled deeply, scratching the back of his head and suggesting that maybe they had gone on a date, earning incredulous stares from the others. Ino raised an eyebrow, half amused, while Sasuke scoffed, dismissing the idea that Aizen was the type for romance. Tazuna straightened, his voice brimming with resolve as he declared they needed to let everyone in town know that this changed everything. Later that morning, the group ventured into town, Tazuna carefully wrapping and carrying the severed head as proof of Gado's demise. He spoke to anyone who would listen, his voice filled with determination, announcing that the man who had terrorized them was gone. He proclaimed that Aizen, the shinobi staying at his house, had taken him down, and they were finally free. At first, the villagers were hesitant, their years of suffering leaving them wary of hope. But as Tazuna showed them the proof, their skepticism began to melt away. An elderly man asked, trembling, if it was true that Gado was really dead. Tazuna confirmed it, expressing that they could finish the bridge and rebuild their lives, marking the start of something new. Cheers erupted in the marketplace, a wave of relief and joy spreading like wildfire. Kurenai observed quietly, noting that this was what they needed. Hana nodded, her nin-ken barking in agreement, emphasizing that hope could be a powerful thing. Inari stood beside his grandfather, his eyes bright with newfound determination, vowing to finish the bridge for his father and for everyone. 4 days later, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Mist Village, where the clash between Yagura's forces and the rebels was already in full swing. The sounds of battle echoed across the mist-covered fields. Aizen stood at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes scanning the chaos with interest. His focus settled on the man locked in combat with Yagura himself, a smirk tugging at his lips as he anticipated the unfolding events. The battlefield was a storm of chaos. Yagura's forces clashed violently with the rebels, their desperation creating a symphony of destruction. Blades collided with deafening clangs, jutsu detonated in flashes of brilliance, and anguished cries punctuated the relentless melee. Zabuza waded through the fray, his laughter echoing as he carved through enemy ranks, leaving a trail of devastation. Haku moved with ethereal grace, freezing attackers mid-strike, their bodies left as statues amidst the chaos. Anko was a whirlwind, leaping from one enemy to another, planting explosive tags that left only smoke in her wake. Amid the chaos, Aizen stepped forward, his composed demeanor a stark contrast to the pandemonium. He moved unhurriedly, commanding attention as he placed himself directly between Yagura and another figure, Jin Ikemar. Yagura and Jin's attention snapped to the newcomer, their eyes narrowing as they assessed him. The tension was palpable, heavy enough to still the immediate battlefield. Aizen broke the silence, raising his hand as a bolt of energy crackled forth, striking Yagura square in the chest and sending him skidding across the ground. Jin's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and amusement as he acknowledged Aizen's presence. Aizen's tone was calm, almost mocking, as he claimed he was merely sightseeing. Jin, however, pressed for Aizen's true intentions, sensing an ulterior motive. Feigning mock hurt, Aizen placed a hand over his chest, insisting he came to help liberate the mist from Yagura's tyranny. Jin's smirk wavered momentarily before he demanded to know Aizen's angle, to which Aizen responded with a chuckle, feigning innocence. As their banter continued, Yagura's patience wore thin, and he snarled, but before he could act, a group of rebels attacked, forcing him to defend himself. Aizen's gaze flickered with amusement as he noted that they would have to continue their conversation later, declaring he had a Kage to confront. Jin, however, reminded Aizen that Yagura was his prey, leading to a clash of their energies as they locked eyes, the tension between them palpable. The air between them crackled with unspoken challenges, the ground beneath their feet fracturing under the pressure. Finally, Aizen broke the silence, a sly grin on his face, suggesting they fight together and share the spoils. Jin sighed theatrically, pretending to hesitate before agreeing. In a blur of movement, Jin's Zanpakuto shot forward, extending toward Aizen's neck, stopping just inches away as if caught in an invisible vice. Aizen's lone eye fixed on Jin, the weight of his gaze almost palpable. Jin chuckled, withdrawing his blade with a click of his tongue, expressing his annoyance at Aizen's immortality. Aizen rolled his neck casually, easing the non-existent tension, taunting Jin to try harder if he wanted to kill him. Without warning, Aizen's Ryatsu exploded outward, creating a tidal wave of oppressive power. The battlefield faltered, with rebels and Yagura's forces collapsing under the sheer weight of his spiritual energy. Jin, not one to be outdone, released his own Ryatsu, the clash between the two creating fissures in the already fractured ground. Across the battlefield, Yagura snarled as he activated his Bijou cloak, crimson energy erupting around him, clashing with the spiritual forces of the two Soul Reapers. Jin tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto, his smirk unwavering, ready for the confrontation. Aizen's grin widened as he raised Kyoka Sujetsu, its gleaming blade shimmering with dangerous intent. The three forces surged forward, colliding with an intensity that threatened to reshape the battlefield itself. Steel met chakra and Ryatsu in a clash that shook the very air, the ground quaking beneath the weight of their power. Chapter 23: The Tale of Jin Ikamaru's Reincarnation. A Child of the Mist. Jin Ikamaru's reincarnated life began in Kirigakure no Sato, long before it earned its infamous title as the Bloody Mist. Born as Seijiro Terumi, he was a distant cousin to Mei Terumi. Though their familial bond wasn't close, they became inseparable as children. Seijiro was a peculiar boy. His silver hair, slitted eyes, and sly grin made him stand out among his peers. His demeanor was unsettling to most, as he seemed to observe the world with an amusement that belied his age. However, Mei saw through his facade, recognizing the sharp mind and guarded heart beneath. They quickly became each other's closest confidants, navigating the turbulent world of Kirigakure together, a childhood forged in chaos. As Kirigakure descended into turmoil under Yagura's leadership, Seijiro and Mei were moved into the horrors of the Bloody Mist. The academy, once a place of learning, had transformed into a crucible of death. Seijiro excelled in the brutal tests of survival, his cunning and ruthlessness allowing him to outwit and outfight his peers. Despite his skill, Seijiro despised the senseless violence. His memories of his past life as Jin Ikamaru lingered in fragmented dreams, fueling his disdain for blind loyalty and tyranny. These memories shaped his actions. He played the part of a loyal shinobi while quietly undermining the system from within. Seijiro often protected Mei during their academy days, subtly intervening when she faced danger. His playful attitude served as a shield, deflecting suspicion while he worked in the shadows to ensure her survival. Mei, in turn, became his anchor, reminding him that there was still hope for a better future. As Yagura's regime tightened its grip on the village, Seijiro's cunning became his greatest weapon. He maneuvered through the ranks, gaining the trust of his superiors while secretly gathering intelligence on their operations. His skill in stealth and assassination made him a valuable asset, but it also allowed him to sabotage missions that would harm innocent civilians or potential allies. He later changed his name to Jin Ikamaru. Jin's growing discontent with the regime aligned with Mei's budding rebellion. Though he initially hesitated to join her cause outright, fearing the risks, he eventually saw no other path forward. The memories of his rebellion against Aizen echoed in his mind, reminding him that calculated risks were sometimes necessary to bring about change. Jin officially joined Mei's group after a mission forced him to confront the regime's cruelty firsthand. A squad of loyalist shinobi had been tasked with exterminating a village suspected of harboring rebels. Jin, sent along to ensure the mission's success, turned on his comrades and eliminated them with surgical precision. Mei and her rebels arrived in time to witness his defection, and from that moment, he became one of their most trusted allies. Within the rebellion, Jin's expertise in strategy and infiltration proved invaluable. He devised plans that minimized casualties while maximizing their impact, earning the rebels several key victories. His methods were unorthodox, often relying on psychological manipulation and deception, but they were effective. Despite his contributions, Jin remained an enigma to the rebels. He rarely spoke of his past or his true motives, even to Mei. His playful demeanor and cryptic remarks kept others at arm's length, though Mei could see the weight he carried beneath his smile. Jin's relationship with Mei deepened as they fought side by side. Her unwavering determination and compassion reminded him of what he had once admired in Ranjaku Matsumoto, his closest companion in his past life. Though he would never admit it, Jin found himself drawn to Mei, her fiery spirit rekindling something he thought he had lost. Mei valued Jin's loyalty and brilliance, even as his constant teasing exasperated her. She often wondered what lay behind his sly grin and cryptic words, but she respected his privacy, knowing that whatever haunted him was something he would reveal in his own time. As the rebellion grew closer to toppling Yagura, Jin's memories of his past life became more vivid. He saw parallels between Aizen's machinations and Yagura's reign, fueling his resolve to see Mei's vision of a free Kirigakure realized. Yet, Jin remained cautious. He knew that even revolutions could breed new tyrants, and he vowed to watch over Mei and her new government to ensure it didn't fall into the same traps as the old one. In this life, Jin resolved to use his cunning and strength not for himself, but to protect those he cared about, even if it meant playing the villain once again. The man behind the smile. Seijiro Terumi, known to many as the Ghost of the Mist, was a man of contradictions. He was a trickster who fought for justice, a cynic who believed in hope, and a loner who found solace in companionship. Though he rarely revealed his true thoughts, those who knew him understood that his actions spoke louder than his words. To Mei and the rebels, he was more than a comrade. He was a symbol of resilience and ingenuity, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was always a way forward. And to Jin, Mei was more than a leader. She was a friend, a beacon of light in a world of shadows, and perhaps the redemption he sought in this new life. Chapter 24, The Breaking Point. Back to the present. The atmosphere was electric, the tension so thick it could suffocate. The rebel forces, led by Mei Terumi, Zabuza Momochi, and Ao, stood in formation, their determination evident in their narrowed eyes and ready stances. The air shimmered with the heat of their collective resolve as they faced off against Yagura's loyal forces, who were equally determined to defend their leader. Enko and Haku stood at the edge of the battlefield, their roles clear, to protect the weaker combatants and ensure the safety of those too injured to fight. Haku's hands glowed faintly with icy chakra, while Enko's grin revealed her eagerness for combat. In the center of the chaos, the two men who had descended like gods, Aizen and Jin, stared down Yagura, who stood at the forefront of his forces, his weapon, the infamous hooked club, resting lightly on his shoulder. His gaze flickered between the two men, his confidence unshaken. The battle began without a signal as Yagura slammed his club into the ground, sending a shockwave of water and earth cascading toward Aizen and Jin. The two barely moved. Aizen casually stepped to the side while Jin tilted his head, letting the attack pass by without concern. Behind them, the rebel forces surged forward, engaging Yagura's shinobi. Mei led the charge, her hands weaving through seals as she unleashed a torrent of molten lava, forcing Yagura's forces to scatter. Zabuza followed, his massive blade swinging with terrifying speed and precision, cutting through the chaos like a storm. Ao, ever vigilant, kept his Byakugan active, calling out the positions of hidden enemies. He warned Mei of 3 approaching enemies to her left and another group circling toward the lake. Haku moved with grace, creating a flurry of ice mirrors that trapped several of Yagura's shinobi, disorienting them before Enko darted in, her snakes biting and incapacitating the trapped opponents. Jin suggested they engage, his voice casual as if discussing the weather. Aizen's eyes remained fixed on Yagura, instructing Jin to hold back and let Yagura believe he stood a chance. Jin's smile widened. With a flick of his wrist, Shinso extended, the blade glowing faintly as it shot toward Yagura like a spear. Yagura deflected it with his club, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the clearing. He spun, using the momentum to swing his weapon at Jin, who ducked effortlessly and countered with a quick slash. Aizen raised a hand, releasing a wave of Ryatsu that stopped Yagura's reinforcements in their tracks. The oppressive energy forced several of Yagura's shinobi to collapse, clutching their chests as the sheer weight of his power bore down on them. Yagura snarled and formed a series of hand seals. He unleashed a massive water dragon that surged forth, its scales gleaming as it roared toward Aizen and Jin. Aizen raised his hand, his Ryatsu shimmering. The dragon froze midair, its form distorted as if caught in an invisible barrier. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon shattered into droplets, which fell harmlessly to the ground. Aizen's calm voice questioned if that was all Yagura had. Yagura's eyes narrowed as he leaped back, summoning his water mirror. The reflective surface materialized before him, rotating ominously as his chakra poured into it. He challenged Aizen and Jin to see how they fared against themselves. The mirror spun rapidly before a perfect replica of Jin emerged, wielding an identical Shinso. The mirrored Jin attacked with terrifying precision, forcing the real Jin to defend. The clash of blades echoed through the battlefield, Jin's amused grin never wavering as he parried and dodged. Jin remarked on the cute trick, retracting his blade before extending it again in a blur of motion. The mirrored Jin mirrored his movement perfectly, creating a deadly stalemate. Aizen observed the mirror with interest, noting its impressive yet flawed nature. He extended a hand, releasing a pulse of Ryatsu that cracked the surface of the mirror. Yagura snarled, forming seals to repair it, but Aizen was already moving. His Shuinpa left a faint ripple in the air as he appeared beside Yagura, his hand glowing with Kido energy. He invoked a powerful spell, enveloping Yagura in black energy that formed a coffin threatening to crush him. Yagura roared, his chakra flaring. The chakra cloak shattered the coffin, and he emerged, his power amplified and his attacks more ferocious. The rebels and loyalists fought fiercely around them. Mei unleashed a devastating lava release, creating a barrier of molten earth that cut off reinforcements. Zabuza's sword clashed with a captain of Yagura's forces, their duel sending sparks flying. Haku defended the rear, his ice needles intercepting attacks aimed at Enko, who laughed maniacally as she tore through enemies with her snake summons. Ao yelled to Mei that they were regrouping near the lake. Mei nodded, her hands already forming seals as she prepared to counter. Yagura's frustration grew, and with a guttural roar, his chakra spiked. His chakra swirled around him, forming a dark red shroud that radiated power. His attacks became erratic and devastating, forcing Aizen and Jin to momentarily step back. Jin remarked that this was getting fun, his blade glowing as he fired rapid strikes. The rapid attacks forced Yagura to defend, but even in his enhanced state, he struggled to keep up with Jin's speed. Aizen, ever calm, observed Yagura's movements, noting that he was losing control. He declared that the fight was over. Yagura roared again, his body beginning to shift as he prepared to enter his version 2 form. The battlefield froze, both allies and enemies alike staring in awe and terror. Chapter 25. Yagura's chakra shroud flared violently as his version 2 form stabilized. His entire body was engulfed in a crimson, bubbling cloak of bijou energy, jagged spikes of chakra protruding from his back, and his eyes glowing with a menacing crimson light. He stood taller, his movements radiating barely restrained destruction. The battlefield paused briefly, both Yagura's forces and the rebels watching in awe and trepidation. Aizen stood unfazed, his eyes sharp, analyzing every detail of Yagura's transformation. Jin stepped back slightly, his usual smirk intact, commenting on Yagura's newfound intensity. Yagura growled, his voice guttural and distorted, challenging them to witness the power of a Jinchuriki. With explosive speed, he surged forward, the ground cracking under the force of his movement. Aizen tilted his head slightly, sidestepping Yagura's clawed strike. The air trembled as the attack passed, carving a deep trench into the battlefield. Aizen countered with a calm but precise swing of his Zanpakuto, aiming for Yagura's exposed side. The blade connected with the chakra cloak but didn't penetrate fully, the corrosive bijou energy resisting the strike. Aizen's eye narrowed as he registered the resistance, and with a faint smile, he pressed forward, releasing a burst of Ryatsu that forced Yagura to retreat a step. "Is that all your rage amounts to?" Aizen taunted, his voice calm and patronizing. Before Yagura could respond, Jin darted in, his movements a blur as Shinso extended again. The blade struck rapidly from multiple angles, creating a web of silver streaks around Yagura. Yagura roared, swiping at the incoming strikes with his claws. Though several hits were deflected, some managed to pierce his skin. Yagura retaliated with a spinning sweep of his tails, forcing Jin to leap back. The tails extended unnaturally, pursuing Jin with feral speed. Jin dodged effortlessly, using his Shuinpa to stay ahead, his laughter echoing through the battlefield. He teased Yagura, challenging him to do better. While the two Shinigami dueled the Mizukichi, the others continued their fight against Yagura's forces. Mei wove through seals, unleashing a deadly lava release technique that struck a group of Yagura's shinobi attempting to flank. Her attacks forced the loyalists to scatter, though they regrouped quickly, their de-escalation evident. Zabuza carved a path through the enemy ranks, his massive blade cleaving through shinobi with brutal efficiency. He locked eyes with a particularly skilled swordsman from Yagura's forces, engaging in a fierce duel that pushed both combatants to their limits. Haku created an intricate dome of ice mirrors, trapping several enemies. From within, he struck with pinpoint precision, his senbon needles incapacitating targets without fail. Anko, ever the wild card, unleashed a flurry of snake summons, her laughter echoing as her serpents coiled around and subdued her foes. She darted through the chaos, her kunai flashing as she incapacitated those who escaped Haku's traps. Ao, acting as the rebel strategist, barked orders while keeping his Byakugan active, pinpointing hidden threats and coordinating countermeasures. Back at the epicenter, Aizen and Yagura clashed again. Yagura lunged, his claws aiming to tear through Aizen, but the latter parried effortlessly. Aizen released a massive bolt of energy, which Yagura countered with a concentrated bijou bomb. The two attacks collided midair in a deafening explosion that shook the battlefield. The force sent shockwaves rippling outward, knocking over shinobi on both sides. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring vision. From the smoke, Yagura charged again, his speed even greater now. He unleashed a flurry of swipes, his chakra cloak distorting as he attacked with reckless abandon. Aizen dodged and blocked with ease, his demeanor unchanging. He noted Yagura's strength but pointed out his recklessness. Stepping into Yagura's next attack, he deflected the claw with his Zanpakuto before delivering a precise slash across Yagura's shoulder. Yagura howled, his chakra flaring in retaliation. His tails lashed out, forcing Aizen to retreat momentarily. Taking advantage of the opening, Jin darted in, ready to test Yagura's defenses. Shinso extended at blinding speed, piercing through Yagura's body. The corrosive energy hissed as it met Jin's Ryatsu-infused blade. Yagura snarled, swiping at Jin, who jumped back with his usual ease, chuckling at Yagura's feistiness. Yagura's chakra surged again, his form becoming more unstable. His movements grew more erratic, his attacks more powerful but less precise. Aizen noticed immediately that Yagura was losing control and began chanting another spell. A translucent barrier materialized, blocking one of Yagura's wild strikes. The barrier shattered but absorbed enough force for Aizen to counter with another spell, releasing a barrage of fiery blasts that struck Yagura head-on. Jin followed up with rapid strikes, his blade carving through the weakened sections of Yagura's cloak. The combined assault forced Yagura to his knees, his chakra cloak flickering as his body struggled to maintain the transformation. Meanwhile, the rebel forces were gaining ground. Mei unleashed a devastating technique, creating a corrosive fog that forced Yagura's remaining forces to retreat. Zabuza finally overpowered his opponent, marking the end of the duel. He rallied his comrades to push forward. Haku and Anko worked in perfect tandem, eliminating the remaining threats with precision and efficiency. Aizen stood before Yagura, his expression calm but authoritative. He acknowledged Yagura's effort but declared that it was the end. Yagura growled, trying to rise, but Jin appeared behind him, Shinso poised at his neck, advising him to stay down to avoid making things worse. The chapter ended with Aizen raising his blade, ready to deliver the final blow, as Yagura's forces began to crumble around them. The battlefield grew eerily quiet as Aizen stood over Yagura, his blade poised for the final strike. The rebels, led by Mei and Zabuza, pushed back Yagura's forces, their victory imminent. The scene was a study in contrasts, the rebels' roaring triumph, the loyalists' despair, and the grim determination on Yagura's face. But then, a sudden surge of power disrupted everything. Yagura's chakra flared violently, the crimson aura of his transformation warping as the silhouette of a monstrous turtle with 3 tails began to emerge. His body contorted, and the bubbling chakra thickened, turning his skin into a jagged, armored shell. Yugura roared defiantly, merging his voice with the guttural growl of Aisabu. His body expanded, a massive tail whipping outward and smashing the ground with devastating force. The shockwave sent Aizen sliding back, dust and debris rising in a thick cloud. From the smoke emerged Aisabu's massive form, towering over the battlefield. Its 3 tails swayed with menacing grace, and its single eye glared down at Aizen and Jin. The beast's presence overwhelmed everyone, friend and foe alike. Jin noted the change, his smirk fading for a moment, but Aizen remained calm, tightening his grip on his Zanpakuto. He recognized Yugura's desperation and prepared for the challenge ahead. Aisabu wasted no time, releasing a deafening roar that sent a ripple of destructive energy across the battlefield. The ground cracked and splintered, forcing the rebels and loyalists alike to retreat further. Mei created a defensive wall of lava release, while Zabuza shielded Haku and Enko with his massive sword. The beast's tails lashed out, one targeting Aizen and the other sweeping toward Jin. Aizen sidestepped the attack effortlessly, while Jin leaped into the air, spinning mid-flight to avoid the tail's jagged spikes. He expressed his excitement for the fight ahead, attempting to strike Aisabu's eye, but the blade stopped just short as a layer of chakra hardened into a shield. Yugura's voice echoed from within the beast, asserting that they would not pierce his defenses easily. Aisabu retaliated, launching a barrage of coral-like projectiles that spread rapidly across the battlefield. Aizen and Jin moved in unison, dodging the growing forest of jagged coral. Aizen used Shuinpa to close the distance, slashing at the beast's armored hide, but his blade barely left a mark. Observing the situation carefully, Aizen instructed Jin to fall back for a moment. Jin landed gracefully beside him, his grin returning. Aizen's smile was faint but cold as he raised Kyoka Sujetsu, holding the blade before him. He intended to end the charade. As Aisabu prepared another attack, Aizen spoke with a commanding presence, urging Yugura to witness the reflection of his downfall. Kyoka Sujetsu released a subtle ripple, a wave of light that seemed almost imperceptible, and the effect was immediate. Yugura's single eye narrowed, his focus drawn to Aizen. From his perspective, Aizen appeared to move in ways that defied logic, splitting into multiple forms, each one attacking from a different angle. Frustrated, Yugura roared, swinging one of Aisabu's massive tails in a wide arc, striking nothing but air. In reality, Aizen stood calmly, watching Yugura thrash about under the illusion. Jin tilted his head, observing the scene with mild amusement. He expressed his annoyance at being pulled into Aizen's plans, questioning whether he was among those being deceived. Aizen's gaze remained steady as he confirmed that Jin was indeed part of the illusion, but only to ensure he acted naturally. With that, he urged them to proceed. Under the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu, Yugura saw a flurry of attacks. He perceived Jin lunging at his exposed flank while Aizen leapt high, aiming to deliver a decisive strike from above. Yugura countered by releasing a torrent of water that obliterated the imagined Jin. He then spun, using his tails to create a protective barrier against the descending Aizen. But the strikes never came. Instead, the real Aizen calmly stepped forward, raising his hand and invoking a powerful technique. A black coffin materialized around Aisabu, its edges lined with spikes of spiritual energy. The massive construct clamped down, eliciting a roar of pain from Yugura as the beast thrashed violently, cracking the technique but not breaking free. In his mind, Yugura envisioned himself breaking out and striking Aizen with devastating force. Convinced he had landed a critical hit, he bellowed in triumph. However, the moment of victory was fleeting. The illusion crumbled, revealing the truth. Aizen had never been struck. Yugura's claws had passed through empty air, and his real body was heavily restrained within the remnants of Kurohitsuji. Aizen's calm voice cut through Yugura's confusion, declaring that he never stood a chance. From the moment he gazed upon Kyoka Suigetsu, this outcome had been inevitable. Yugura roared in defiance, his chakra flaring wildly as Aisabu's form began to destabilize. Taking advantage of the chaos, Mei unleashed a massive lava release. Lava Dragon, the molten beast crashing into Yagura's forces and scattering them. Zabuza and Haku pushed forward, cutting down the loyalists who still resisted. Ao's voice carried over the battlefield, urging the rebels to focus their attacks on the remaining forces while they were disoriented. The rebels surged forward, overwhelming the remaining loyalists. As Yagura's chakra weakened, Isabu's form began to dissolve, shrinking back into his humanoid state. Exhausted and injured, Yagura fell to his knees, glaring up at Aizen. He muttered bitterly about being tricked. Aizen stepped closer, his expression cold and indifferent, explaining that this was simply the power of a superior being. Jin appeared beside Aizen, casually pointing his blade at Yagura and offering to finish him off. Aizen shook his head, declaring there was no need, and turned his back on Yagura to address the battlefield, stating that the conflict was over. The battlefield fell silent as Aizen released his overwhelming Reiatsu. The violet energy coiled and danced around him like a storm, a stark contrast to the chaos that surrounded him. Every eye turned toward him, rebel and loyalist alike, drawn to the sheer force of his presence. Aizen's voice echoed, calm yet commanding, announcing that the fight was over and Yagura was defeated. He challenged anyone who still wished to fight to step forward, promising to deal with them personally. Yagura's men froze, many clutching their weapons tightly while others staggered backward. The oppressive weight of Aizen's Reiatsu left them trembling, their wills crushed beneath his indomitable presence. One soldier dropped his blade, then another, until the clattering of weapons filled the air as Yagura's forces surrendered, too shaken to resist. The rebel forces stood in cautious celebration, wary of the storm brewing between the two Shinigami at the center. Anko, Zabuza, Hao, Mei, Ao, and the rest of the rebels formed a loose perimeter, their focus locked on the intense clash of wills unfolding. Yagura, still bound and weakened by layers of Kido, watched with narrowed eyes. His chakra cloak flickered faintly, but even the Three Tails' influence could not overpower the Reiatsu lacing his restraints. Jin's piercing blue eyes burned with unrelenting hatred, his grin twisted with a deeper resolve as he declared it was time. Aizen remained calm, his lone visible eye glinting with amusement as he mocked Jin, asking how many times he must kill him before he stayed dead. Without another word, Jin launched his attack, his blade pulsating with Reiatsu as it slashed through the air with lethal precision. Aizen met the strike effortlessly, the clash sending a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. The force of the impact caused an explosion of energy, knocking Yagura and everyone nearby off their feet. Jin gritted his teeth, pushing against Aizen's blade, every muscle straining under the pressure. Sparks flew as their swords clashed repeatedly, the raw power of their Reiatsu distorting the very air around them. Aizen's expression remained infuriatingly calm, his lone eye fixed on Jin with a mocking glint. He taunted Jin about his weakness, and Jin growled, his grin faltering for just a moment before he redoubled his efforts, pouring more of his Reiatsu into his blade. Thus, the battle between the former captain and his vengeful subordinate raged on, a clash of hatred, power, and unyielding resolve. Jin's blade shone with pale violet energy as he twisted his wrist, aiming another strike at Aizen's unmoving figure. Aizen blocked the incoming strike effortlessly, his own blade glinting under the pale light of the mist village outskirts. The clash of their blades sent another shockwave rippling through the air. Zabuza shielded Haku from the debris while Anko stepped closer to Mei and Ao, all of them watching in a mixture of awe and disbelief. Ao muttered that they were monsters, struggling to track their movements even at a distance. Jin took a step back, his blade retracting to its standard length, a sharp grin stretching across his face. Aizen replied, his voice low but carrying across the battlefield, questioning how many times Jin needed to be reminded of his struggles. With a burst of speed, Jin lunged forward again, his blade extending in a flash, splitting the air with a sound like thunder. This time, Jin activated Shinso Soryu, the spiraling energy trailing behind the elongated blade in a brilliant display of power. Aizen's sword met it midair, the force of their collision shaking the ground beneath them. Jin pressed forward, pouring more Reiatsu into his blade. His attacks were relentless, but each strike was met with an almost casual counter from Aizen. Jin gripped Shinso tightly, his voice steady as he declared his Bankai, unleashing Kamishini no Yari. The blade extended in an instant, faster than most could perceive, piercing through the air toward Aizen with the potential to devastate a town. Aizen dodged the strike with precise footwork, his Shunpa carrying him just out of range. He acknowledged Jin's effort with a compliment, but added that it was not enough. Jin glared as he triggered Budo, Renjin, the blade extending and retracting in rapid succession, creating a wall of lethal strikes that seemed almost impossible to escape. Aizen stood still, his lone eye locked on Jin. As the mass of blades closed in, Aizen raised his blade and released a surge of Ryatsu that exploded outward, shattering the incoming strikes. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, the sheer display of power leaving everyone stunned. Aizen stepped forward, explaining that while Jin had always been clever and resourceful, he lacked one crucial element. Jin's grin faltered as he asked what that was. Aizen simply stated it was power. Before Jin could respond, Aizen appeared in front of him in an instant, his sword swinging down with overwhelming force. Jin blocked, but the strength behind the blow sent him skidding backward, his feet digging into the ground to stay upright. The spectators could only watch in stunned silence as their blades clashed again, the world narrowing down to the deadly dance of two titans locked in a battle of wills. The battlefield quieted as their clash came to an abrupt halt. Their blades lowered, the tension between them still palpable. Jin stood, a trickle of blood running down his temple, his breathing labored but steady. Aizen, ever composed, sheathed his blade with a deliberate motion. Jin questioned why Aizen had stopped, insisting they were just getting started. Aizen regarded him with an enigmatic smile, explaining that there was no point in killing him. Jin scoffed, tightening his grip around Kamishini no Yari, incredulous that Aizen would let him walk away after everything. Aizen's smile softened, and for a moment, there was a flicker of something almost human in his gaze as he offered an apology for what he had done to Ranjaku. Jin froze, his grip on his Zanpakuto loosening, his expression unreadable. Aizen proposed a truce, suggesting they end the pointless cycle of hatred. Jin's eyes narrowed, his sharp features twisting into a bitter grin as he dismissed Aizen's offer, slapping his hand away. He straightened, brushing dirt off his haori while glaring at the man who had been both his ally and his enemy. Aizen chuckled, acknowledging he expected nothing less from Jin. As the tension between them dissipated, the rest of the battlefield began to stir. Mei stepped forward, her presence commanding as she addressed Yagura's forces. The former Mizukage lay bound and defeated, his once loyal soldiers now leaderless and hesitant. Mei informed them they had been misled, but this was their chance to make things right. She urged them to join her in rebuilding the Mist Village and redeeming themselves, or to leave and bear the weight of their choices alone. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances before, one by one, they knelt in SBMson, expressing their willingness to follow her and atone for their past. Jin stood off to the side, his gaze fixed on Mei. For the first time in years, there was something other than cynicism in his expression, a subtle change that Aizen noticed immediately. Aizen teased Jin about his apparent infatuation, prompting a glare from Jin, who threatened to end him if he said another word. Aizen merely chuckled, undeterred by the threat. As the rebels began to regroup, Zabuza and Haku approached Aizen. Zabuza crossed his arms, smirking as he acknowledged Aizen's role in their victory. Haku bowed slightly, expressing gratitude on behalf of the Mist. Aizen said nothing, his expression unreadable as he turned to walk away. Anko, grinning widely, ran up behind him and leapt onto his back, her arms draped around his shoulders. She exclaimed how much fun the chaos had been, clearly unbothered by the destruction around them. Aizen glanced at her with amusement, noting that only she would find joy in such turmoil. Anko shrugged, recounting the thrill of fighting and watching him intimidate others. Aizen chuckled, asking what they should tell their comrades upon returning. Anko's laughter rang out as she suggested they tell everyone they went on a date. Aizen smirked, revealing that was indeed the point. The two disappeared into the misty horizon, leaving behind a battlefield that would soon be rebuilt and a village that would rise anew. Upon returning to the Land of Waves after their mission in the Hidden Mist, Aizen and Anko approached Tazuna's house, where the rest of the Konoha group was gathered, preparing to depart. Tazuna and his family expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the group's efforts. As Aizen and Anko neared, Tazuna greeted them with a light-hearted remark about their tardiness. Kurenai raised an eyebrow, inquiring about their whereabouts. Aizen casually responded that he had taken Anko on a date, prompting Tazuna to laugh heartily, recalling how he had predicted their absence would be due to something like that. Kurenai, skeptical, pressed for details about this so-called date. Anko smirked and began recounting their adventure, mentioning how they had confronted Gato and then traveled to the Hidden Mist village with Zabuza and Haku. Kurenai quickly pieced together the truth, realizing the nature of their exploits. Aizen confirmed that Zabuza had sought assistance in liberating the Hidden Mist, noting that the tyrannical Mizukage was no longer in power. The others exchanged glances, suspecting that Aizen had been responsible for Yagura's demise. Sasuke expressed disbelief, questioning how Aizen could simply walk in and eliminate a Kage. Aizen responded enigmatically, reiterating that the Mizukage was no longer in power. Anko, still exhilarated from the recent battle, chimed in about the incredible fight she had witnessed, mentioning that Aizen had encountered another Soul Reaper and they had engaged in a fierce battle. Ino frowned, crossing her arms as she remarked on how Aizen's old friends must feel about him. Feigning offense, Aizen placed a hand over his heart, lamenting the hatred directed at him. Sasuke scoffed, asserting that Aizen deserved it, to which Aizen merely chuckled, amusement glinting in his eye. At that moment, Inari approached hesitantly, thanking Aizen for getting rid of Gato. Aizen regarded the boy thoughtfully before challenging him about his previous belief that Gato was invincible. Inari shook his head, and Aizen emphasized the importance of believing in one's ability to resist oppression if they wished to live freely. Inari nodded, understanding the weight of Aizen's words. Without further ado, Aizen declared that they were finished and vanished in a burst of Shuinpa, leaving the others to follow. As the group journeyed back to Konoha, their conversation turned to the revelations from their mission. Ino expressed her difficulty in comprehending the concepts of other worlds and reincarnation, while Kurenai agreed that it was a lot to process. Hana noted that while Aizen was dangerous, there was something captivating about him. Sasuke echoed her skepticism, prompting Anko to smirk and suggest that Aizen was anything but boring. Kurenai dryly questioned whether this fascination was a good or bad thing, eliciting chuckles from the group. However, the mood shifted as they neared Konoha. Ino cautiously asked if they should inform Lord Third about Aizen, leading to uneasy glances among them. Kurenai admitted uncertainty, recognizing that the truth could alter everything, but questioned how much they could trust Aizen. Anko, with a grin, remarked that regardless of trust, their lives had certainly become more interesting. With that, the group continued their journey home, the weight of their mission and its implications heavy on their minds. Kaname Tozen was reincarnated into a humble, peaceful family in the snowy mountains of the Land of Iron. Despite being born blind, Kaname thrived in a loving environment. His parents, devoted followers of the samurai way, instilled in him values of discipline, justice, and compassion, encouraging him to live with integrity and not let his blindness limit his potential. Though physically disadvantaged, Kaname possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive the world around him. His heightened senses allowed him to feel vibrations in the air and sense people's presence, granting him remarkable awareness. This unique gift fascinated his family and their close-knit community, making him a source of curiosity and admiration. Kaname's early years were filled with warmth, but as he approached his teenage years, strange, fragmented memories began to surface in his dreams. Vague images of battles and a profound sense of loss haunted him, carrying a strange familiarity that he could not shake. As Kaname entered adolescence, his abilities caught the attention of Mifune, the leader of the samurai of the Land of Iron. Mifune, known for his mastery of the sword and unwavering commitment to justice, recognized immense potential in the blind teenager. One day, he visited Kaname's family home and requested permission to train him as a samurai. Though hesitant at first, Kaname's parents ultimately agreed, believing their son could flourish under Mifune's guidance. Under Mifyun's mentorship, Kan-aim began to excel. He learned the way of the sword, Disun, and the philosophy of neutrality upheld by the Land of Iron. Kan-aim quickly became skilled with a blade, developing a unique fighting style that compensated for his blindness by relying on his heightened senses. He also trained in chakra flow, learning to channel chakra into his blade to enhance its cutting power. During his rigorous training, Kan-aime's fragmented memories intensified. Initially fleeting, they transformed into vivid recollections of a woman smiling, the sensation of wielding a bloodied blade, and distant echoes of screams. Gradually, these memories coalesced into something coherent, revealing remnants of a past life where he had fought for justice but ultimately succumbed to darkness. The image of a woman, his closest friend from that life, became clearer, along with the memory of her tragic death and the guilt and rage that accompanied it. These memories began to influence Kan-aime's training. Despite his DSPLN, the growing unease and confusion sometimes clouded his judgment. Mifyun noticed this and urged Kan-aime to confront the inner turmoil troubling him. As Kan-aime grappled with his resurfacing memories, he began to question the ideals of neutrality that the Land of Iron upheld. While he respected Mifyun's teachings, he could not ignore the rekindled desire for justice within him. He believed that neutrality, though noble in theory, often allowed evil to thrive unchecked. Kan-aime started to develop his own philosophy, advocating for an active form of justice where wrongs must be confronted and punished, even if it meant straying from the samurai code. He confided these thoughts to Mifyun, who cautioned him about the dangers of letting vengeance consume him. The Land of Iron was plunged into chaos as hollows tore through the samurai defenses, their overwhelming spiritual energy unmatched by any foe the Land of Iron had faced before. The warriors, clad in steel and armed with unparalleled swordsmanship, fought valiantly, but their weapons failed to pierce the ethereal essence of the hollows. Tragically, some of their comrades had their very souls consumed, leaving behind lifeless husks. At the forefront stood Mifyun, his dual swords spinning in precise arcs as he fought to protect his homeland. Yet, even his legendary skill could only buy time. His subordinates, seasoned samurai, faltered as their lines broke under the relentless assault of monstrous beings. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed through the battlefield, commanding attention. Kan-aime Tozen stepped forward, calm yet resolute, his blade, Suzumushi, resting in his hand. Despite being blind, his movements were deliberate and precise. Mifyun, parrying a hollow's claws, called out to Kan-aime, expressing concern about his involvement in the fight. But before he could finish, Kan-aime raised Suzumushi and whispered for it to cry out. A resonant hum filled the air, a sound so pure that it seemed to cut through the chaos. The hollows paused, unnerved by the spiritual pressure emanating from Tozen. Then, with the grace of a seasoned warrior, he moved. Kan-aime darted forward, his blade slicing through the air with precision. The first hollow lunged at him, charging a crimson energy attack. The beam roared toward him, but Kan-aime sidestepped effortlessly. With a single strike, Suzumushi cleaved through the hollow, purifying it instantly as the creature howled and dissipated into motes of light. The other hollows roared in fury, launching their own energy attacks at Kan-aime. Streams of destructive energy scorched the battlefield, yet none could land a blow. Kan-aime moved like a shadow, each step calculated and each swing of his blade exact. Mifyun watched in stunned silence, realizing that Kan-aime was turning the tide of battle single-handedly. One of the larger hollows, a towering beast with multiple arms, charged at Kan-aime. Its claws struck the ground with a deafening crash, sending debris flying. Kan-aime leapt into the air, landing lightly on the creature's arm before slicing through it in a seamless motion. Another hollow attempted to blindside him, its claws glowing ominously. Without turning, Kan-aime whispered a command, and a swarm of energy blades erupted from Suzumushi, striking the hollow and several others around it. The creatures disintegrated, their cries fading into silence. The battlefield was eerily quiet now, save for the hum of Suzumushi. Mifyun lowered his swords, his mouth slightly agape, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. The samurai around him stared in awe, murmuring about Kan-aime's purifying technique. Mifune tightened his grip on his blades, realizing that Kaname had always been special, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. The last hollow, smaller but more cunning, tried to flee. Kaname turned toward it, his head tilting slightly as if listening to the rhythm of the battlefield. He calmly stated that it would not escape. The hollow fired a desperate energy attack, but Kaname raised Suzumushi, nullifying the assault with a sound wave. With a final, precise strike, he purified the creature, its form dissolving like the others. After the battle, the only sounds were the wind and the labored breathing of the samurai. Kaname sheathed Suzumushi and turned toward Mifune, who fixed his sharp gaze on his student and asked for an explanation of the events that had just transpired. Kaname explained that the creatures were called hollows, corrupted souls that fed on the living and the dead. This was not his first encounter with them. Mifune frowned, crossing his arms as he acknowledged Kaname's experience in dealing with such threats. He noted that Kaname had fought them as if he had been doing so for years, and he was intrigued by the technique Kaname had used. Kaname inclined his head, acknowledging his experience but emphasizing the importance of understanding why the hollows were present. They did not belong in this world, and their sudden appearance in such numbers suggested that someone had tampered with the balance between realms. The gathered samurai murmured among themselves, their awe and confusion evident. One stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Kaname and expressing gratitude for his intervention. Kaname nodded, recognizing their bravery in holding the line until he could act. Mifune stepped closer, his tone softening as he acknowledged Kaname's exceptional nature, noting that he had seen it since the day Kaname picked up a blade. Kaname met his master's gaze, his expression tinged with resolve as he spoke of his complicated past and the connection it had to the hollows. Mifune placed a hand on Kaname's shoulder, affirming his worth and the luck of the land of iron to have him. Kaname allowed a faint smile, expressing appreciation for Mifune's guidance but insisting that he could not ignore the threat posed by the hollows. He needed to investigate further. Mifune encouraged Kaname to pursue his investigation but reminded him not to carry the burden alone, emphasizing their unity as part of the land of iron. Kaname acknowledged this with a small bow of respect. As the samurai regrouped and tended to the injured, Kaname stepped away, his thoughts heavy. He gazed out at the snow-covered horizon, pondering the reasons behind the hollow's invasion and the potential disruption of balance. With a determined grip on Suzumushi, Kaname turned back toward Mifune and the others, knowing that his path would not be easy but that his resolve was unwavering. Justice demanded answers, and Kaname Tozen was determined to find them. As the scene shifted, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand, watching Kurenai, Anko, Hana, flanked by her three Ninken, Ino, and Sasuke enter the room. The team had just returned from their mission in the Land of Waves, and although Aizen was absent, Hiruzen was not surprised, as Aizen's aversion to debriefings had become a pattern. The Hokage gestured for them to take seats and welcomed them back, his voice warm yet filled with intrigue. He inquired if their mission had escalated beyond expectations. Kurenai nodded, her expression serious, while Anko leaned back in her chair, grinning and stating that things had gotten wild. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, encouraging them to elaborate. Kurenai took the lead, explaining that the situation began with Tazuna withholding information about Gato placing a target on his back. That alone turned a routine mission into something far more dangerous. Sasuke interjected, his tone blunt, explaining that it led them straight into an ambush by two mist ninja. Hiruzen hummed thoughtfully and inquired how they handled the situation. Hana responded easily, stroking one of her Ninken's heads, but added that the Real challenge came afterward. Anko's grin widened as she mentioned that Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, showed up. The room fell into a heavy silence as the name registered. Hiruzen leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, asking how they fared against such a formidable opponent. Kurenai sighed, noting that she, Anko, and Hana engaged him, but it was difficult. Zabuza's reputation was well-deserved, and they struggled to gain any advantage. Hiruzen's gaze flickered toward Anko, who nodded in confirmation, stating that he was no joke fast, strong, and cunning. It felt as if he was toying with them. But then Hana added that Aizen stepped in. At the mention of Aizen's name, Hiruzen's attention sharpened, and he asked what Aizen did. Kurenai's voice was tinged with both admiration and concern as she explained that Aizen outclassed Zabuza entirely. His swordsmanship was extraordinary. Every swing and every parry suggested decades of mastery over the blade. Hiruzen frowned, questioning how Aizen could have achieved such skill after being imprisoned for 6 years. Kurenai continued, revealing that Aizen copied Zabuza's water dragon jutsu after seeing it just once. Not only did he replicate it, but his water dragon was stronger, faster, and more precise. Hiruzen's frown deepened at the thought of someone achieving such mastery without formal training beyond theory. Anko added with excitement that Aizen stopped Zabuza's blade with a single finger. The Hokage paused, surprised, and all 5 shinobi nodded in unison. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, his mind racing at the implications of such overwhelming power in someone so young. Before he could voice his thoughts, Kurenai pressed on, explaining that after Zabuza retreated, things took an even stranger turn. Monsters appeared. Hiruzen repeated the word, his tone sharp, and Anko confirmed that they were called hollows, as Aizen informed them. They were horrifying. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, recalling Jiraiya's reports of strange creatures causing chaos. Could these hollows be the same? Kurenai then shared that during the battle, one of the hollows addressed Aizen directly, calling him a Shinigami. The room fell silent. Hiruzen murmured the word, recalling the death god, a spectral entity the Uzumaki clan could summon. He questioned if Aizen was a death god reborn in human form. Kurenai shook her head, clarifying that Aizen explained later that Shinigami are a race of spirits tasked with maintaining the flow of souls between the human world and a place called the Soul Society. Hiruzen's eyes darkened as he asked if Aizen was one of these spirits. Anko leaned forward, her grin fading as she revealed that another Shinigami showed up, a woman named Unohana, who absolutely hated Aizen. Ino bluntly stated that they watched her kill him, and Hiruzen's hand tightened around his pipe in disbelief. Anko continued, filled with awe, explaining that Aizen came back to life just like that. Hiruzen's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly he felt a deep unease. A god complex wasn't without merit when one could defy death itself. Kurenai spoke again, sharing that after his resurrection, Aizen told them everything about his past life. They took turns recounting Aizen's story, his rise through the Shinigami ranks, the facade he maintained, his betrayal of his own world, his defeat by a boy named Ichigo Kurosaki, and his subsequent imprisonment. Hiruzen listened in silence, his mind working furiously. When they finally finished, he sat back in his chair, the weight of their words pressing down on him. Aizen was more dangerous than he ever imagined. A man who once brought an entire world to its knees now walked among them. Ino hesitantly asked if he thought Aizen would try to do the same here. Hiruzen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Kurenai, asking for her opinion on how they should proceed. Kurenai hesitated, stating that Aizen was unpredictable. For now, he hadn't shown any intent to harm Konoha, other than the mind-breaking. Hiruzen then asked what would happen if that changed. Sasuke's tone was cold as he stated they would stop him. Anko chuckled, wishing him good luck with that. Hiruzen sighed, deciding that for now, they would observe. But he made it clear that if Aizen ever became a threat, they must be prepared to act. Dismissed, the group filed out, and Hiruzen turned to gaze out the window, his thoughts heavy, questioning why Minato and Kushina had brought such a monster into this world. In a twist of fate, Neutra Gilga, the Espada who sought power and dominance above all, was reincarnated into the world of shinobi. Born in Iwagakure, his body was mortal, but his soul still carried the echoes of his past life, the insatiable hunger for strength and the belief that only the strong deserved to survive. Neutra's rebirth placed him in one of the harshest shinobi villages. The rugged terrain and unyielding culture of Iwa suited him perfectly, as the village valued strength and tenacity above all else. From an early age, Neutra displayed unparalleled resilience and determination, earning both admiration and fear from those around him. While other children struggled through the grueling training of the village, Neutra thrived. Even as a boy, he sought out the toughest opponents, not for camaraderie or practice, but to test himself and prove his superiority. His tall frame belied his brutal combat instincts, and his taunts during spars often drove his opponents into a frenzy. He sneered at an older boy during a training match, challenging him to show what he had if he wasn't too scared. As he grew, Neutra's ambition became evident to all. He despised weakness and saw it as a disease that plagued the shinobi world. Unlike other IWA shinobi, who valued teamwork and strategy, Neutra focused solely on individual strength. He often disregarded orders during missions, prioritizing his own goals over the team's objectives. His superiors recognized his potential but struggled to control him. While his efficiency in combat was an asset, his arrogance and disdain for authority were constant problems. After a particularly reckless mission, one of his instructors warned him that power without discipline would destroy him. Neutra smirked, wiping blood from his blade, asserting that if one was strong enough, they didn't need discipline, as the weak clung to rules because they couldn't survive on their own. During the Third Great Ninja War, Neutra thrived amidst chaos and bloodshed, unleashing his full potential. He fought with a reckless ferocity that terrified both enemies and allies. Wielding massive weapons he crafted himself, reminiscent of his old scythe, he cleaved through enemy ranks with ease, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. During one mission, Neutra's squad was ambushed by Konoha shinobi. While his teammates panicked, he stood his ground, taunting the enemy and fighting relentlessly, taking down multiple opponents single-handedly. However, his refusal to follow orders led to heavy casualties on his side, further alienating him from his comrades. Despite this, his reputation grew. Stories of Uwa's madman spread across the nations, painting him as a warrior who lived for battle and destruction. As the war progressed, Neutra began experiencing flashes of his past life. In the midst of battle, he felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, as if he had wielded his weapons in countless wars before. These memories came with a growing realization of his true nature, a relentless predator who sought to stand above all. His powers began to reawaken. While initially subtle, his spiritual energy manifested in his ability to withstand even the most grievous injuries. During one encounter, an enemy shinobi pierced him through the chest with a spear. Instead of falling, Neutra laughed, pulling the spear out and swiftly defeating his opponent. The shinobi gasped in disbelief as he fell, unable to comprehend the monster before him. Neutra's cold response echoed in the air, leaving an unsettling impression. Neutra's growing power and disregard for authority eventually brought him into conflict with Iwa's leadership. He openly challenged the Tsuchikage, declaring that the village's obsession with tactics and unity was a sign of weakness. He expressed his disdain during a heated argument with his superiors, insisting that strength was all that mattered. He accused them of hiding behind their walls, calling them scared children clinging to each other. His defiance reached its peak when he refused to complete a mission, opting instead to hunt down a group of elite enemy shinobi on his own. Though he returned victorious, his insubordination could no longer be ignored. Neutra left Iwagakure, vowing to carve his own path. As a rogue shinobi, Neutra became a mercenary, feared and respected across the nations. His monstrous strength and regenerative abilities made him nearly unstoppable. With each battle, his memories and powers returned, including his mastery of spiritual energy and his ability to channel it into devastating attacks. He began to fashion weapons reminiscent of his old crescent scythe, reveling in the chaos they caused. His encounters with powerful opponents rekindled his hunger for battle, driving him to seek stronger enemies. He would challenge his opponents, his dark eyes gleaming with anticipation, declaring that if they were weak, they were not even worth killing. Though Neutra had long since abandoned Iwagakure, his name continued to haunt the village. Some viewed him as a traitor, while others saw him as a cautionary tale, a reminder of what happens when strength is pursued without discipline. The Tsuchikage spoke of him with grudging respect, acknowledging him as one of the strongest shinobi the village had ever produced. One thing was certain: wherever Neutra Gilga went, destruction followed. In a world filled with powerful warriors and hidden secrets, his hunger for dominance would ensure that his name was never forgotten. Reincarnated into the shinobi world, Leelbara was born in Kumogakure with piercing green eyes that seemed to see through all. Though he was stripped of the celestial authority of his past life, fragments of his divine essence lingered deep within his soul. In this new life, Leal grew up under the leadership of the future Raikage, who saw potential in him and made a decision that shaped his future, choosing both Leal and Killer Bee to be his younger brothers. From an early age, Leal was a reserved and enigmatic child, his stoic demeanor a sharp contrast to Killer Bee's loud and energetic personality. When I declared both Leal and Bee as his brothers, many questioned the choice, especially given Leal's aloof nature. However, I saw something in him, a calm, calculating presence that could balance Bee's wild energy and complement his own fiery leadership. Though their personalities clashed, Leal and Bee formed a strong bond over time. Bee's constant attempts to draw Leal into his rapping and antics often ended in exasperation but also brought out rare moments of dry humor from Leal. Leal, leaning against a tree, smirked faintly at Bee's playful words, responding with a clever remark that hinted at their contrasting natures. Despite their differences, the two balanced each other perfectly in training. Bee's relentless energy and unpredictable movements forced Leal to think on his feet, while Leal's precision and composure taught Bee the value of strategy. Under Ice's watchful eye, the three became an inseparable team. As war consumed the world, Leal, Bee, and I became key players in Kumogakure's campaigns. Leal's unmatched precision and observational skills made him the perfect archer, while Bee and I dominated the battlefield with their overwhelming strength. However, the brutality of the war began to wear on Leal, who viewed the endless bloodshed with growing disillusionment. During a critical mission, the team encountered Minato Namikaze and his squad. The clash was swift and intense, with I charging Minato head-on while Leal and Bee supported him. Leal's green eyes tracked Minato's every movement, firing precise arrows that forced the yellow flash to constantly reposition. Despite their efforts, Minato's speed proved too much. After their retreat, Leal quietly expressed his concerns about the need for more than brute strength to defeat such a formidable opponent. Bee, ever optimistic, chimed in with his usual flair, trying to lift the mood. As the war dragged on, Leal grew increasingly weary of Ice's decisions, particularly those that sacrificed lives for the sake of victory. The breaking point came when I ordered an ambush on a group of retreating enemy shinobi, including civilians. Leal firmly refused, his green eyes meeting Ice's fiery gaze with unwavering resolve. He declared that he served no one, not even the village or the war itself. Bee attempted to intervene, but Leal's determination was unshakable. With that, he left Kumogakure, abandoning his brothers and the life he had known. As a mercenary, Leal's skills were in high demand, but he chose his contracts carefully, refusing jobs that conflicted with his sense of morality. During his time wandering the shinobi world, fragments of his past life began to surface. In moments of quiet reflection, Leal would see flashes of his former self, the divine sniper chosen by God. His powers began to return slowly, starting with his ability to pierce through obstacles and barriers, both physical and spiritual. On one mission, Leal faced a powerful barrier created by a rogue shinobi. Without hesitation, he focused his green eyes and fired an arrow that pierced through the barrier and the shinobi as if they were nothing. Leal stared at his trembling hands, questioning his identity. Over time, he regained more of his past abilities, including his ethereal marksmanship and the power to strike with divine precision. As he pieced together his memories, Leal began to wonder why he had been reborn in this world and what role he would play in its future. Though Leal had left Kumogakure, Bee and I often spoke of him with a mix of pride and sadness. Bee would express his admiration, calling Leal the coolest archer and a brother like no other while spinning his blades in tribute. I, despite his anger at Leal's departure, couldn't deny his respect, acknowledging that Leal had walked a path even he couldn't follow. Yet he recognized Leal as one of them. As Leal continued his journey, his name became legendary, an archer with green eyes and divine precision, carving his own path in a world of chaos. The question remained, would he return to his brothers, or would he forever walk alone, burdened by memories of the heavens? The Third Great Ninja War raged on, and the Land of Grass served as the battleground for countless clashes. The terrain was battered and scorched, filled with the echoes of jutsu and steel. It was here that two warriors would cross paths for the first time. Lil Baro crouched on a craggy hill overlooking a ruined village. His green eyes scanned the battlefield below, catching sight of a group of Iwagakure shinobi overpowering a smaller group of Kumo soldiers. His jaw tightened at the sight, and he notched an arrow to his bow. Meanwhile, Neutra Gilga, a towering warrior of IW, stood amidst the chaos. His massive scythe gleamed menacingly in the dull light. He kicked a fallen enemy aside, expressing his disdain for the weaklings around him. Lil's arrow flew, splitting the air with deadly intent. It pierced through the helmet of an IWA shinobi standing near Neutra, dropping the man instantly. Neutra's grin widened as he looked up toward the source of the attack, welcoming the challenge. Finally, someone with guts had caught his attention. He leapt toward the hill in a single bound, landing with enough force to crack the ground beneath him. Lil didn't flinch, already drawing another arrow. Neutra taunted Lil, hoping he had the strength to back up his aim. Lil fired, aiming directly at Neutra's heart, but to his shock, the arrow bounced off Neutra's chest. Neutra laughed, spinning his scythe in a wide arc and inviting Lil to try again. Lil remained calm, leaping back and firing another arrow. This time, the projectile curved mid-flight, striking Neutra's shoulder and causing him to stagger slightly. Neutra gripped the arrow and yanked it out, relishing the challenge. As Neutra charged, swinging his scythe in a vicious arc, Lil dodged narrowly, countering with a rapid volley of arrows. Though most of the blows were absorbed by Neutra's hardened skin, a few arrows managed to pierce through the gaps in his defense, causing him to grin wider. Neutra roared, bringing his scythe down in a powerful overhead slash. Lil sidestepped, but the sheer force of the attack split the ground, sending shards of rock flying. Lil used the debris as cover, blending into the smoke and dust. From the shadows, Lil's voice rang out, criticizing Neutra's brute strength. Neutra bellowed back, asserting that only the strong get to live while the weak exist to be crushed. Lil emerged from the smoke, standing tall and composed, stating that strength without purpose is meaningless. He fired another arrow, this time infused with a trace of his latent power. The projectile sliced through the air at an impossible angle before striking Neutra's scythe, causing it to tremble and form a hairline crack along its blade. Neutra stared at the crack, his grin fading for the first time. The two warriors clashed again, their weapons meeting in a symphony of steel and energy. Each swing of Neutra's scythe shook the ground, while Lil's arrows carved through the air with deadly accuracy. Despite their differences in fighting styles, neither could gain the upper hand. Lil's keen intellect and strategic precision matched Neutra's brute strength and unyielding resilience blow for blow. As the sun began to set over the battlefield, both warriors stood bloodied but unbroken. Neutra laughed, his grin returning, acknowledging Lil as the first to put up a real fight. He vowed that next time he would take Lil's head. Lil lowered his bow slightly, his green eyes cold and calculating, promising that if they met again he wouldn't miss. With that, the two turned and retreated in opposite directions, neither willing to admit defeat but both eager for their next encounter. Unbeknownst to them, this was only the beginning. The fragments of their past lives stirred within, their battle awakening something deep inside them. Though they left the battlefield that day as enemies, their destinies were intertwined. When their powers and memories fully returned, their next clash would be legendary. The moon hung high over the ruined landscape, its pale light casting eerie shadows over the broken earth. Lil Baro stood atop a craggy outcrop, his rifle steady in his hands. Below, hollows prowled the ruins of a devastated village, their guttural growls echoing in the night as they tore through what little remained of the settlement. Lil's green eyes gleamed coldly as he surveyed the chaos. He had been hired to exterminate these creatures, and to him, it wasn't personal. There was a task, a mission. One of the hollows let out a shrill scream and charged toward a survivor hiding. In the wreckage, Lil exhaled slowly, steadying his aim. The bullet tore through the hollow's mask, disintegrating its body in an instant. Its comrades turned in confusion, and Lil seized the opportunity, firing again. Each shot found its mark, precise and lethal. The hollows dropped one by one, their numbers thinning rapidly under Lil's unerring aim. He moved methodically, repositioning after each shot to maintain his vantage point. Leal muttered under his breath, expressing disdain for the creatures. Only one hollow remained now, snarling as it prepared to lunge. Leal's finger tightened on the trigger. But before he could fire, a blur of motion cut through the darkness. The hollow's mask shattered instantly, its body cleaved in two by a massive scythe. Leal's green eyes narrowed as he tracked the figure stepping into the moonlight. It was a towering, skeletal man, his lean frame draped in black and white. A long, curved scythe rested on his shoulder, its blade glistening ominously. The man's grin was wide, and his dark eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger that Leal found all too familiar. Neutra Gilga. The air between them grew heavy as recognition flickered in both their gazes. The years had changed them, hardened them, but Leal could never forget the brute who had once clashed with him during the Third Great Ninja War. Neutra drawled, his voice sharp and taunting. He recognized Leal instantly, commenting on his presence with a mocking tone. Leal didn't lower his rifle, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on Neutra. He acknowledged Neutra's survival with a flat statement, to which Neutra responded with amusement, resting his scythe lazily against his shoulder. Leal remarked on Neutra's unchanged nature, calling him a brute who still reveled in chaos. Neutra shot back, suggesting Leal was still a stick in the mud, always the professional. Leal defended his professionalism, while Neutra laughed, claiming Leal hadn't changed at all, still thinking he was better than everyone else. Leal narrowed his eyes, countering that Neutra still believed strength alone made him invincible. Leal coldly identified Neutra as a hollow, to which Neutra snorted, dismissing the weaker hollows as garbage. He claimed he was doing the world a favor by eliminating them. Leal retorted that it was absurd to call it trash cleaning trash. Neutra shrugged, insisting he wasn't there for Leal, but to address the embarrassing presence of the hollows. The battlefield was silent, save for the faint whistle of the wind, carrying the weight of two immense spiritual presences. Leal Barrow and Neutra Gilga faced each other, their gazes locked, and their words already exchanged. Leal declared that Neutra had grown complacent, still clinging to brute strength, challenging him to see if it was enough to overcome true divinity. Neutra smirked, excitement gleaming in his dark eyes as he spun his weapon, ready for the clash. The tension snapped, and the two warriors engaged. Leal raised his rifle and fired. The X-axis manifested its terrifying power, piercing through everything in a perfectly straight line. The shot was instantaneous and unavoidable. But Neutra, with his enhanced defenses, didn't flinch as the shot tore through his shoulder. Blood trickled, but the wound was shallow. He grinned savagely, taunting Leal about his attack. Neutra charged, moving in a blur. Leal fired again, aiming for Neutra's chest. The shot struck true, drilling through his torso, yet Neutra barely slowed down. He swung his massive scythe in a wide arc, forcing Leal to leap back. Leal stated that he couldn't dodge his shots, but Neutra insisted he didn't need to dodge, his defenses absorbing the attack as he swung Santa Teresa down like a guillotine. Leal sidestepped and raised his rifle for a counterstrike, but Neutra lashed out with his weapon's chain, catching Leal's arm and forcing him to backpedal. As the battle escalated, Leal began to feel the pressure of Neutra's relentless offense. The Espada's attacks came faster and harder, each strike threatening to overwhelm him. Neutra growled, calling out to his weapon as a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. His transformation granted him 6 arms, each wielding a deadly scythe, and his spiritual pressure grew suffocatingly heavy. He launched himself forward, scythes spinning in a deadly whirlwind. Leal fired repeatedly, each shot piercing Neutra's body, but the hollow's regeneration healed the wounds almost as quickly as they appeared. Leal acknowledged Neutra's persistence, adjusting his rifle to prepare a volley of powerful shots. Green arrows rained down, creating craters as they struck the ground around Neutra. The Espada used his multiple arms to deflect some of the arrows, while his defenses absorbed the rest. With a roar, he closed the distance and swung all 6 sides simultaneously. The attack was too fast and too wide for Leal to avoid. Forced into a corner, he opened his left eye for the first time, becoming intangible as Neutra's sides passed harmlessly through him. Neutra taunted him, but Lille ignored the jibe, firing another shot at point-blank range. The blast tore through Neutra's abdomen, but the hollow laughed through the pain. He regenerated instantly, using his hidden arms to surprise Lille with a sudden strike. The scythe grazed Lille's side, drawing blood. Lille frowned, opening his left eye for the second time to phase through another attack. He repositioned, firing shot after shot with unrelenting precision. Neutra roared as the attacks riddled his body, but his defenses and regeneration kept him standing. Neutra bellowed, questioning if Lille thought this was enough to stop him. Realizing the hollow wouldn't fall easily, Lille made his decision. His left eye opened for the third time, granting him permanent intangibility for the duration of the battle. He declared that now Neutra would see the true power of divinity. In response, Neutra flexed his spiritual energy and charged at Lille with all 6 sides, delivering rampant strikes. Lille distanced himself and entered his enhanced form. A blinding green light surrounded him as his wings unfurled, and his rifle transformed into a more menacing weapon. Intangible and empowered, Lille floated above the battlefield, firing shots that pierced everything in their path. Neutra refused to back down. He roared and charged, his sides spinning wildly, his regeneration working tirelessly to counter Lille's relentless attacks. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic storm of scythe strikes and unyielding gunfire, the ground trembling under the weight of their powers. Neither combatant was willing to yield, their pride and animosity driving them to fight until the very end. Chapter 38. The battlefield was unrecognizable, scarred by craters and torn earth. The skies above appeared darker, reflecting the destructive clash between 2 monstrous powers. Lille Barrow floated above, his gilial form radiating an unearthly green glow. Intangible and impervious, he fired the X-axis repeatedly, each shot slicing through Neutra Gilga's body. Lille acknowledged Neutra's resilience, his voice calm and disdainful, suggesting that even the most tenacious could only evade defeat for so long before being crushed. Neutra, battered yet defiant, grinned through the pain. His 6 sides spun wildly in his hands, the blades gleaming with fierce determination. Despite the deep wounds inflicted by Lille's attacks, his regeneration kept him alive, though it struggled with each passing moment. He spat blood onto the ground and laughed, challenging Lille to see if his tricks could withstand his onslaught. Neutra surged forward, his spiritual energy erupting like a violent storm. His 6 sides came crashing down in a synchronized assault, aiming to overwhelm Lille's intangibility with sheer ferocity. Lille hovered calmly, his rifle raised, dismissing the attack as pathetic. He fired the X-axis in rapid succession, creating perfectly round holes through Neutra's weapons and body alike. Yet Neutra pressed on, ignoring the mounting damage, his grin unwavering. With a roar, Neutra extended his hidden arms in a surprise attack, 2 sides slicing upward toward Lille's unguarded torso. The blades passed through Lille harmlessly, thanks to his intangibility, but the sheer force of the strike disrupted his aim. Seizing the moment, Neutra swung Santa Teresa in a powerful arc that split the earth beneath them. Lille's wings unfurled further, their light becoming blinding. He coldly declared that Neutra had overstayed his welcome, stating his intention to erase him as intended by a higher power. Concentrating his energy, Lille unleashed a barrage of enhanced X-axis shots, each one exploding with enough force to shatter the landscape. Neutra roared in defiance, spinning his sides to deflect the incoming attacks, but his strength was waning. One shot pierced through his abdomen, another through his shoulder, and a third tore through his leg, bringing him to one knee. Blood flowed from his wounds, his regeneration struggling to keep pace. Lille declared that Neutra was finished, pointing his rifle directly at him. Neutra's grin faded, replaced by a snarl of frustration. He slammed a scythe into the ground to steady himself, glaring defiantly at Lille, insisting that it was not over. Suddenly, a massive burst of spiritual pressure erupted around Neutra, creating a cloud of dust and debris. When the dust settled, he was gone, leaving only a faint trace of his spiritual energy retreating in the distance. Lille lowered his rifle, his expression unreadable. He found it fitting for a beast like Neutra to run away. Hovering above the battlefield for a moment longer, he scanned the horizon with his piercing gaze. Though victorious, he felt no satisfaction. A part of him knew that Neutra would return, and their conflict was far from over. As the wind carried away the remnants of their clash, Leal descended, his Volstandig fading. The battlefield fell silent once more, save for his soft footsteps as he walked away. He muttered under his breath that Neutra should survive if he must, but next time, there would be no retreat. Chapter 38. At the Senju clan estate, Aizen sat cross-legged on the porch, his lone eye closed in meditation. His expression was serene, almost disarming, but the stillness of his form belied the potent aura surrounding him. Footsteps crunched softly against the gravel as Hiruzen Sarutobi approached. Without opening his eye, Aizen addressed him in his usual smooth tone, implying that Hiruzen must know everything now. Hiruzen's gaze hardened, confirming his awareness. Aizen slowly opened his eye, a faint gleam of amusement shining within. He inquired if Hiruzen had come to question his motives. The Hokage nodded, and Aizen stood gracefully, stretching his arms slightly before responding that he had no grand schemes or hidden agendas. He was simply going with the flow, taking one mission at a time. Despite Aizen's calm demeanor, Hiruzen sensed the deliberate vagueness in his words and remained unconvinced. Aizen turned fully to face him, the moonlight casting sharp shadows over his features. He suggested that if he were to have a goal, it would be to ascend to the heavens and challenge this world's deities. Hiruzen's breath caught, but before he could respond, Aizen strode past him, leaving behind an air of finality. As the Hokage watched Aizen disappear into the night, he couldn't help but weigh the implications of Aizen's existence. The potential he possessed, both for greatness and destruction, was unparalleled. Hiruzen contemplated what Aizen's presence meant for the future of the ninja world. In a secluded meeting room, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Asuma gathered, their expressions ranging from confusion to disbelief. Kurenai broke the news, stating that they had all suspected something different about Aizen, but what she was about to reveal would sound unbelievable. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye, indicating they were listening. Kurenai recounted everything: the truth about Aizen being the reincarnation of a Shinigami, his previous life's schemes and betrayals, and his immense power. Asuma leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his hair, slowly processing the information. He noted that Aizen was essentially a reborn godlike being who had betrayed an entire dimension before, and they had allowed him to roam free in the village. Kurenai nodded grimly, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Kakashi's voice was quieter, more reflective, as he remarked that Minato-sensei would have been heartbroken to see his son tied to such darkness. The silence in the room conveyed more than any words could express. In a training field, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Sakura, Shino, Choji, and Hinata sat in a loose circle. Ino fidgeted, clearly uncomfortable as she began to address the group. She expressed that there was something they all needed to know about Aizen. Kiba scoffed, jokingly suggesting that Aizen was secretly a prince or something. Ino responded dryly, indicating he was close. Taking a deep breath, she launched into the truth about Aizen. By the time she finished, the group was stunned into silence. Shikamaru leaned back, his expression unreadable, acknowledging that Aizen was a reincarnated spirit with godlike powers who had betrayed his entire world. He found the situation to be a drag. Kiba clenched his fists, expressing concern about why someone like Aizen was even there and what would happen if he decided to betray them as well. Shino adjusted his glasses, suggesting that if Aizen had wanted to betray them, he could have done so already, and the fact that he hadn't was telling. Sakura frowned, questioning how they were supposed to trust someone who was a master manipulator. Hinata, unusually firm, spoke up, ready to address the concerns of her friends. Aizen may not have revealed everything, but he had always been honest about his abilities. He had helped the group so far, and that meant something. The atmosphere grew tense as they struggled to reconcile their fears with the reality of Aizen's actions. 2 months passed, and the awkwardness surrounding Aizen became the norm. He appeared unfazed, focusing solely on missions that were above D rank. Under the cover of night, Aizen infiltrated Danzo's hideout. His Ryatsu filled the air, overwhelming the Root Anbu who attempted to confront him. Each one fell to their knees, powerless against his presence. As Aizen walked through the base, his expression remained calm, though his intentions were unmistakable. He soon encountered a boy around his age named Sai. The boy was pale and emotionless, holding a brush and ink. Aizen tilted his head slightly, curious about the boy. Sai responded flatly, summoning an ink tiger that lunged at Aizen. Without flinching, Aizen swatted the tiger aside with a dismissive gesture. In an instant he vanished, reappearing behind Sai. Sai spun around and unleashed a flurry of ink creatures. Aizen dodged each attack effortlessly. He acknowledged Sai's skill but noted it was crude. Sai narrowed his eyes and channeled chakra into a larger, more intricate ink creation. The beast roared and charged at Aizen with impressive speed. Aizen smirked as his Ryatsu surged. Sai froze, unable to move under the oppressive force. Aizen declared it was over, and a sudden illusion overtook Sai's senses. The boy found himself under attack by his own ink beasts instead of Aizen. Sai collapsed, trembling on the ground. When the illusion lifted, Aizen stood over him, his gaze unreadable. He remarked on Sai's potential but warned him not to get in his way again. As Aizen walked deeper into the hideout, his smirk returned, knowing Danzo would soon learn the consequences of crossing Sosuke Aizen. The sound of splintering would echoed through the chamber as Aizen kicked open the heavy door, reducing it to shards. Dust and debris swirled in the light as he stepped inside, amusement glinting in his eye. Danzo sat at his desk, his expression stern, though unease flickered across his face upon seeing the intruder. Danzo acknowledged Aizen's arrival coldly, maintaining his composure despite the situation. Aizen smirked, casually resting his hands at his sides, and questioned whether Danzo truly believed he could live after his attempts to control him. A mere ant trying to manipulate a god, he noted, could not go unpunished. Danzo sneered, claiming that even gods could bleed and that Aizen was overestimating himself. Before Aizen could respond, Fu and Toryun sprang into action, their tanto blades flashing as they charged. Fu attacked from the left, aiming for Aizen's neck, while Toryun moved his tanto toward Aizen's chest from the right. Aizen shifted slightly, gliding across the floor to evade both strikes. He caught Fu's wrist mid-swing and deflected Toryun's blade with the back of his knuckles. Toryun pivoted, using the momentum to spin into another attack, sweeping his blade horizontally toward Aizen's midsection. Aizen leaned back, narrowly avoiding the edge. Fu, undeterred, lunged forward with his tanto in a reverse grip. Aizen caught the blade effortlessly between two fingers, twisting his wrist to snap it in half, sending Fu stumbling back. Toryun leaped back and threw a smoke bomb, unleashing his Rinkachu. The tiny insects buzzed as they spread through the air, blocking Aizen's view and creating a suffocating haze. From within the smoke, Toryun declared that Aizen may be powerful, but his insects would consume him until nothing remained. The buzzing grew louder as the insects swarmed Aizen, clinging to his body. The poison began to take effect, but Aizen remained motionless, his expression blank. When the smoke cleared, Fu was already in position, forming the seal for the mind transfer jutsu. He declared it was over as his spirit shot toward Aizen's mind. Aizen's body tensed momentarily, acknowledging the intrusion. Then, his eye gleamed with contempt as he calmly stated that the difference between their spiritual energies was vast. Fu gasped as his jutsu was forcefully repelled, stumbling back in agony. Toryun snarled, insisting that Aizen's spiritual energy wouldn't save him from the Rinkachu. The insects continued to feed on Aizen's cells, but he showed no distress. Instead, he closed his eyes, his expression serene. A faint purple glow surrounded him, and the Rinkachu halted, their movements slowing before they fell lifelessly to the ground. Toryun's eyes widened in disbelief as Aizen opened his eye, his gaze piercing. He declared that Toryun's insects were no more. Fu and Toryun trembled under the weight of Aizen's Ryatsu as he smiled faintly, warning them of the grave mistake they made in meeting his gaze. The world around them twisted, shadows growing long and distorted, trapping them in an illusion of Aizen's making. With them incapacitated, Aizen turned his attention to Danzo, ready to settle their score. Danzo frowned, his hand twitching as Aizen stepped forward, chuckling. He assured Danzo he wouldn't bother with illusions, stating that he could destroy him with his own hands. The tension in the room was palpable as they prepared for the impending battle, the air crackling with energy. Aizen wondered if the man who dared challenge a god could put up a fight. Danzo clenched his fist, knowing he had no choice but to confront the self-proclaimed god. As he made his way above ground, he emerged in a clearing surrounded by dense forest, the moonlight casting pale shadows over the area. Aizen stood at the center of the field, arms crossed, his posture relaxed yet exuding unshakable confidence. He informed Danzo that he had given him enough time to prepare and encouraged him to come at him with everything he had, assuring him that there was no need to hold back since he had already cast a barrier around the area to prevent any interruptions. Danzo's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, confirming a faint shimmer in the air that signified the barrier. The containment was flawless, no outside interference, no escape. He bit back his irritation at Aizen's audacity, knowing full well this wasn't a bluff. He growled that Aizen was as arrogant as ever, unclasping the bandages on his right arm to reveal the 10 Sharingan embedded within. The sight would intimidate most, but Aizen remained unmoved, his smirk growing wider. Aizen commented on the crude amalgamation of stolen power but suggested it would suffice to entertain him. Danzo's right eye glimmered ominously, the remnants of Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan hidden beneath his bandages, as he challenged Aizen to match his arrogance with power. Danzo moved first, his hands a blur as he formed a series of seals. He unleashed a technique that sent a series of compressed wind bullets shooting toward Aizen with tremendous speed. The air hummed with the sheer force of the attack. Aizen stood still, lifting his hand as his Ryatsu flared, disintegrating the bullets upon contact and scattering them harmlessly. Before Aizen could taunt further, Danzo closed the distance in a flash, his kunai coated in wind chakra slashing toward Aizen's throat. Aizen stepped aside with Shuinpa, his movement so fast it left an afterimage. Reappearing behind Danzo, he moved his palm forward, aiming for Danzo's back. Danzo twisted mid-strike, raising his arm to deflect the attack. The force of Aizen's blows sent him skidding across the ground, but he quickly recovered, launching another wind release technique. The massive blade of wind tore through the clearing, uprooting trees and sending debris flying. Aizen's figure blurred again as he dodged, appearing high above Danzo. With a graceful sweep of his hand, he unleashed a powerful wave of Kido energy that crashed down toward Danzo, obliterating the ground and leaving a smoking crater in its wake. Aizen's eyes flicked to the edge of the crater, where Danzo's body lay motionless, partially buried beneath rubble. He descended slowly, his smirk widening as he mocked Danzo. But then the air shifted. A sudden surge of chakra rippled through the battlefield, and Danzo's body vanished. Aizen turned, his eyes narrowing as Danzo reappeared several meters away, unscathed. Aizen expressed his intrigue, noting that Danzo's substitution was no ordinary one and questioned how he was standing there, alive and well. Danzo smirked faintly but didn't answer. Aizen's gaze flicked to the arm, his sharp intellect piecing together the mystery, realizing that Danzo had found a way to cheat death. Danzo charged again, his movements fast and calculated as he weaved between Aizen's strikes, his kunai slashing and stabbing with deadly precision. Aizen countered each attack with Hakuda, his strikes precise and devastating. Danzo ducked under a punch, slamming his palm into the ground. Wooden spikes erupted from the earth, surging toward Aizen. Aizen leaped into the air, avoiding the initial attack, but Danzo was already on him. He unleashed a barrage of wind blades from multiple angles. Aizen's Ryatsu flared as he deflected the blades mid-air, the sheer force of his spiritual energy disrupting their trajectory. He countered with a wave of violet Kido energy, forcing Danzo to retreat. Danzo landed, panting lightly, blood seeping from a wound on his side, but he didn't falter. He raised his hand, summoning the Baku, a massive, tapir-like creature that emerged with a deafening roar, its mouth opening wide to unleash a powerful suction. The Baku's pull distorted the battlefield, drawing in debris and amplifying Danzo's wind release attacks. Aizen braced himself against the pull, his Ryatsu acting as an anchor. He remarked on the interesting creature but stated it was in his way. He unleashed a concentrated blast of Ryatsu at the Baku, the attack piercing the creature's body and causing it to dissipate in a burst of smoke. Using the distraction, Danzo closed the distance, aiming his kunai for Aizen's heart. The blade connected, sinking deep into Aizen's chest, but Aizen didn't flinch. Instead, he grabbed Danzo's wrist, pulling him closer, and delivered a devastating strike to Danzo's chest, sending him flying backward. Danzo's body hit the ground, unmoving. Aizen approached slowly, his golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. But then, the familiar surge of chakra returned. Danzo's body dissolved, and he reappeared once more, unharmed. Aizen's smirk faltered slightly as he questioned Danzo again. Danzo didn't respond. Instead, he activated another Sharingan on his arm, the eye closing as the technique took effect. Aizen's amusement faded, replaced by a cold intensity. He declared that if Danzo could cheat death, he would simply kill him enough times to exhaust his tricks. His Ryatsu flared violently, the ground cracking beneath him. His body began to change, the Hogyoku's influence taking hold as he regressed back to his weaker, butterfly form. Danzo's eyes widened slightly as he assessed the transformation, questioning the power Aizen possessed. Aizen didn't answer. He vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing behind Danzo and delivering a powerful kick to his back. The force sent Danzo crashing into a tree, but he used the momentum to flip and land on his feet. Aizen taunted Danzo, challenging him to see how many times he could return. Danzo slammed into the tree with bone-rattling force but twisted in midair, landing lightly on his feet. His gaze flickered to the grotesque, radiant form of Aizen, wings of energy pulsing faintly with each of his movements. The Hogyoku's influence was apparent in the purple aura trailing behind him as he advanced, his presence heavier than ever before. Danzo grimaced, rolling his shoulder as he assessed the situation, remarking that Aizen had transformed into a monster but asserting that even monsters could bleed. Aizen didn't reply. He vanished in a flash of Shuinpa, reappearing inches from Danzo's face. Danzo barely had time to react, ducking as Aizen's palm shot out, a blast of kinetic force narrowly missing his head. The blow struck the ground behind him, creating a crater that sent dust and debris flying. Danzo lunged backward, coating his kunai with wind as he prepared to unleash another attack. Danzo deflected with his wind blade, the clash sending shockwaves through the air. Using the momentum, he flipped backward and landed with a single hand seal. He unleashed the earth release technique, causing jagged spears of stone to erupt from the ground, shooting toward Aizen. Aizen moved with effortless grace, weaving through the spears. He reappeared above Danzo, moving his hand downward and releasing a beam of concentrated energy that obliterated the earth where Danzo stood. The explosion sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. From the dust, Danzo emerged, bloodied but alive, thanks to another activation of Izanagi. The glow of a newly sealed Sharingan faded from his arm as he glared at Aizen. Danzo wasted no time, forming another series of seals. He unleashed a barrage of wind blades, each one slicing through the air with deadly precision. Aizen countered with a wave of Kido energy that disrupted the projectiles. But Danzo was already in motion, appearing behind him with Shunshin no Jutsu. His wind-coated kunai slashed downward, but Aizen blocked it with his bare hand, the blade screeching against his hardened skin. Aizen twisted his body and delivered a spinning kick to Danzo's ribs, sending him hurtling across the clearing. Danzo coughed but stood again, his injuries healed by another Sharingan activation. Danzo raised his right arm, and the earth trembled as wooden tendrils erupted from the ground. The tendrils surged toward Aizen, twisting and coiling like serpents. Aizen used Shuinpa to evade, but the wood moved unnaturally, adjusting its trajectory to follow him. One tendril wrapped around his leg, yanking him downward, while another shot toward his chest. Aizen reacted swiftly, slamming his palm against the wooden tendril and releasing a blast of Kido energy that shattered it. He tore free of the other tendrils with brute strength, his purple wings flaring as he rose into the air. Danzo followed up with another attack, slamming his hand into the ground. The battlefield transformed as massive trees erupted from the earth, their roots twisting and intertwining to create a dense, living forest. Aizen's movements slowed as the roots closed in, their relentless advance attempting to crush him. He retaliated with a massive Kido blast, leveling a portion of the forest, but Danzo remained unfazed, hidden within the thick canopy. From the shadows, Danzo struck again and again. Each time, his attacks grew more intense, utilizing every element at his disposal. He launched torrents of water to obscure Aizen's vision, combined with razor-sharp wind blades that cut through the air. He manipulated the terrain with earth techniques, creating pitfalls and walls to trap Aizen. But Aizen countered each assault with overwhelming power. He deflected wind attacks with his wings, shattered earth constructs with Hakuda, and burned through water techniques with raw spiritual energy. Each time Danzo fell, another Sharingan closed, his body reappearing elsewhere, unscathed. Aizen's patience wore thin, his strikes becoming more aggressive as he sought to end the cycle. Danzo smirked, blood dripping from his lips, determined to see Aizen fall. After 8 deaths, Danzo's Sharingan arm was barren, the last eye closed as he activated his final Izanagi. He appeared behind Aizen, his hand glowing with sealing energy. He unleashed the reverse 4 symbols sealing, slamming his hand into his own chest. Black symbols spread across his body, converging on his chest, and he muttered that this would ensure Aizen's end. As the reverse 4 symbols sealing activated, the dark markings began to expand outward from his body, their ominous glow illuminating the clearing. The surrounding air grew heavier with the oppressive presence of sealing energy, crackling with raw intent to annihilate everything within its reach. Danzo declared that they would die together as the seals erupted, forming 4 towering walls of energy that began to converge inward toward Aizen, pulling him into the vortex of destruction. The forest around them disintegrated, trees reduced to ash as the sealing energy expanded in its final act of devastation. Just as the walls closed in, Aizen raised his hand, fingers splayed wide. A surge of Ryatsu exploded from his body in a brilliant purple wave, clashing against the encroaching sealing energy. The collision sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, tearing the earth apart beneath them. Danzo's Sharingan darted wildly, trying to comprehend the sheer force of Aizen's power. Despite the overwhelming energy, the seals pressed forward, the pull toward annihilation unrelenting. Aizen extended his other hand, his voice calm but filled with authority, stating that Danzo underestimated him. With a subtle motion, he brought his hands together, condensing his Ryatsu into a pulsating sphere between his palms. The sphere expanded rapidly, its glow intensifying until it detonated with cataclysmic force. The explosion tore through the sealing energy, shredding the array of symbols and scattering their remnants like fragments of a broken mirror. Danzo shielded himself with his arm, barely standing against the pressure of the blast. The sealing energy dissipated, leaving behind a devastated landscape marked by deep craters and scorched earth. Danzo stumbled backward, his body showing signs of strain as his remaining Sharingan flickered. He activated Izanagi once again, vanishing for a brief moment before reappearing a few meters away, fully healed. Aizen stated that Danzo couldn't keep this up forever, raising a finger and gathering a faint purple light at its tip. Danzo knew he was running out of time, with no Sharingan left. He charged forward, but Aizen caught the kunai mid-swing, halting the blade an inch from his neck. With a flick of his wrist, he disarmed Danzo, sending the weapon spiraling into the distance. Danzo followed up with a palm strike aimed at Aizen's chest, but Aizen didn't flinch as the attack landed. Aizen explained that Danzo had failed to understand that physical attacks were meaningless against him. Aizen raised his glowing hand, placing it against Danzo's chest. The older shinobi froze and quickly used the substitution technique. When Danzo reappeared behind him, ready to strike, Aizen turned his head slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto Danzo's. A burst of Ryatsu erupted from Aizen's body, immobilizing Danzo mid-motion. Aizen calmly stated that Danzo had exhausted his tricks. His Ryatsu grew denser, pressing down on Danzo with suffocating force, and he declared that now Danzo would die. Aizen extended his finger towards the sky, unleashing a Kido spell without incantation. A massive black coffin formed around Danzo, its edges adorned with intricate purple markings. The coffin began to compress, spikes forming inside and driving inward from all directions. Danzo's expression turned grim as the overwhelming force crushed him within the confines of the spell. As the Kido dissipated, the battlefield grew eerily silent. Danzo's body was nowhere to be seen, his presence erased entirely. Aizen lowered his hand, the purple glow of his Hogyoku form fading slightly as he reverted to a more humanoid state. He surveyed the destruction, his expression indifferent. He reflected on the tragic fate of a man bound by his own limitations. Turning away from the ruined battlefield, Aizen began walking, his Ryatsu diminishing as he left the area. The barriers surrounding the clearing dissolved, leaving behind the echoes of the battle that would soon be whispered throughout the shinobi world. This was the undeniable power of a god. The day after Danzo Shimura's disappearance was heavy with an unspoken truth. Within the somber walls of what remained of the root headquarters, the three survivors of Aizen's wrath, Fu, Toryun, and Sai, stood before the village elders, Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado. Their faces were pale, their postures rigid with a mixture of fear and duty. Sai, maintaining his usual emotionless demeanor, delivered a flat, factual report of the infiltration. Fu and Toryun, still shaken from the mental and physical assault, confirmed the events. They had been utterly defeated, and while they had not witnessed their master's final moments, the conclusion was inescapable. Danzo was gone. Toryun expressed the gravity of the situation, noting how Aizen had walked through their most secure facility as if it were a garden, leaving them feeling powerless. Hamura's face, etched with deep lines of age and worry, twisted into a scowl as he cursed Hiruzen under his breath. He lamented that Hiruzen's sentimentality and decision to free Aizen had cost the village one of its pillars. Koharu's expression was equally grim as she insisted they must confront Hiruzen immediately for an explanation and to demand punishment. When the two elders stormed into the Hokage's office, their righteous anger faltered. The room was quiet, the air thick with an oppressive energy. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, his expression weary and resigned. But he was not alone. Seated comfortably in a chair opposite him was Aizen, having shifted once more into a more humanoid yet distinctly alien form. He was draped in a seamless white garment that seemed to be part of his very being, with jagged purple highlights breaking its smooth surface. A faint, violet glow pulsed around him, a visible manifestation of the Hogyoku's immense power. Hamura demanded to know what Aizen was doing there, his voice shaking as he pointed an accusatory finger. Hiruzen sighed, the smoke from his pipe curling around his head like a shroud. He explained that Aizen had come to him that morning to inform him of Danzo Shimura's execution. Koharu and Hamura stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the audacity of Aizen's actions, murdering a village elder and then calmly confessing it to the Hokage. Aizen's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he turned his head slowly, fixing the two elders with a gaze that made them feel cold. He remarked on how Danzo's subordinates had come to them, likely to deliver their frantic report to the Hokage. The elders flinched under the weight of his stare as Aizen rose from his chair with unsettling grace. He questioned their purpose for being there, suggesting they believed Hiruzen would punish him. He chuckled condescendingly, asserting that Hiruzen lacked the guts or power to do so, dismissing them with a sweeping gaze. Koharu and Hamura glared, their faces flushed with impotent rage, but Aizen merely smirked before dissolving into a cloud of shimmering purple particles, vanishing from the room entirely. A heavy silence descended. Hiruzen finally broke it with another weary sigh. He acknowledged that Danzo had been a thorn in his side, a shadow the village both needed and despised, but still an asset. Koharu snapped, her composure cracking as she insisted that Aizen could not be allowed to continue. She demanded to know if there was a way to defeat him. The Hokage's eyes grew distant, heavy with a truth he had been burdened with for days. He revealed everything Aizen had told his team of Shinigami and the Soul Society, of a war that shook worlds, of a betrayal that crowned him a villain, of his defeat, and his impossible reincarnation. As the story unfolded, the elders' faces drained of color. The scale of the being they were dealing with settled upon them like a death sentence. Hamura whispered in disbelief, questioning how they could possibly hope to stand against someone who had challenged the gods of his own world. Later, at the Senju clan estate, Aizen sat on a wooden chair on the veranda, his gaze fixed on the tranquil garden before him. The air was still, the world quiet. Yet he sensed a presence of immense, ancient power approaching a familiar inferno cloaked in stoicism. A slow smile spread across his face. The figure stepped into view, an old man leaning on a simple wooden cane, his eyes closed as if in peaceful contemplation. However, the spiritual pressure he radiated was anything but peaceful. It was a sun barely contained. Aizen's smile widened as he greeted the esteemed guest, the head captain. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stopped a few paces away, still not opening his eyes. He informed Aizen that Captain Unohana had informed him of his reincarnation and current affiliation. Aizen chuckled, inquiring about Retsu and confessing that he had missed her. Ignoring the sarcasm, Yamamoto's voice rumbled as he demanded to know Aizen's goal in this world. Aizen's gaze shifted, amusement melting away into a chilling condescension. He softly reiterated his goal, to stand upon the heavens of this world and become its god. He declared that all who opposed him would be crushed. At that moment, Yamamoto's eyes snapped open, revealing the ancient, fiery soul that had commanded the Godlike 13 for a millennium. In an instant, the wooden cane Yamamoto held disintegrated into splinters, revealing a katana with a dark purple handle and a simple, circular guard. The shimmered with heat. He commanded the flames to reduce all creation to ash, unleashing a tidal wave of consecrated flame. The attack was not merely aimed at Aizen, it was an act of annihilation. A vast portion of the Senju estate was instantly transformed, the air shimmering with heat as the inferno surged around Aizen. In an instant, he found himself engulfed, the brilliance of his Hogyoku form fading into the blaze. As the flames subsided, a charred crater remained where a house and garden had once flourished. Yet, amidst the devastation, Aizen stood, seemingly unfazed. A smirk spread across his face as the remnants of his obliterated form began to swirl and reassemble, knitting together seamlessly within moments. He stood whole once more, completely unharmed. With a voice laced with genuine excitement, Aizen expressed his anticipation, hoping for a challenge greater than what he had faced with Captain Unohana and Jin. It would indeed be a disappointment if he were to be let down.